I like the
Actually, with
meme party
autism, you
plan.
give all of the fucks. You give fucks that don't even exist.
Give too many, quite frankly.
I'll fuck you.
Oh, that'd be the first fuck you gave in a while.
Oh, I just about puked, I think.
It's not a good dieting plan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so JD's gonna be late. Chris is gonna be late. Cotton's not coming. Is there anybody that we're not here that I'm forgetting about?
John.
John's here.
John's here.
Oh, I just haven't heard him speak.
I'm playing putt-putt with him right now.
Oh shit! The fuck is shooting at me?
Fuck, what the fuck is shooting at us?
I'll close out Fallout whenever we're ready to starter.
That's in 1 minute.
I think is there anything else? Or anybody else that I'm missing? I don't think so.
Steven beat me.
For first time in a long time, dude. Steven was here on time and ready to go. You have to call him and remind him.
You didn't have to last week.
Nope.
Oh,
He was on time last week. Last time.
Well, let's just brag a little bit, huh?
Right, I deserve it.
I deserve it.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Oh, what the hell are we playing?
A shitty fucking...
I don't know, dude.
It's golf with friends, but it's
It's
through
a-
Discord.
Yeah, it's a Nitro meme.
I don't know what JD's doing, honestly. I have no idea why he's gonna be late. He didn't give me a reason. What do you
Are
put
you
in D&D
offended by that?
chat is all I knew. No, I mean, it's whatever.
I'm kind of offended.
Well, I mean, that's your prerogative. You're allowed to be offended.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
What's my Roll20 password?
Fuck should I know?
It's saved to your Google.
Big gay.
Who saves passwords?
Mega game.
I haven't
What the
logged
fuck?
in. I haven't
PP
logged into
untouched.
Roll20 on this new computers.
If not those, what else could it be? Incel for life.
Is it Bob 91111?
Red pill supremacy.
I'm gay. That's the password.
Could just be the words I'm gay. I'm gay question mark.
I'm gay exclamation point.
Those are numbers in there. I'm gay 69 exclamation point.
I'm gay ATM.
I'm gay ATM. That's a pretty accurate one for you. You are a gay ATM.
Oh, turnover just popped up.
Hell yeah.
Roll for initiative.
I already am.
Already am. Where are we at on your guys' map? Okay. Mana Rock Mine still right on. Let me find the boys.
Discord update.
Where are the boys? The boys are down here. Hell yeah.
Those crits confirm.
Let's look.
My
Um,
confirm roll is higher than my actual roll.
the confirm roll, the first one would, the second one would not. 122.
I go first. I'm pretty sure I go first.
All right, I'll put an
I'm
enemy in
pretty sure I
here.
go
Just
second and
What
third
the
and
hell is
fourth
this?
as well.
What the hell is this?
Why do you have a 105 modifier?
You know what? I'll tell you why. A whole lot of minding your own fucking business. That's why.
Hell yeah.
Did you take the haste that you cast in the whole party and just channel it all into yourself?
Absorbed it into himself. I found an undead that does that. Anytime that someone uses a spell that could affect time in any way, it takes half of the duration for itself and gives itself temporary hit points. I was like, holy fuck, that would be nutty. Yeah, my bad, Nathan. Here you go.
I gotta tell you, Nathan was telling me all kinds of spoilers today at work. He just couldn't stop himself.
Hell yeah, dude.
That's not true at all.
Nathan, I was talking to Nathan about it last night. I was like, hey, have you figured this stuff out yet in the campaign? And he was like, let me be real with you. I haven't listened to your campaign in 6 weeks. It's trash, and I don't care. And I was like, okay, well, that's we've
That's
narrowed
what
it
Aiden
down.
actually told me.
That's actually what I told Jeff. Was that Blaine
He's like,
was a sad boy when I told him I had no fucking clue what was going on in this campaign.
Yeah.
He's like, I
anymore.
hurt Blaine's
And he
feelings.
asked why I hated him.
You know, good point.
I don't
He's
really know
playing a
what's
better
going
game
on in
right
Blaine's
now.
campaign, and I play it.
You're
So
playing a better game right now. Damn,
Yeah, I installed this thing
Words
called
hurt.
League of Legends. It's pretty good.
He's hated himself ever since.
it's definitely made him a more toxic person.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll do a quick little recap for everybody, and then we'll get into it. So last time we were here, folks, the party finished their exploration of the mine. They found their way into the dig site. Into the dig site, they discovered a pretty well maintained, lavish room. They didn't get to explore much into the dig site. They did go to one room. And that one room got them to meet Dr. Rasputin and the mother, which was a creation they were using to birth, it would seem, some type of creature. The mother was, the party later found out, grafted to an eldritch horror. And her eldritch horror was taken over to fight them with these giant tentacles. After a pretty good battle where a lot of people, I think, felt some pretty good pain, some hijinks were had. Brelin was able to, through quick use of a hero point and through a very, very effective Feeble Mind spell from Kilgore, to completely control Dr. Rasputin, this vampiric kobold Khan, and trap him in a portable hole, extra-dimensional spot, and take that with them. So, for all we know, he's still in there, fighting, trying to get out. The party was able to pull out Efelda Lolo, who they discovered was the mother, and were able to find the person they've been using to force reproduce with her, Tordrin Broxon, brother of Guard Captain Caldrus Broxon. Through some conversation after the combat, a few things were discovered, mainly that Tordrin had been running on sex basically every 12 hours on the dot, no food, no water, and he's been doing this for the better part of a week. When the party explored, yeah, I can say that. I can type it out for you.
Sounds like my kind of good time, honestly.
When the party explored his little chamber he was staying in, this little 5x5 cell, they discovered that he had basically been eating rats and living off whatever type of liquid would come down into the cell pit, which, from what the party could tell, was water, was probably also embryonic fluid, and probably blood. So he's been living off of whatever he could get any type of water from. But much like his brother, appears to be quite the survivor in the face of odds. The party determined they were going to try to save Efelda Lolo, especially after she was decreed under the protection of Traducius Godwin. Some of the things that they discovered was it was going to take multiple spells, namely a cure disease, remove curse, break enchantment, cure disease, in that order, to be able to even attempt to degraft the entity that was grafted to Efelda. After some deliberation on what they wanted to do, the party decided that they would pick up the people they had saved, and they were going to leave the mine and go back to River's End to recoup and take their hand at finding out what they could about this mine area and prepping to go back in while also trying to save Efelda. Yeah, I got you, man. Hold on.
Sorry.
You're good. I just did misspelled disease. So the party, we will pick up with the party having left the mine. They had some horses tied up outside. They are still there, believe it or not. And okay, sorry, I wanted to get this talking. And they have to, they can get those horses and head back to town. So we're gonna pick up with you guys arriving back in River's End. Cotton is going to be late. I thought maybe he's. Oh, Cotton's not here at all. Sorry, Cotton's not here at all this weekend. So
Hey,
Favron,
he's down.
Favron will be in town. He's following you guys back to town. He will be most likely spending his time trying to study up on the things that you guys have discovered and if they've been any of their history on them. If you remember, like, most of the time you guys need a knowledge planes check. Favron's the one that pulls through. Admittedly, he's always had to roll a natural 20 for it and doesn't actually have a lot of ranks in it, but he's always been the one that figures it out. So he will be the one doing the research while you guys do this stuff on some of the planar stuff you guys have dealt with, especially this eldritch horror you have encountered. And some of the people you've seen before then. I mean, the guide seemed to talk about another plane of existence. The Awoken Die seemed to say that he had seen into that plane of existence. So that's what Favron will be doing during this time. So we will pick it up as you guys arrive back in River's End. It will be just before nightfall. It'll probably be about 6 o'clock. Night will get here in about an hour and a half. Where does the party want to go? A couple places of interest to remember. You have the Guard Estate where Caldus Broxon is. You have the Mayor's, or the Guard Block. You have the Mayor's Estate where Mayor Adrian Toddard would be. You have the Smithy where Madeline Knoll is, and you guys always have the tavern that you guys have been staying in.
Is there any kind of infirmary or anything?
There would be like a hospital setup. It is not great. It deals with mainly like work-related injuries that you would see in like a mine or like in a dock area. But there would be a hospital setup, and there would be some trained quote-unquote healers there.
We should get. Is it the younger? Is this guy the elder or younger Brock? He's younger, right?
Make an intelligence or a heal even, depending on which one you think is higher.
Roll the one.
Roll the one with an intelligence check. Hard to tell. Dwarves all look pretty gruff.
Yeah, it doesn't
sure
really
it's a
matter.
man.
I was just gonna say, yeah, right. I have no idea.
Are you sure you're a Broxon?
Are you sure? Are you sure you have feelings? We should return him. Get the woman chained up somewhere. I mean, secured. I mean, put into safety.
Yeah, because what happens if that thing regains its strength while we're in this town?
And then tentacles pop up and start massacring people, right?
Yeah,
Right. I
very
agree.
good
We
question.
should definitely restrain her somewhere.
She should be comfortable. I mean, she's
We
probably.
could take her to the hospital. What do
You
you guys
should,
do with the guy?
Should let them know what the specifics are of her potential for chaos.
I will let them know to the best of Turd God's abilities and his understanding.
So Turd God's gonna go with take a Felda to the hospital. Where else? Anybody else going?
I go to the mayor.
Okay.
I planned on going to the mayor since I developed the original rapport with him. I was the one who saw him first and discussed shutting down the festival and everything. Brelin should probably go with Felda.
TG.
Yeah,
And Karg probably.
Yeah, Brelin
Yeah,
Card can go with the Felda to the hospital. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. If Karg wants
well,
to.
maybe I'll go to the guard captain first and let
take the dwarf
Jax.
back with you. Yeah.
let Jax do the whole initial conversation because I'm just going to harass the dude about the statue.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with to the guard captain too.
Sounds good. Kilgore, yeah, you were there for the night watch when you killed the first vampire spawn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
that
Kilgore's
makes
also the one that built the rapport with the guard captain after he found the book.
Yep, sounds good. That all makes sense. I think. Is anyone not accounted for that wants to go somewhere?
Anyone can convince the guard captain it's probably his brother, so. And
Chris
the
is
guys
still
that go-
driving, but
Yeah, Chris says listening.
Oh yeah.
Chris is listening.
Calvin.
We'll keep Calvin with whoever the biggest group is. Probably
You'd
with the
come
healers.
with me just
Yeah.
because I have the dead dying lady.
Yeah, that's probably a good call. Okay.
And he's got the
So
charisma to kind of calm down people if they
Yeah.
interact with her.
Well, I'll try and put off the healer for as long as we can, hoping that JD gets here by 7. We can start with the mayor, whoever was going to the mayor's house. Wanting to
Just
report
me.
back to him.
I think it's just me.
I think Ryala said he was also going.
Oh, is he?
No,
Is
I
he? Okay.
shifted. No,
Oh, he
I
shifted.
shifted to
Okay.
the guard captain. Yeah.
Okay. Jax, you make your way to the mayor's estate. It's lit up. You'll notice that outside there are now guards that weren't there before. There are 2 well armed, but maybe not well trained guards by your standards.
By
But
our
they,
standards, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you guys are seasoned adventurers. But they recognize you very quickly. They've been told about you, and they open the double doors to let you in. Inside, you will find there are 2 more guards posted up in here now. And coming out of his room is Mayor Adrian Toddard, and he looks to the doorway opening, watches you come in, and goes, "Oh yes, Sons of Plunder, Jax, please." And he comes down to the front into this little like sitting area, and quickly addresses you.
Thanks for having
Yes,
me.
John, it's a 3-hour ride back to town. You get 1 ability point back per hour. So it starts with your lowest, and that's how it climbs back up. Yes, Jax, hopefully you have great news. Are we safe? We're free.
I have middle news. First of all, the situation's about as bad as we expected. The mine was completely overrun. Most of the staff is deceased. We did recover a couple people. I'll cover that in a little bit, but it was a pretty bad situation. We made it into the schemer's lair, but by then we had just been completely resource drained, exhausted. Really, some of us are injured, and we decided that it would just be suicide to continue. So we had to turn back before finishing the job. Plus, since we found survivors, we wanted to ensure their health.
Well, let's look at the positive. You were able to find survivors. It sounds like you made a good dent into what you wanted to do. You said you made it into the lair. What do we know about this lair, this mastermind? Should I be moving people out of town yet? I know we want to keep the festival going,
Ooh.
but it sounds
is
like a situation where you're telling me that it was overrun. When you say overrun, are we talking 10, 20, 30 of these creatures, or are we talking more?
Well, think all of the laborers of your mine being turned into undead.
He walks over to a bookshelf, pulls it out, and starts flipping through pages, and goes through. And he's like, "That, you're talking hundreds. We brought in people from all over for this. There's not even just dwarves in here. We had some of the marsh folk. We had harbor folk here. We had people from all over. This is going to be one of the biggest mines that we'd ever opened up.
It's hard for me to account for particulars naturally. In the hecticness of battle, you can't really pick out who's who, right? If it wasn't for our stronger spellcasters putting up like walls of fire, things of that nature, we would have easily been overrun.
Wall of fire. Oh.
The original blacksmith, his name was Cadrid, right?
Cadrid Fuldrung.
Fuldrung?
Yes, did you find him?
He was not undead, but he had completely turned over to the enemy's side. They had granted him some very interesting power. It seemed like some sort of mutation of kineticism. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's something that I'm not really familiar with myself, but it's very similar to magic. He was actually in charge of a bunch of
He has no clue.
Yeah, he was actually in charge of a bunch of vampiric-like undead. What were they called again, Blaine?
He was in charge of Bodax.
Bodax. He was in charge of a bunch of Bodax. We had to have killed like at least 20 of the things. Which I don't know if you're familiar with them. They drain your life force by staring at you.
By looking at you?
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling me that you believe that Cadrid Fuldrung
I don't
had...
just believe it. I saw it. We had to kill him.
I don't have a reason to disbelieve you, but it's hard to believe that a man I've known my whole life decided to just up and become some powerful kineticist, as you said.
There's definitely some sort of corruption going on there. Madeline's fiance, right?
Yes, DACA.
Yeah, she we actually have a diary from her now that I think about it, and I'll pull it out.
And if you pull it out, he reaches for it very quickly.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. First pages are pretty standard. Getting a new job, new life, excitement. But you go to the last couple pages and you'll see what I mean.
And he's slipping through it quickly, and as it starts to get more deranged, he slows down to the point that he quickly just shuts the book, and he's holding the book up kind of to his chest, just...
I don't know how to break the news to Madeline, because her fiance is dead now as well.
She's dead. We couldn't even recover her.
No, trust me, the two people we recovered, they're at death's door themselves.
So is Cadrid one of them? You said that he changed, but were you able to bring him?
Cadrid's deceased. We saved the Broxon brother and a woman named Felda Lolo.
Felda Lolo. Yeah, she was a foreman. She had recently just got elevated out there. Stout woman, very high, a woman who'd endure a lot. Of course, he saved a Broxon. The Broxons are impossible to kill. There are.
Yeah, he seemed resilient enough. We basically turned around shortly after entering the archaeological find. We met one of their cadre. They're one of probably an ancient vampire. I don't know how else to describe it. He was, for lack of a better term, a scientist of some kind, creating abominable creatures. And that was about the time that we had to use most of our resources to overcome that adversary, and we turned back. The whole place is unhallowed. It's pretty dangerous down there. You mentioned something about evacuating the city. I hadn't thought of that, but that might actually be in order. I would say we made a strong dent into their operations, but
That's
we
good.
failed to stop them, and they have enough. Even though maybe we got rid of a lot of their infantry, they have the capabilities to create more.
He's still holding the book, and when you say create more, do you mean the kind that you saw in the mine, the amount, or are we talking maybe, you said you saw a vampire, maybe just one of those? What do you I'm very out of my depth here. I don't know. I don't even know the questions to ask.
I can't account for how long it takes them to accomplish this. I know necromancy does require some level of investment, right? Some monetary as well as time.
Right.
But I can't account for whatever resources they have.
I remember when we found the dig site, the first room we went into was full of old, ancient gold and onyx goods, and we pulled them out and sent them to the harbor.
That's a big oof.
We appraised them before they left, and we thought some of them would be priceless. The craftsmanship, if whoever is in there has the kind of power to have just simple items that were in what looked to be like a room for singing. There was a piano. It looked so relaxed and peaceful. It felt peaceful. He stops and he's holding the book, and he at this point he's almost white knuckling this journal you've given him. He finally kind of comes out of thought and releases a little bit, and I don't think Madeline should ever see this book, but if you think she should, maybe you take the pages.
She should at least hear the news. That's another idea. I could take the pages of when the change happened, but she does need an explanation of why things turned out the way they did. I guess we could just say she was collateral, and we could just straight lie to her.
No, we won't. Leaders lying to their people is what got us to leave Cladhorn to begin with.
That's fair.
We're not going to lie to Madeline. But what we will do is we will protect her. And he turns around and puts the book on the desk, opens it up, and starts meticulously taking out pages. When he gets done, he closes it up, claps it, and hands it back to you. And he was like, do you need them?
If you have a way to secure them, at most I think we just reference them later. But I don't think there's anything particularly revealing in those pages that we're going to use in the future.
If I keep them, I'm just going to burn them.
Oh, well then yes, please give them to me. There's no way that I'm just going to
hands them back as always. Like, if you don't want to tell Madeline, I understand. I will tell her in the morning.
Let's be real, I can make deals, but I don't necessarily have the TLC for this sort of thing.
Okay, then I will handle it in the morning. I will let her sleep one more night with hope. And I'll crush that in the morning.
Okay. Well, sorry to put you in that position. I know that a lot's happened. You should strongly. Kind of would have been inconvenient if this place went under. So I doubt the new residents would have been as welcoming. So I see it as an investment. You don't need to worry too much about it.
Yeah. I'm going to send word to Victoria Kludge, the festival organizer, and let her know that we are officially canceling the festival. It will take a few days, but
feels bad.
I figure in 2 or 3 days we can have most of the city moved out and moved up the river. We have a couple old abandoned mine shafts there that we could post up in until we've been given word that this place is safe to come back to, if it ever will be.
I do want to talk to Keldris a bit about the tactics moving forward, because I believe that you've invested into your guard captain most of the military planning, right?
He's a military man. I read books. I don't.
He should get a chance to talk to Tordry, of course, naturally, and his brother's going to need new help.
Of course. Honestly, that's a great hope for River's End. The Broxton twins are back together. We may be in a good place.
The boys are back down.
I do, but there's 2 things I want to cover with him, or one thing I want to cover with him specifically. I want to let you know what that is, and there's a second thing that I don't necessarily need you to take action on, but I do want to get you aware of the situation, and it has to do with the Felda. First, with the Broxtons, I want to talk to the guard captain about the current military situation. We may have attacked them by surprise in their lair where they had home field advantage and escaped after making large headway, but there's no way that they are not going to A, try to plan for us returning, and B, while we're here and they know we're depleted, while a lot of their remaining cadre may be at full strength. They may try to strike against us, if not tonight, then in the near future. Try to catch us while we're still trying to recover and rest.
If they had a doctor,
I mean, literally, we took the small group of men, like 10 of us, and fought hundreds of their people. We're exhausted. This is the perfect time for them to send someone in the middle of the night and try to attack us, or at least the people close to us, and put us in a disadvantaged situation.
Someone amassing that kind of force probably isn't going to be happy. You're right. There could be repercussions.
So I need to talk to Caldris about that.
He should be at the guard block.
Yeah, and a couple of my friends are escorting Fordred, so they're going to touch base with him a bit. But I at least want to find out what our plan is, just because I'm a bit paranoid.
Okay.
For Ethelda, as far as I'm aware, they're taking her to the local hospital. I don't know if that's appropriate because her wounds are magical in nature. They aren't really physical in nature. They're not going to be cured very easily. It's going to take the work Karg and probably Brelin working together, and she may not even survive the operation. And you should be there to see her situation, because I want to warn you, it's not something you can mentally prepare for, but that's also why I can't really do it justice by just trying to explain it. The only way I can describe it to you is it's horrifying.
Okay. Well, if they're going there now, I should go there. Because I don't know much about the things you described to me, but I do know the old stories about vampires, and we're soon to be in dark. We've got about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours till it's dark. And we'll have to be ready.
Yep. So you should go there and meet with TG, who's escorting her, as well as Brelin's with her, so is Karg, because they're going to monitor her situation. I'll go meet up with my other companions, Kilgore, Rayalis, and speak with Caldris. Okay?
Okay. We'll do that. And he turns to one of the guards and quickly says something, and the guard nods, and he's okay. I'm gonna get my coat or my cloak, and he runs off and comes back with this big, heavy cloak, something you wouldn't think that like you would wear right on the coastline. And he's pulls it up and he starts making his way out. So is there anything else you want to do at the mayor's estate now that you're here?
I've only ever spoken with the mayor. So,
there's no one else here besides 4 guards.
I could rob him, I guess, but no, I'm gonna leave.
Okay. You said you're heading to the guardhouse?
Yeah.
Okay, it'll take you a couple minutes to get there, so we'll pick up with them arriving at the guardhouse.
Real quick though,
yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to do a little role play before on our way to the guardhouse, because the festival was still kind of happening. So I'm gonna snag those things up along the way if I can. I look for them.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're able to find that. It'll cost you probably about 2 gold to get those things as you go. But yeah, absolutely. When you guys arrive at the guardhouse, Cordrin, slowly over your time of travel, has been gaining his energy back. He's starting to walk upright. He's starting to carry himself much like his brother. When you guys first come onto the guard estate, Caldris is just going between these 3 buildings that make up this guard estate. He looks over and he stops for a moment and looks you up and down, and then his realization hits him, and he turns quickly to a guard, says something, and that guard moves very fast into a side building and comes back out, and he's carrying what looks to be armor and weaponry. And Caldris immediately, and who says you can't kill a Broxen? Look at him. And Tordred kind of stands up to his full height of 4 foot 1 inch. Well, they suffered me to a life of sex and rats, so It's basically like every life I've had before that. And Cal just kind of laughs, and Tordred tries, and it just... We're going to need that. Tordred points to the armor and this crossbow that's now hanging from this man's hand. And Caldred nods. Yeah, I assumed you're going to want to get to work. Tordred nods, and this whole time you guys are walking up, and by this point, Caldred has opened up the main guard shack that had his bedroom in it and lets you guys in. And puts up a table and some chairs and pulls them over for you guys to sit down. So, Sons of Plunder, do we have good news?
I'll put the keg and the large portion of food on the table and say, let's regain some of our strength while we have this conversation. Pour myself a drink.
That's a great idea. And he'll motion to a couple guards, and guards will come in with plates and mugs, and they have their own, and they begin distributing food amongst the 8 guards that are there, as well as the Broxtons and you guys.
Hell yeah. Yeah, so it was a real rough time. We had some people who lost their minds temporarily, attacked our own party members. We fought lots of undead. What seemed like hundreds. And we happened to stumble across your brother here, as a sex slave to
What up, Aaron?
a pretty frightful situation with
We're doing the thing.
some otherworldly being fused with a dwarven woman who was shitting out after birth weird stuff, man. I don't quite know what was happening.
That sounds... And Tordren quickly chimes in, like a lie. But it's not. That's all we have. Believe it or not, it's all true. And Caldrus goes, nah, some of it's true. Hold on. Yeah. He says, well, one of the couple of things there are true and makes sense, though. I mean, for one, his entire life, Tordred couldn't keep a woman. Makes sense when he had sex if he's forced to. Tordred looks up from his plate of food. Is this really the time? Wait. Look at me. And Countess, honestly, you might have looked better. A couple of those bruises finally give you some color. The two brothers kind of hash it out for a moment and finally... But, truthfully, that's not reassuring. And, more importantly, did you find the thing we were worried about? Was it actually vampires?
There was vampires and other things that not quite sure. Bodax, one, the primary things we fought that really gave us a rough time, and then we found a kobold Khan, I think is what one of my companions referred to it as. Seemed like a pretty stout vampire type deal that was the one who was doing these kind of experiments with this whole birthing mess.
Why is that?
But on a side note, we pissed these people off pretty sure. So I don't know if it's starting to get dark. I don't know if you want to potentially have some of your scouts or your soldiers with the keenest eyes to maybe get on rooftops and be on alert, because
I've posted up soldiers at all the major points we've seen attacked before. There's some at the harbor. There's even some with Madeline. I've got some at the mayor's house, and I've brought in more here. There will be more come morning, but currently I couldn't pull any more from our surrounding areas. I mean, I could put civilians in armor and weapons, but honestly, they may be more of a hindrance than they would be a help.
I mean, civilians with means to call out with, like I said, the people with the keenest eyesight, just to potentially be watched, not necessarily fighting folk.
Is the average citizen here somebody who has like a suit of armor or like weapons at home, or does that strictly fall on like the guard?
Hey, Calders, I mean, they probably won't have armor outside of maybe some wearing a couple extra layers of clothes, maybe some padded armor. But most of the people here, as part of adulthood, is to make a weapon. So most of them have their own weapon. But I can't promise you that they're good at using it. It's kind of more of a ceremonial thing and less of a trial or less of a training.
I was just worried about like the last resort kind of thing, if they'd be able to handle like anything at all. But a weapon's probably enough.
Yeah, putting them in armor may even be hard. Most of them, whatever weapon they chose to make, can usually handle it, at least hold it correctly, and the ability to swing it from time to time. I will send out to some of our hunting groups so they can send back some of theirs, so we can start posting up people that can, on building tops, as you said, can be aware of things and maybe roam the edges of town and try and see things before we do. We will. And he turns to a guard, and I need you to go tell Madeline that we need horns. And the guard nods and he leaves. We will get away for everybody to know.
Excellent.
I was fairly certain that Tordran was dead. Tordran, again, I mean, he's eating like he hasn't ate for a week, because he hasn't. He's just like, dead? Of the two of us? Me? Dead. Okay. I am not so easily killed. He takes a big drink. So, of what we know, is there anything else I should be ready for? How much? Well, I guess the real question is it over?
Oh no. We cleared through the mine as far as we understand, but we made it into a section past the main section of the mine that seemed to be like a dig site where we encountered the vampire cobalt type deal, who by the way is in a magical bag of holding that one of our companions have. We just he's in the bag. Also the woman, which I forgot her name, Afelda. She could sprout tentacles and stuff when we first fought her, and it was a whole. If you got any people to spare, you might want to send some people to the hospital to. Our companions are there, but it was a rough fight, even for our whole party, if we're being honest.
Tordran looks up from his twin and goes, she wasn't very kind to me either, and I was supposed to be there giving her that good loving.
What the fuck?
Maybe that's why she was so mad, because you weren't.
Cal just laughs. Go figure, when you finally get a woman, she's got tentacles. There's always been something off about you. And Tordran just, I've survived things some of you couldn't dream of. He takes a drink and continues eating.
How many other people are in here besides us and the brothers?
The room you're currently in?
Yeah.
No, after they got their food, they split off to the other guard houses. It's just you and the brothers.
Okay. Can I like kind of like low key, without the brother we rescued like noticing, ask the other brother if he had any like markings or anything before he disappeared, or if what's...
Make a diplomacy or bluff check. Actually, it's got to be bluff. Make a bluff check, and he'll make a sense motive. And if he makes it, he will know what you're trying to say.
Can I, real quick, roll a perception to see that Kilgore, who's my oldest, closest friend in this party, is trying to sneakily do something, and then also roll some kind of check to distract the brother?
Yeah, you can. Okay, go ahead and make a perception check against his bluff.
Kilgore only cares about really
41.
whether or not he had the mark before he went in, because if he didn't, it could be potentially something that leads to another problem.
So Rylas, you hear Kilgore starts to kind of muddle around some questions, and you guys have spent time together before you ever were Sons of Plunder doing some mercenary work, and sometimes Kilgore had a way of asking questions without asking them, and you quickly pick up on it. If you would like to make some type of perform check, or diplomacy, or intimidate, or bluff to try and distract Tordrin, you're more than welcome to.
See a dance.
Diplomacy, 23.
Diplomacy of 23. What we'll do diplomacy against his sense motive. His sense motive, he doesn't have any ranks in it, so Gordon Brockton's and was 15. So you start chatting him up, and he's gorged in food. He's struggling to return conversation to you, almost annoyed. Like, can't you see I'm fucking eating, guy? But he just keeps shoveling it in and trying to talk. And then bluff for Kilgore with Caldris. Caldris rolls an 18 for a sense motive. He picks up that you're trying to ask him a question without asking him, and you can watch him like the fucking puzzle going off in his head of like, what the fuck is this guy trying to say? And finally, very annoyed, he goes, if you have a question, ask it.
Well, I was trying to be discreet, but I just want to know if your brother had any markings that might pertain to a certain book before he disappeared on his body. That's what the markings were, right? They were from the Portcullis book?
That's true. It was the same marking you saw on the front of the Portcullis book.
Yeah, that's the only reason I was trying to be discreet.
Tordrin's eating his food, annoyed by Ryalis, and as you ask that, he looks up quickly, looks at Ryalis, and is like, we're no more talking right now. And he looks back at Caldris. What is he talking about? And Caldris, stoic every time you've ever talked to him before, nothing changes, goes, yes, he should have a scarring on one of his shoulders. Should be his left shoulder right above his pec. Why? And he looks over at Tordrin and goes, take off your shirt. And Tordrin's, fuck you. This wasn't a question, Tordrin. Take off your shirt. He rolls a natural 20, and Tordrin, annoyed, sits up in his chair and pulls at these rags that he's been put in basically for travel and throws them. Did I die? Is no one seeing me?
I can see you.
Okay, cool. And throws them to the ground, and you can see this emblazoned mark that we talked about on his chest and the claw marks that are through it. And it's still there, and he's just making sure you hadn't become something. Why is it cut up? And Tordrin looking at his head and he goes, when the doctor saw it, he brought in a man who knew what it was. And that, for one of the few times you've seen Caldris gets a reaction of just stops. And he's, okay. And Tordrin, he didn't care for it. And so he tried to destroy it. And that's what got me thrown in the hole. That's what got me put down there, is this. Caldris nods. He said a man came in. What did he look like? Tordrin looks kind of around at his feet, shuffles his head, strokes his beard. He had long, dark hair, paled skin. He carried himself like a man who lived 1,000 lifetimes of pride and riches.
Oh no, the climax is killing me. Worst time for a commercial break.
Sorry, Finley came in. I had to get him all situated. Yeah. He reminded me of the stories that we carried from Cladhorn. He looked like one of those. What was the name? And he begins to quickly to fumble and search around at his feet, like he's lost in thought. Oh, they collected that tax. They were. Oh, they had a name. What were they? Caldrus looks at him completely unmoved. The air in the room has now almost felt like it's sucked out with Tordrin talking, and Caldrus seems to be completely unaffected. And Tordrin's like, a dead one. They called them the Dead Ones, remember? And Caldrus nods. Yes, the Dead Ones. They were bounty hunters. They accepted form in the blood tax. And Tordrin's, yes, they followed there was a woman. There was a woman with coins. And Caldrus nods. Arrowil. They called her the Collector. They followed Arrowil. Are you telling me that one of the Dead Ones did this to you? And Tordrin nods. Continues to look at his feet for a little bit, almost like a beat dog. And he sits back in his chair. And finally, Caldrus looks him over and says, I don't understand why you look so saddened by this. An entity centuries old attacked you and left 3 scars. Truly, the Broxons are unbeatable. And he sits back in his chair.
Get that baby out of here.
How old's your boy now, Blaine? He had to get off. How old's Finley anyway?
Nice ass crack.
That kid's like 12.
He's like the same age as Gabby.
He's 16. He's driving.
They grow up so fast. Literally, we age faster now.
Fuck you, Matt, by the way.
It's not my fault you're a poor idiot, can't afford fucking internet that's faster than 25 megs.
John won't hire me.
If you could boast about how worthless you are, maybe he'd hire you.
Maybe if you just paid, like, a little bit extra money, you could actually get, internet that was better than internet from fucking 2004.
So
John,
I
how long do you
hacked
think
my
I
router.
could do both jobs at once?
How much do you hate yourself?
I mean, have you seen him? He hates himself a lot. He just doesn't admit it yet.
Well, then probably a while.
He's getting
John,
fat. He's starting to look like a hippie. I mean, has to hate himself.
I've been like that for like 2 years now. Oh.
Abs remain in the kitchen, Bob.
I don't need his fucking abs. What am I? Cotton? I don't need to be that vain.
I don't know why Cotton thinks he needs abs.
I've got a beard.
Because he's gonna be single soon.
No, usually you plan for that after it happens.
Yeah, but he could find another chick as easily as he found her on the same website, and it doesn't matter if he has abs or not.
Talking shit on Plenty of Fish right now.
No, I'm not talking shit. It's just that's the reality of the situation. Hello, Jay Dizzle.
Oh, look
Oh,
who it
hello.
is.
Perfect timing.
How's that day?
How's it going?
We ruined everything. Come
Oh,
fix
Yeah.
it.
no.
You fucked it all up by not being here, that's for sure.
Mhm.
Riley's blew a rape whistle.
Oh, no. I was so worried about that.
I told you, Kyle. The whistle is infamous at this point.
It's a constant concern. It's when the rape whistle's coming out.
I didn't blow a rape whistle, but I did suggest that we arm some civilians with good eyesight on the rooftops with a means to call out an alert to the rest of the town.
What have I missed?
Horns instead of whistles.
You missed Steven talking to the mayor about the situation, and you missed Kilgore and I kind of bullshitting and filling the guard captain in, but not as in depth or as detailed as what we could have probably.
I mean, we're not done yet.
You, Bob, and Chris went to the hospital, and Jeff went to the hospital, and we haven't encountered that role play yet.
Cool. Okay. So, doesn't sound like I've missed a whole lot then.
Not really.
No, just some conversation, and really, we're just telling the NPCs what's going on. Although some
Cool.
stuff's going on with Caldris and Fordrin,
Corbin.
Roxon.
We're back,
That's
boys.
interesting. It's actually, it's a little disappointing. I'm not even actually there to hear it, but it's really cool stuff. So,
Nice. Okay.
hey, Blaine, how old is Finley now?
Finley will be 6 in December.
6 in December. Man, he looks older than his age.
He's a fucking giant.
Mhm.
Have you ever
Well-
seen any of the fucking men in Blaine's family?
I mean,
was gonna
respectfully,
say.
he's a fucking giant. Like, there's one other kid his size and his grade, and it's Emily Wellston's son. And he's actually probably about an inch taller than Finley.
They should fight from the
Well,
parking lot.
that's not going to be okay. It would be a hate crime.
Only if Finley wins.
Why would anyone hate Finley?
Well, you gotta understand, it's not the hate for Finley, it's the fact that Emily's kid's black.
And?
Well, that's a hate crime.
That just
Equal
doesn't
rights
make
means
sense to
equal
me.
fights, brother.
Look, I'm here, yeah, I'm on your side on this, but the law says otherwise. Anyway,
Can kids even commit hate crimes?
I don't honestly know, but I'm not willing to test it.
See?
Heard that. So,
Yeah, so Kilgore's doing most of the talking. I'm
So-
also stuffing my face now.
So, yeah,
Oh, wow.
there's something about Caldris and
yeah, and near the end of
And,
this little bit of his talking, Jax, you will arrive at the guard compound. You'll enter into this scene
Oh,
of the
Jay's
Broxton
here, by the way.
brothers having this. Yeah, I heard. This
Jay's
very
here.
intense conversation.
Oh,
as you
am
walk
I
in-
interrupting?
Cal just, no. And he'll motion to the food and the drink. He's, we were just celebrating the return of one of the Broxton twins.
And I wish you could celebrate all night. But you know
Yes,
the
Rouse.
situation
There's like 6 chairs in here, probably 6 or 8.
I pull one over to the table for old Jax here and say, grab a plate, get some drink, and then I sit down and
I'm-
start eating again.
we're in. I'm trying to stretch my legs right now from that long horse ride, personally.
Hmm.
Anyway, like I said, I wish you could celebrate all night, but we both understand that we're in a pretty bad situation.
Yes, your companions were telling me that our worst fears are confirmed, and there is a vampire.
Yeah, there's definitely a coven. We have a name for it, actually.
have a
Coven
name?
Silencia. Coven Silencia. Faith, the blood shaper, will create what they need while Mother breathes life. We found the Mother.
Tordrin kind of huffs. Yeah, that's what they call the Felda, the mother. I didn't get a fancy nickname, though. I was just the dwarf in the hole.
Well, maybe your name carried enough weight by itself.
And Caldrus nods. That is a kind thing to say for a beaten dwarf. Barely fucked another one. He takes another big drink.
Regardless, obviously we weren't able to finish the job. Basically, we worked through. Probably my companion explained this to you, but we worked through their infantry and made it to their lair where a lot of their cadre plans and works and rests. But we were so exhausted after our most recent encounter, we had to turn back. Otherwise, it just would have been a suicide mission at that point. But the problem I have is, although we've obviously put a major dent into their operations, there's no way they're not going to A, fortify, and B, retaliate. I don't know how quickly they're going to turn around and retaliate. But Mayor Adrian Toddard brought up the possibility of evacuation. And I don't personally know if that's a good idea. I'm risk averse, so it sounded appealing to me, but I know that there's a lot of logistics that go into that I'm not familiar with. And that could leave people vulnerable. But I do know it's easy to assume that if we turned back, it's not just because of wanting to nurse Tordrin and Felda back to health. We're spent. And if the enemy wanted to attack us when we were most vulnerable, it would be either tonight or tomorrow night, when we're still trying to rest and recuperate.
When you say about evacuation, Tordrin, who for the time you've been here has just been shoveling food into his mouth, basically the whole time, stops and quickly looks up. But as you finish talking, he looks straight to Caldrus and goes, "Why do we need to keep running?" And Caldrus just waves him off. And he's, "No, this isn't a question of some greater evil. It's we ran from the first fight, now we're running from another one." And Caldrus says, "There's no time for this, Tordrin. There's no time for anything. I just came out of a fucking hole. Time? You're talking of time like we have time. I lost a whole week." And Caldrus sits there, doesn't say anything. He goes, "You feel better?" Tordrin snarls and takes a drink. "There is a dead one in that rock, planning to come here and draw that blood tax from all of us. And you're sitting there with your arms crossed, like we're having a disagreement over dinner." Caldrus kind of knowingly, but not sarcastically, but kind of just looks at the plates of food and looks back to him, and Tordrin kind of snarls for a minute and slides his plate into the floor. "This isn't a joke, brother. There's no... The mayor wants to retreat because he doesn't know anything about standing. He wanted to leave the rock. Now he wants to leave here. We should be done running. And I am." And he stands up and goes over to the other table, scoops up all that armor, that hammer and that crossbow, and makes his way into the side bedroom that you know to be Caldrus's.
Tordrin, you can risk your own life, but what about the lives of all these other people?
He hangs his head out, and he's staring daggers at Caldrus. "I didn't make some oath to keep them safe. I knew better." He shuts the door and returns to... you can hear him in there just throwing on this studded leather and trying and wrapping around little quivers of bolts, and prepping and loading that light crossbow, and he comes back out maybe a couple minutes later. Caldrus has said nothing during this time period. And he's fully armed, clearly face still gaunt, still exhausted. And he's, I won't run. You can't ask me to do it. And you won't make me. I'm going to go, and I'm going to make sure that a Felda woman survives the night. And he leaves. And yeah, Caldrus, you ask as the room kind of stills out, and he nods. Before we leave here, grab one of the guardsmen. He will go to our supplies and replenish the arrows that you need.
Raise my glass to him. Take a drink.
I understand that this is all a sensitive situation, and your brother can't be more stressed than he's ever been before in his life. But I wasn't trying to assert that that was the best plan. But it was brought up.
Tordrin's volatile. He has been our whole life.
Well, it probably kept his sanity in that situation, so...
Yeah. My mother used to say that he took all the emotions. It's true. I won't march all our people out to death like Tordrin wants. I won't line them up. But if it is a vampire, and one that could be as strong as Tordrin thinks he is, I don't think putting people on the run
He
would do
mentioned
anything.
something, the blood tax and the dead one, right? It didn't sound like some sort of generic terms. It sounded like a proper name.
It's a realistic boogeyman tale we used to get told about the deities. Erawil is known as the Collector. She is the goddess of greed and murder and plague. She has a group that used to live in this area. They called them the Dead Ones. Now, people in Erawil, when they collect bounties, you can pay in one of two ways. You can pay in gold, which everybody accepts, or you didn't have gold, or maybe the thing you wanted them to do was more grievous than gold was enough for, you could pay in blood. And that didn't mean you had to die. They didn't want to kill people that used their business, but they would bleed you, and it wasn't a fun thing. But sometimes the ask was so great that someone would have to die for it. There would have to be a sacrifice. The Dead Ones were notorious for only dealing in the blood tax. They never accepted gold payment. And if they did accept gold, it had to be dipped in blood. This, of course,
Those coins we found.
if you found coins dipped in blood, then you're probably finding their payments and, believe it or not, their holy symbol.
Well, the coins, right? The coins with the little bits of rope through them, they had blood on them. Unless that was something unrelated. It's just a coincidence to have blood on a coin.
So Caldrus never saw anything that came from the badges. He's not aware of the thing you're talking about, but he's like, if you saw coins with blood on them that were hanging from rope, that's quite literally Erawil's holy symbol and her blood tax being paid.
Those were inside all of the festival magnets. All of them. All of them.
Then I'm going to assume that either you didn't find Cadrid, or he didn't make the journey back with you.
Is the second one. Well, yes. He had become something that they referred to as the Wakened Eye. He was basically like a evangelist for this coven. It was basically a religion. Whether he did it willingly or he was coerced or whatever, He was beyond the point where we could safely have recovered him, so we had to slay him.
Well, that doesn't reassure me of anything, but it does, except for the fact that when push comes to shove, we are able to defeat the things that have been put in front of us. That has to be important. That be remembered.
From a military standpoint, we fought demons, undead, Bodax, a full vampire. I know there's been vampire spawn. There's been living people, like Cadrid was not an undead. He was a kineticist, which I'm not super familiar with, but it's very similar to a sorcerer. Large numbers. There had to have been at least 20 Bodax. And I don't know if we even killed all of them or just the ones that were under Cadrid's command.
He kind of sits up in his chair for a moment as you start naming things off. And he was like, so we are going to need weapons of cold iron, weapons of silver, blessed weapons, magically blessed weapons, and to find a way to harness the sun. And we're now, and he kind of looks out the windows, an hour from dark. It's going to be a very long night, gentlemen, if they come looking for us.
I do wonder if they're going to come for the party, or if they're just going to come to replenish their ranks.
From the limited from the boogeyman stories we have of the dead ones, they are a very loyal grouping. They were a very tight-knit unit. It cost quite a bit to become a dead one. If they come, they will be coming as a punishment to the blow that you've dealt them. If it'll be directly to you or just to where you're at, I don't know. But if they come, it will just be a punishment.
I don't honestly know how to prepare for it. A lot of the spells that I would use to prepare for an invasion, I've expended.
Well, sadly, I think your abilities are even outside of mine, so if you don't know, I don't have a magical way to help you. But
that's fair.
What I can say is,
grit our teeth, right?
We most certainly will. It is set to be possibly a very long night. Some of you, last time we had one of these, were able to stay up most of the night and keep watch. Is that still something you're able to do?
Oh, no.
Or is that just pure endurance?
Nope. I'm no longer able to cast that spell. I just don't have it in me to cast it anymore until I get a good rest in me. Unfortunately, the way that thing works is I kind of gotta be comfortable and casual about, a good period, and we've pretty much been balls to the wall since the last time it was cast. So, unfortunately, I cannot.
Understandable. Well, then it'll just be on good old-fashioned endurance. Tonight we won't be sleeping. Eat plenty of food. Stop drinking he taps the keg. Stop drinking the booze and start drinking water. We're going to need to be awake.
To be fair, booze has water in it.
How, we're going to be here for like a couple days, right?
I think the party said they were going to take as long as they need to try and fix a Felda.
Okay.
For sure, one, possibly two. You have to take one to change the spells, and then assuming everything works, probably take another one to change your spells back to spells you want to go back into the mine.
Okay. Because
God knows what it's going to take.
I have a handful of decent spells left. I can actually stay up and keep watch tonight, as long as I get to rest first thing tomorrow.
Good. Cal just gets up and goes into his room and comes back out with a map of the city. and he starts placing pieces of food, 'cause it's what he has, down on it. So I assume we do the same thing we did last time. The mayor's estate, Madeline's smithy, the port where they attacked the first time, and then probably need some people here at the guard post, just in case they come to where the most of our manpower should be.
Do I know, based on leaving the town and etc., any potential good cover points to come in from outside of town?
Make me a knowledge geography or...
Yeah, I got a 30 geography, 31 survival.
Okay, or survival, yeah, okay. Okay, so 30, 31, basically the same thing. Yeah, so you look at the map with Caldris as he's kind of going over it, and he's got a pretty good idea of what you're going into, and you're able to put in some points of like, here's the deal. The estate's probably a little more open than the other places because it is a little out of town. It's kind of built up as a fancy place. The blacksmith is in the middle of town. If they come there, they're gonna have to go through a lot of stuff to get there. Maybe not as common to get there, and if they do, it won't be enforced. The guard post, another place that's kind of on its own. It's a whole block of a city. So if they come there, it's a place they could come in force. And then the dock, the dock's the place they attacked the first night. You're looking at the map. Short of them coming through the water, it seems unlikely they would go there. So you're kind of safe on saying that maybe that's not a place to worry about from your survival and your knowledge geography.
Okay.
The way around. And the rest of you. I know a lot of you are good people. You as capable people like to protect those who contribute in non-combat ways, right? We can't all be master archers or whatever, right? Somebody has to actually cook food, right? That said, the Sons of Plunder need to stick together tonight. I don't intend to abandon this town by any means. We're gonna stay here, obviously. But if they come after any of us when it's only 1 to 3 of us, I mean, we saw what happened there. It's very likely they could easily kill one, if not all of us, and that's not going to help this town either. Especially if they turn one of us into an undead and turn us against the party.
I agree to that. Sounds like the hospital is the reasonable place to be then.
That's fair. I know TG probably won't want to move from there, so I'll accept that.
Caldris kind of chimes in. He goes, I don't want to ruin the plan you're starting to make, but if what you say is true about Afelda, that hospital will kick her out. It sounds like the things that you've sent there, they're not armed for. They're looking for like maybe some broken bones, some coal, some black lung, some cough. They don't.
I agree
they won't
with you.
kick her out angrily. They will tell you they're ill-equipped and that she can't stay there.
In my opinion, she should be staying in a jail cell, but...
Well, we don't have a jail cell currently available in the means of that, but I could prep one. We don't usually need a jail cell. I've been using it for storage. I could move some things.
Until she's cured, she's as much of a danger to others, to herself and others around her, as things are to her. And so she needs to be secured in some way. I don't want to be insensitive about it. I understand she's already been through a lot, but some of us are the unfortunate ones, and we have to make decisions.
Caldris nods. I agree. Decisions have to be made. So, I will quit celebrating the return of a man who's no longer here. He kind of scoots back in his chair and he says, I will, me and some guards will get together cleaning out that jail cell on the block here, and we'll be ready in case you want her there. Not to say you have to put her there. She hasn't technically broken any laws of River's End for me to say she has to be imprisoned. But it sounds like if you don't have a fix for her issue, that may be the safest place for her. I'll be ready.
We have a plan. I assume that Brellan and Cargill need some sort of workspace to enact their plan.
Well,
so maybe it's a good plan. Maybe your accommodations will help.
He looks back at the map and he's, assuming that she is a problem that people won't want to look at, you can basically rule out putting her at the smithy. It's in the middle of town. Whatever work you do there, everybody will hear and or see. The mayor's estate or the guard block, either one, are good places to bring her. The mayor's estate will be a place that no one goes to question. And the guard block, well, this is the guard block. So, and he's now standing. He's like, so I'll trust you all can handle your business. I will be here tonight unless you decide there's a place more important to me. And I will try to reel in my brother so he doesn't try to ruin any chance we have.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yes, we will continue our job. We'll clear the mine. Just for the time being, you do what you do best.
Understood. And he leaves. Outside the door were 2 guards. He quickly taps both of them. They split up to the 2 guard houses to each side. Out come a total of what looks to be 8 guards. Or 7, sorry, 1 left earlier. 7 guards. And they go quickly to a side building and begin moving things out. Boxes of armors and weapons and rations. And begin moving them into these guard homes so they have a jail cell open. And when they do that, when they come by, Cal just brings a box in and sits it down and goes, yes, Ryalis, here are the arrows we have on. High or low, Ryalis?
Hi.
You're in luck. We have, looks to be 20 cold iron arrows here. From what I can tell, you'll better use something than we will. And he hands the quiver over to you, plus any normal arrows you might need.
Okay, I'll top off my regular arrows and add me some cold iron.
And he'll nod and leave. So we will go over to the hospital where Calvin, Karg, TG, and Brelin are as they are arriving. This will be a little bit before what's happened here. This will be right around 6:30. You guys have about an hour and a half till dusk. Till full nighttime. You're entering dusk now.
Okay.
When you guys arrive, to call this a hospital would be an absolute disingenuous thing to say. This looks more like someone's house that just happens to have a lot of bandages. There's like a big table that you could eat on that's got a cloth over it that someone could sit on like an examining table, but it's right beside like a hearth and some chairs. And there are stairs going upstairs where you can hear people staying. And when you get there, the woman opens the door and she's, the clinic's closed for the day. And she kind of looks past you. How is Afelda presented at this time?
I'm carrying her.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think she's, as she is, being carried out of the frickin'...
Okay. She kind of looks past whoever's in front, probably Brelin, to the very large TG in the back carrying a felon. She's, what the hell is that? This is an older dwarven woman, little dress. She goes, well, it's my business if you want it to come in my home. And she kind of steps outside the door a little bit, but shuts the door behind her.
This is your home, not a hospital?
It's both.
Huh. I need to use your facilities.
Well, there'll be questions answered first.
Alright, sure. Go ahead.
What is that?
That's a dwarf.
We're gonna joke with each other then.
Not at all.
I'm not very dwarvish about it. It's bad enough you bring a dragon in here and we have to deal with you, but now you bring a purple dwarf with some appendages?
Well, yeah, sure. If that's what you're referring to, there's a symbiote attached to the dwarf.
A what?
Symbiote.
Do we know who it is?
The dwarf or the symbiote?
Both.
I know the dwarf.
Who's the dwarf?
The mother.
I am a mother. That answers nothing.
You're a mother. This is the mother.
What is... We are talking in circles, and I don't
I'm aware.
understand. What... And she kind of turns to the next person there that's Karg and is like, can you help me, scaly friend?
Can I do an intellect check to remember this thing's name?
I mean, you guys have had it.
Felda.
This is literally like 3 months ago. You would know. It's Felda Lolo is her name.
So yes, there you
Can we
go.
get a spelling on that?
Yep.
Should be in the chat. Yep, it fell down.
And
That's,
she's...
that's who.
That's
who it
Mrs. Lolo. Her husband died. Oh, no. Wait here. And she opens the door and goes in. She comes back out, hangs her out the door, and she goes, I need you to go around the corner with Miss Lolo, and when I whistle, you can come back. But not a moment before. She closes the door.
Points. Brelin points to TG and then starts to walk.
Yep, I follow. Or I lead, whichever.
The moment you guys break the corner, you hear the door open, and like the sound of 4 children. Kind of like, where? It's almost not. Where are we? I don't want to go. And she's like, will you just shut up and go? Go, 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 go. And another man's like, what are we doing? Why am I have to be docks in the morning to work, and you want me to go to the tavern with 4 kids? Okay, fine. But I'm coming back in an hour. And the
I'm
sound
gonna
of
be happy in an hour.
sets of feet stomp out, and a couple minutes go by, and then you hear a very loud whistle, and the door opens all the way.
Okay, go back around the corner.
And comes in the home. There is Brelin's the one that would probably know anything about medical tools. What you would consider the most rudimentary, terrible medical tools you've ever seen in a little bag by the table with a might have been cleaned this week cloth across it, and a bowl of hot water, and some actually decently cleaned linen bandages. And she's like, I don't know what you'll need. This is all I have, minus a little bit of alcohol and maybe some antitoxin.
Brelin's just gonna look at it, and if he was a more vocal person, he might have sighed out loud. And instead, it's just kind of like slide all of that to the side, grab his handy haversack, and I'm gonna start pulling out my own surgical tools.
Pull out a vampire.
You need my facilities, but clearly you have your own tools. And she starts like huffily cleaning up her things, and she's like, do you want the water at least?
You can leave the water.
Oh.
Well,
you're welcome.
I should have smelled it first and then said that. God damn it, I missed an opportunity.
Smell the water, ask her to pour it out, pull out your own water skin. It's fine, I've brought my own. And she's fine. And she takes her stuff, walks off, puts it in some cabinets, comes back, and she does bring out 2 vials that you see are antitoxin. And she's like, again, no idea if you'll need this. It's what I have on hand. Here you are.
I'll take it and I'll set it to the side.
When you bring Lolo in, and she gets a good look at her, you can tell she's struggling to keep her calm. And finally she's, nope, I can't. And she walks over to the door, opens it, doesn't get all the way out, and vomits straight on beside the house. And it's just
real
like,
mature.
Are you mocking me? I'm sorry. This may be something that your kind handle, but the dwarves of River's End don't usually bring, what did you call it, a symbiote into someone's... And she kind of dry heaves again as she says the words. I'm going to go get a drink. When I come back, you will be leaving. And she leaves.
Better be a long drink.
God damn.
Don't worry, JD. The mayor's coming.
She's not gonna displace.
The mayor's
TG.
coming and sword is
She's
poured and
not
dropped.
going to displace TG.
Look, I killed this woman's husband. I'll kill you too.
Well, not only is the mayor and those people coming, but the rest of the party as well.
Yeah. So, okay. What do you guys want to do?
Save this.
Oh wait,
lady.
Wait,
Thanks,
did you just
TG.
say that the husband that he killed was?
A fellow Lolo's husband. That's correct.
What are the chances?
It's crazy.
It's crazy. Who would do that?
It's like a plot hook.
I mean, there's not a whole lot we can do tonight, to be honest, other than like go around and try to, set it up so that whatever this thing is doesn't continue to do any harm to her.
Okay.
Try to make her comfortable, stuff like that.
Do you have any spells or any formulas you want to use to try to achieve that goal? Things that might help. Gentle repose.
These hands.
Stuff. These hands. It sounds weird to say curative spells. I don't think you want to cure for fear that maybe that thing that you destroyed isn't actually what's dead.
Let's see what I got for potions here.
Gentle repose definitely comes to mind.
Yeah, I don't have that on hand.
I think other things you might want to look into.
What if I coated her in lead?
Now, why would you do that?
Maybe there's gonna be radiation in the. What if I irradiated it?
What if I enlarged
What
her?
if you
Would that
are
make
Learn to
surgery
make
easier?
Solutions to old problems.
No, look. Radiation fixes cancer sometimes.
Yeah, it's like cancer
100% true.
sometimes.
What if you kill the cells that are infected and
What
somehow
if I
she survives?
enlarged her? That would make the surgery easier.
That seems like a scary concept to have.
No,
If we
make her
put her
bigger.
in a
It
life
would make
bubble,
her bigger.
It's harder
and
to
then put
fuck
her in
up
a
the
bag.
surgery.
Some other things that might help. Protection against evil might be something you can put on her.
Potion of Deadly Juggernaut.
Seems like a risky one.
I have lesser restoration.
Lesser restoration. Yeah, I mean, I would be willing to if you use lesser restoration and do like a spellcraft with it. We can say that you try to use that to not heal her, but more or less maintain her body at the state it's in.
Okay, because I don't have.
Or as an alchemist, craft alchemy for you, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't really have anything like spell-wise prepped that would be of use here. Let me look at my alchemical items that I've got. I have incendiary catalysts. I've got some mineral acid, some liquid ice. Still got some perfect ice.
That stuff's all gonna help. Yeah.
So far, of what you've said to me is, I'm going to find more ways to kill her, because then at least we'll know she's dead.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
I've got some holy water.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to use that and try to make a heal check with it to try and maintain her body.
I'll use some of the holy water. I will go ahead and use one of my potions of lesser restoration.
Okay.
In conjunction with each other to try to
Give
help
me
out.
a heal or craft alchemy, whichever is higher, and get a circumstantial +5 for using the other.
Yo, I've got a salvation bomb.
Oh, okay, that's a great thing to use. Yeah,
Yo.
give me a craft alchemy with a +15 on top of your normal bonuses.
Okay.
Or a heal, whichever is higher.
What is higher?
I can assist with a heal check.
And what's my?
I was like, can I assist with a heal check, or am I there? I guess I don't know where I'm at.
Yeah,
I was
Calvin, you're there. We had you
Calvin,
go with
you are
the
here.
healing group.
My heal skill is technically 1 point higher than my alchemy. So
Yeah, so
I'll
you
roll
guys that are there can assist as well. Can attempt to assist.
you said with the plus
Let Chris
15.
do it.
Yeah, with an extra +15 on top of your normal bonus.
Okay.
Chris definitely has the higher heal than me.
16 too.
You absolutely can give them the extra +4.
Yeah.
68. Okay, the DC that in my head was 60. Hell yeah.
Alright, Chris,
If
I'll
shit
help.
starts to go real south, Blaine.
Yeah.
With her, I have one other failsafe. Just let me know if I need to use it. It's one of the special items that I crafted with the cauldron.
Okay. No, that 68, you're gonna be able with the
Okay.
Salvation Blossom, the Salvation Bomb. You begin kind of coating these spots that you find where the symbiote's grafted the heaviest. You know, around her neck, where that mouth was, right above her breast, there, all along her thighs and groin, across her belly, and it doesn't. You don't see the symbiote retreat. This grafted on creature. It doesn't like spew away. The mouth doesn't vanish, but it somehow, in your ability and to process these things, you know it to be stable. It is the tentacles that were left, these little pieces, they quit doing their normal like wriggling, almost like reflexively, and they kind of just hang. That mouth is fully closed, and it takes you, when you're rummaging through your bags and applying this stuff, it's going to take you about 20 minutes. About this time, there is a loud knock at the door. And a gruff dwarf voice is, "There's a Felda Lolo in there.
Who wants to know?
Tordrin Broxon."
Is that the one we rescued, or is that the
Yes,
one that
that's
was...
you would recognize that name as the one you pulled out of the hole.
What are you doing here? You're supposed to be with your brother.
I am here to make sure she survives the night. I've talked to my brother. He's fine. Just as when I left him.
Does he appear to be telling the truth?
42 cents motive. Calvin, this dwarf, though angry for whatever reason, seems genuine.
Does Calvin relay?
Yeah, sorry. I'm eating in. My kids are in the room. So.
It's all good.
Yep. All right. I'll let him in if no one objects.
When you open the door, he's got his back to the door, and he's got a light crossbow out, and he's kind of like looking around. The door opens. He steps in, never looking towards you guys, and shuts the door before hanging the crossbow to his side and turning around.
Oh.
So,
I trust this guy a lot.
where are we at on her? Is she gonna be okay?
Brillen's doing his magic. I'm just kind of posted up in case he needs hands or if I need to watch the door.
The family that lives here, where are they?
She's getting a drink, and we're supposed to be done before she finishes the drink.
So we got about an hour then. Well, from whenever she left. Okay.
Well, maybe if Ryla shows up, maybe she can drink longer.
Yes, I met your friend. He brought a whole keg for my return party. It was nice. When she gets back here, and while he's talking to you, he's never looking at you. He's constantly looking around. He's peering out windows. He is clearly on edge. When she gets back, they're not going to want her to stay here. We can take her to either the guard's estate, or I think my brother would say the guard block of the mayor's estate would be fine, but quite frankly, I don't care. I'll go wherever you decide. You pulled her out of the fire. You got more reign over what she has to live by than I do.
Is
Okay.
this...
All right. Yeah, just stay close. We'll let you know what we need. Stay
What was that,
alert.
Roland?
Is this happening where I can hear and see what's
Yeah,
going on?
I mean, the table is maybe 10 feet from the door. And this is like, as you finished up with the salvation bomb, and you're kind of doing your final check of like, okay, everything's going good, that's when Tordrin came in.
I'm going to just ask him. I mean, we expecting company?
I truly don't know, but there has been talks of us having to leave town. And if people are talking about leaving and getting out of town, that means they're afraid of something coming.
they're not kicking us out because of what we have here.
No, they're
They're
talking about
afraid of something
evacuation.
coming to get her.
Yeah, from what your friend Morales and I couldn't catch the other one's name, Baldwin, said, and the one in the trench, they covered that the things that were in the mine, and then I spoke of kind of some of the things I went through with my brother, and apparently the mayor had told the trench that evacuation might be on the table, and if he wants to run, then he's afraid of something.
Is it because they know she's here, because they have some ability to track her, or they just think that she'll be here because you're a town nearby?
You mean the people
Whoever's coming after
from the
her.
dig site?
Yeah.
From what I know of a dead one, they are a fiercely loyal group that if they believe that Afelda is one of their own, they will come looking for her. And if all the miners they got were from River's End, why would they not come here?
So if we were kicked out, it wouldn't do them any good. The people of this town.
I don't think so. It's one of the reasons I don't want to run. I think we're safer trying to stay here and hold up and prep for whatever's coming than we would be putting this many people on the road where we can't cover anything.
What if I wasn't here? What if she wasn't here?
Assuming they can track her, maybe they'll come to you. Assuming they can't, they still come here. I don't know. Believe it or not, and he kind of, for the first time, looks back from you and goes, I was in a hole most of the time. And he looks back out the window.
Where's the rest of my companions?
About this time, there's a very light knock at the door. Much different than Tordrin's, and it's...
Who is it?
Yes, it's Mayor Toddard. I've come to check on Miss Lolo. Your friend told me I should come see for myself what's going on, and if I'm being honest, if you don't want me to, I'll leave. It seems to be very scary.
Which friend?
Jax. I talked to Jax earlier. It's a little bit ago, maybe 10, 20 minutes ago.
Is he with you?
No, he said he was going to, and Tordrin turns. He's at the guard block right now. He said he was going to go talk to Caldris about possibly evacuating.
Are you alone?
Yes, and he kind of looks around. Well, you can't see him, but he kind of like has a moment of pause, and he's like, I believe so, yes.
All right, I'll open the door.
And there, in a larger than normal cloak, covers most of his face, over his shoulders, is Mayor Adrian Toddard, and he lets himself in. When he comes in, Tordrin looks back at him very, very curtly. We're not running. Lose the idea of evacuation.
How far is the guard block from where we are currently?
10-minute walk.
I'm going to ask.
Maybe not even that.
When do we expect this whatever to happen? If they're going to come, are they going to come when it gets dark?
We had an hour and a half until dark.
Tordrin kind of looks around. From what we saw, from what you guys saw, there's at least one vampire. When there's one, there might be more. And if there's more, they won't come till dark.
How much longer do we have till dark?
At this point, you have about an hour and a half.
Who all's with? I've got TG, Calvin, and
you have
Karg.
TG, Calvin, Karg. So in this location currently, Brelin, TG, Calvin, Karg, Tordin Broxon, Mayor Adrian Toddard, Afelda Lolo.
I'm going to turn to Calvin, because I know TG won't leave. Calvin, I need you to go see if you can get all the others here, quickly.
We were already all so en route here, so he should be able to find us pretty easy.
Yep.
Yeah, he'll run into us. It's fine. I mean, he'll run into us. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, I mean, your group is a little more efficient than these two guys that were trying to sneakily move over here. as you're kind of talking to Calvin, you hear the sounds of people approaching the door. The rest of you that were at the guard place are now outside this what looks to be a home that you probably had just seen the mayor slip into.
Okay. I thought maybe we were in the wrong spot.
I'll walk up and open the door if I saw the mayor coming in here.
Immediately, TG cuts you in half.
Rylas opens the door, and as the door opens, almost fluidly, Tordrin Broxton turns, hits a knee, has his light crossbow up, and has it pointed. And when he is squeezing to let the bolt go, and gets his hand up in time to trap it against the crossbow as it's pointed at Rylas. You should knock. And he lets the bolt kind of come out, and then recocks it, puts it back to his side before standing up.
I'll say it's not that serious, and then I'll just walk in and I'll kind of lean over against the wall, near where Calvin's standing.
It's not that deep, bro.
It's just a prank.
Nah, the rest of you who are with him can make your way in.
I know you're busy, Mayor Toddard, but I did expect you to get here before us.
Well, if I'm being honest, I fought with coming here at all. The way you described this seemed horrid, and from what I can see from here, and I won't be going over there, it is.
Jax calmly puts his hand on the guy's back, and is like, "Do you want a cigarette to calm you down?" And he starts walking the mayor towards the table.
And the mayor at first is like, that wouldn't, and then realizes what's happening and quickly puts a foot down. And he's still a dwarf. His ability to be stable is very obvious. As he kind of shoves back, he's like, I'm not going over there. I see it. It's a purple skin and what looks to be a tendril, and that's.
Do you see it?
It's
you
there.
Observe
it is.
it.
And he quickly turns away.
You're supposed to be leading these people. You can't turn away from this.
I can, and I have.
Huh.
I can trust you when to tell me how horrible it is. I don't have to look it in the face yet.
But you do have to look people like him in the face. And he points to Tordrin.
And when he looks over at Tordrin kind of understands what you're saying and kind of stands up a little taller, his 4'1" height.
Hell yeah.
Kind of nods to Jax. We don't want to run. And by we, I mean I speak for me and probably anybody else you ask to just up and leave their home in the night.
And
Go
so
over
if
there
you're going
and look at her. And Tordrin, roll 26 intimidate. And the mayor kind of crawls in himself for a moment, and finally his head drops. And he looks to Jack. He's like, I'll take that cigarette if you don't mind.
lights it right up for him.
He grabs it, takes a long drag. Okay, and he walks over to the table and looks her over. And it's killing him. He looks disgusted. And after about 30 seconds, he turns back and well, now I know what we're dealing with. I will talk to Madeline in the morning. I'm going to go back to my estate and sleep and drink. And he doesn't wait for me to talk. He makes his way out of the building and quickly leaves towards the estate.
Thank you,
As soon as
Tordrin.
he walks out the door, I look to the party and I say, I'm debating leaving.
You mean the town and not just like this whole situation, right?
I'll come back.
Yeah.
Why would you
Where are
leave?
you gonna go?
Home with her and him, and I point at Card.
Home?
Yeah, home.
You mean home by
I mean, I can teleport like 3 other people, maybe 4 other people now, actually.
You mean where all the devils are, and the big battle.
Outside town, sure.
What does that benefit us?
I can work in peace and quiet and not during a raid.
I do have a comment for that, Brelin.
They cleaned out a jail cell. I mean, you could just close yourself in there, and we could handle the potential raid.
We don't know.
So I may not have explained this to you before, but vampires don't abide by doors. They can turn into mist and can just flit through a jail cell. I won't be in peace and quiet.
I do have a comment on that, Brelin. No guarantees, but if the enemy wanted to attack us when we were at our worst, now would probably be the time.
I agree.
We're all pretty tired and depleted, and separating the party is going to make it even more easy to pick us off.
Don't be here either.
I mean, naturally, unless you have your own teleportation service, which you might. I mean, that's fine.
I do.
Okay, well then maybe we can get the whole party out, but then we're leaving this town.
We're just gonna leave this whole town?
Jax, this morning, did you cast all the spells you normally cast before you left?
Yeah. All of them.
Your detect scrying goes off.
Ah, shit. I haven't yet.
Oh yeah, Harbor Master. Hey, I need a ride.
Oh, I don't even have it memorized yet. I just learned Pulse Vision. I think my Dispel Magic, I've already used it. But I can at least locate the sensor.
I have Dispel Magic.
Can you Dispel Magic in that spot?
When you locate the sensor, it is directly in the middle of the room above you guys.
That spot.
Dispel Magic. Alright, make me a cast level check. Check real quick. Spell Magic, it's against the spells level or the cast. First thing to ask is, can that crit succeed?
I
don't think a cast
no. A nat 20 won't auto
11
succeed
plus
on it.
the spell's caster level. You are able to, believe it or not, just barely stop. And so you begin casting this spell. Kilgore, high or low?
High.
You ever been punished for succeeding before?
Kilgore, when you cast your spell and you go to dispel it, the sensor.
I also want to do that too while I'm dispelling.
Okay. Okay. We will.
We will counter intimidate.
Well, we are definitely going to.
Man, you have a plus 25. Why couldn't you have at least rolled 11?
You know, sometimes it goes big, but usually it just hangs like right there.
Kilgore.
It's life.
This was going to be just simple RP until you decided to intimidate, and now it's got effects. When you go to cast your spell, you can see this little orb, the sensor, kind of moving almost like a twitching eye. And when you go to cast it, it fixates on you for a moment. And when you peer through it, you get a glimpse.
You see Sauron.
Of this very regal, pale-skinned, long, dark-haired man with this shifting crown of blood on his head. And you, fairly strong caster, very intimidating, you kind of flare with this arcane energy. And when you do, he kind of stares deeper into you for a moment. And the spell that you know you've dispelled lingers as he reaches out and closes it on his own. And you are frightened.
I'm going to tell everybody that about the person I saw and that I didn't actually dispel anything. He just turned it off.
Well, that was the effect we wanted.
He didn't dispel anything. He turned it off. Actually, Kilgore, you can make me a perception check as well. So, perception, from what you've seen of the dig site, the kind of building it was, this man wasn't in that kind of building. As you look around, he was in a building that kind of resembles the buildings that you're standing in right now.
All right, well, that's real important, so I'm going to say that.
What?
The sorry, the guy that I saw that willfully dispelled his own magic or turned it off is standing in a building that looks real similar to one that we're standing in.
Yeah. I'll say it again. What?
Did you get a sniff of who this guy is?
I'll walk to the nearest window and I will keep an active perception outside window for anything that isn't dwarf-like coming at our
You
building.
describe what he looked like out loud.
Did
I said a
I?
pale white
Yeah.
guy with long hair.
Yeah.
What?
Tordrin turns and looks at you. You mean like the man I described?
Kyle.
Yeah.
You said he was in a home like this.
Yes. Or a building that's similar.
We are running out of time. We are going to stop with you guys, so you guys can kind of talk amongst yourselves about what you want to do. John, for you, you said you wanted to go shopping and do some research. Whatever you
Hey,
wanted to buy within reason. Go ahead.
Is there anyone who wants to chat while Blaine does this RP, and then maybe you and him can move to a different room for a bit?
Yeah, me and
So
John
we're not
can move so
talking
you
over
guys
each
can
other?
talk. Yeah, absolutely. I'll move him.
Thank you.
Hi, guys.
I think I should.
Yeah.
I think we should leave.
We can't leave this village to just be destroyed by this guy.
They're not coming
Or-
for the village. This
or
motherfucker
replenished.
knows where we are.
Yeah, but he could just replenish all the people that we killed with all the people in this village.
We kind of killed 1 billion of his little vampire babies.
He's gonna be
Sound-
very upset.
Sounds like. What are we gonna do to stop it? Like
What?
you said, we're already pretty low on shit, right?
I'm gonna breathe fire on him.
We're already low on things, so we're not gonna stop whatever happens here if something happens here.
We can
We can
barely defend
minimize.
ourselves. We could maybe defend
And
ourselves.
they're not gonna do anything to help us if this guy shows up. And it sounds
The
like
guard
this is the guy
captain
that's gonna
is
show up.
mobilizing his forces the best he can, and he's calling in scouts as well.
You know
Like,
how
well, yeah.
easy that will be to fix for somebody of this caliber? It would take 2 spells. And then you've already sealed the fate of every one of those people you're trying to save. Brelin's just gonna be honest. I don't care about them.
I mean,
Well, I wouldn't say I necessarily care about them specifically, but it seems wrong to just leave these people to die.
What's to say that they're still going to come here? They've already specifically stated
He's
they
already
want
here.
they want this. And Brelin points at the dwarf with the thing attached to her. That's what they want.
What? Here. What if we
Which
just...
means they're going to come for that. And if they think we're powerful enough to come plowing through their complex, they're not going to waste resources attacking here. They're just going to do whatever they need to do
What
to
if we
get to
just
us.
take her
And
head
this
right
guy is
now?
clearly powerful enough to just show up. I
What
mean,
if we just take her head right now?
well then Brelin points at TG.
You said took her head.
Yes, I did. Sometimes the greater good calls for some dirty shit to happen, and if they're coming for her specifically, if we can save this whole town, maybe we just end her and be done with it.
I mean, I also think she's a liability, but there's
One way
there
or
are some
another.
benefits to any course
I'll point
of
at Jackson,
action.
be like, shh. All right, and then I'll be like, hey. I'll point right at us.
Sorry.
Okay? We look greater good. Sure, that might be a thing, but sometimes one person is worth saving.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree wholeheartedly that it's worth the attempt, but when we're balancing the scales here, it's stay here and potentially die just to save this woman, or stay here and potentially try to stave off an attack on this village, or leave this village to die, or potentially just kill this woman and end it if they're coming for her and she's dead.
All right, I vote for, and I'm going to vote very strongly for either leave or defend the village. Those are my 2 votes.
Brelin says, I'm leaving.
If Brown's leaving, then I'm going with him.
Where's Bellows? We don't even have Bellows in this house, and we're just
Or
gonna
Favron.
leave.
Oh, we'll get him.
Or
Okay.
We'll
Favron.
get him.
Bellows is
I'll
a
get
big
them.
boy.
How are we gonna
Actually,
get them?
who knows what's going on with him?
As far as Kilgore has just told us, this man is in a house in this village, as far as we understand. We're just gonna walk about and get our missing party members, or leave them here with no knowledge of what we're doing to fend for themselves.
Jax, do you have the ability to send a message to someone who's not where we are?
Technically, but not right now. Not to the extent
Technically is
you
fine. Can you do it tomorrow?
want.
or
Not
the day after that?
I'm pretty sure Brelin's leaving tonight. So this is
I'm leaving in the next, like, 10 to 15 minutes.
You're probably
Doesn't have to
better
be
off
tonight.
asking
I'm asking
Card.
if you can do it eventually.
You're probably better off asking Card to set up a sending.
What?
Are you able to tell someone a message? Send someone a message at some point in the next day or 2.
A sending.
Could be arranged.
All right, so we can inform whoever we got to. I don't know if you know how well you remember Bellows, but he was on his own when we found him.
Was he on his own against an ancient mythical being that apparently is centuries old?
I don't think that being will care about Bellows.
Or he'll want to turn Bellows into the next awakened eye.
Or maybe. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm saying killing this lady is not an option.
I just am not really in strong favor of abandoning our loyal party members who have been through all of this shit with us just to save our own hides.
Okay. Brown and I will leave. And everyone else should stay.
No one else even voted except for the 3 of us on what we were going to do.
Well, it doesn't even sound like a vote thing at this point. Sounds like Brown's leaving.
Well, sure, but no one else even input their own input, I guess you could say, into this situation, whether they wanted to leave or stay regardless. Sure, Brelin is leaving, but how many people can we get out of here? As far as I've heard from Jax, he can get, 3 people plus himself?
Karg doesn't want
I'm up to 4 now.
sacrifice a village, but I'm by no means ready to fight anything right now.
There's nothing that says that the village is still going to get attacked.
Well, even
There's
if they
nothing that
do,
says it won't, but
I guess the part of the problem is even if they did, does us being here change anything?
It
I'm
doesn't.
not in
People
the
are going to die regardless.
capability of saving anything right now. So
What does Saren Ray say about this situation? Maybe you should
Well,
commune with your god in the next 10 minutes and fucking see what she has to say.
maybe
He's
Saren Ray
depleted. He can communicate with her tomorrow.
should bless me with some
he's alive.
divine power. Then I'll stay.
It seems like everyone is just gonna leave. I
What
would try to
what
roleplay
good-
with Dwarf Boy here, but that's not a
What
potential.
good is going to come from us staying here? Tell me how you're going to defend every single person here if we're here and an army of undead shows up. Explain
Or
to
even
me
not an army, just a small strike force, right? Like
how
even then.
how us being here with 0 spells is going to stop it.
Well, I don't think 0 spells is accurate, but very severely depleted, sure.
I have 0 spells.
Case in point.
This man
And-
swings
and-
a fauchard or something.
In all actuality, how do you look on spells there, Karg?
Hold please. I'm about 60% of the way done.
Anything big?
I mean, I can cast a couple roasty toasties if needed.
Okay. What do we got for healing?
I have
I can
couple
tell you what
small
I got
heals.
for healing.
couple small heals and a positive energy burst.
I have Brelin's potion of Cure Serious Wounds Splash.
I saw Chris unmute, it looked like. Chris, did you have something to say about healing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here, can you hear me now?
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm
Yep.
using the headset because my wireless was bad. I have 3 cure mods left that I can cast, and 3 cure lights. That's what we got, boys. And then can't see the number on my. And we got 3 positive energy bursts. Not a lot, is what it's.
How many hose you got?
Not a lot.
I've got some fireballs and lightning arcs too, and then not completely terrible lower level spells.
I probably got like 1 good fight left in me, but I'm also negative energy drained still.
I was gonna say, Bodak show up. We've got a dead Karg.
Yeah.
I've got some of it back. He said it's been 3 hours.
I just don't see in any way that us staying here benefits the town.
Brelin, can you save this lady, and will you not just decapitate her if I abandon her? Do you?
I intend 100% to try to save her life.
Okay. I will
That is
stay.
why I would also like to take him, and I point at Karg.
I will
I
stay.
will need him his help.
All right.
I trust
Brelin
Brelin.
and
I've been with Brelin for a very long time.
Brelin, as much as I want to keep the party together, if people are staying, then I guess I'll stay too. Like, you and Karg can leave. If that's all you need is you two.
That's
then
all I
guess I'll-
particularly need. However,
Okay.
I will say that I'm not happy that people are being left behind, because that does put a lot of you in danger here.
I do disagree with it, but it also
Just cut-
doesn't do me any good.
Okay. It's the
I
rest of
think,
your guys' decision, but I've made mine, so.
I tell you what, Brelin, at the very minimum, if something goes bad, I can at least get some people out here.
As it stands, one way or another, even if everyone in this house decided to leave, we're still leaving party members behind.
I'm not sure about that, actually. Brelin has his own means, and I could get like half the party by myself. If he could get half the party and I get half the party.
Well, Favron and Bellows I haven't seen since we got back into town.
How many of us are there? There's 10 of us total, right?
9.
9, even better.
Well, 10 if you count the dwarf.
Yes, okay, good. I thought I counted right.
I mean, I can get out of town, but not much further than that. I've still got Dimension Door left.
I can move 5 total people. Myself plus 4. And if Brelin has a similar capability, we could get everyone out of here. And like Brelin has asserted, us being here may actually bring the town more danger. It's either in the same amount of danger because they're going to attack regardless, or more danger because they're targeting us and there might be collateral.
Well, at this point, I've pretty much given up on attempting to save the town, but we do have 2 party members that are not in this building. So us teleporting or having the means to teleport them.
Where are they? They're just at the library and buying shit. Like, we can go grab the music. They stick out. It's a town of dwarves. They literally tower above people.
Sure, but we're talking about a big bad man who we're trying to avoid contact with, who's already potentially in this town.
So
we're just going to freely travel to look for our companions who may or may not be.
So Brelin leaves first, and I go gather up the stragglers, and then the rest of you tough guys come with me.
Real quick.
But either you stay here, and you can probably defend your own life, but possibly put other people in danger with you, or you leave, and if they're going to attack anyway, then there wasn't anything you could do in the first place.
Are you making the point that I should leave?
Yes, I think Brelin has a good point that if we all retreat, either A, they're going to attack the people anyway, regardless if we stay or not, in which case us staying does no favors. Or B, they're here to attack us, and us leaving actually helps.
Okay.
Okay. Brelin, do you have the capability to move 5 people?
Let me take a look and see how many it is per caster level. It is, what is it? 1 additional willing medium creature, up to 3 caster levels. No, can only take 4.
Sounds like no matter what we choose, somebody gets left behind. And that might be a breaking point for the party.
We can leave favor on the elemental blade behind. Rally the troops and gather supporters.
Blaine, you muted.
That's your friend, and you said that about him.
You know what? I asked about crit range when he was getting hit a couple weeks ago.
Damn.
Damn.
What is the party thinking of doing? About this time, Bellows will arrive at the clinic, and you guys have about 30 minutes till nightfall. Probably enough time to get wherever you want to go, and set up. If you want to go multiple places, if you want to go one. Behind Bellows, not far, Tordrin is looking out the window and goes, the family is going to return soon.
Belgor, how many dimension doors can you cast?
I can do 3 more.
3. So that's like...
That's
honestly
out,
not...
and back out.
Well, I mean, that's not quite what I'm getting at.
Yeah, because Brelin's trying to go back to the harbor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not even really that's not far at all.
No, I can get us like probably just outside of town.
Like I said, we can either move 9 people and leave a person behind, or Brelin can take what he deems necessary, and the rest of us can try to hold our own. And I will be the escape plan, and if we have to escape, I will have to leave somebody behind to die.
You know what? I can just stay behind, and I'll go stay with that kid. I'll stay with a fellow's son, and go. Hopefully, not lead them there, but at least make sure he can get to the night.
I don't think it's wise to leave any of us alone. They're just gonna pick a person off.
I'll stay. I have no desire to go there, and if we go there, then that's a whole new fight. That's different. Be tempted.
Yeah, Brelin.
Welcome to the party, Brelin or Bellows. You missed a heated debate over this. We were just discussing stay or leave.
Brelin, I think it comes down to we're basically short of a lot of luck or tenacity. We're dooming somebody if we leave one person behind. So it's probably best if you and Card left with the woman, and then the rest of us just tried to weather the night.
We're losing a lot of firepower.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I just know that if I go there, I'm not gonna want to leave.
All right. Brown looks at Karg and is just, because at this point I have not heard 100% if you're just gonna come with me or not. I'm just
Send
going,
it.
Are you coming?
Send it, Borther.
All right. Blaine, Brelin is going to use one of his extracts on himself, pulls out a potion, drinks the potion, spits the potion back out. I now have an extra hero point. I then use that extra hero point to cast the sending spell, which is a level up on my alchemist list.
Mhm.
I'm reaching out to Adnelia, my cohort.
Okay.
And I'm saying, I need a pickup. Teleport to my location now.
And within 30 seconds, she's standing beside you.
Okay? And I say, me, her, and him, take...
Go ahead. Say take us to the zoo, JD.
Not happening, Blaine. It's actually going to be worse than what you want. I'm going to say... Blaine, what was the name of the big building where the all the people, the leaders of courts gathered?
The governing guild?
Take me to the governing guild of courts.
Okay. Let me grab some tokens. So you, Karg, Afelda, and Adnelia.
Yep.
Okay. Let me do some moving. Hold on. Courts, laborers, governing hall. Ha.
Only you had this big compound in courts that you owned. You could just, pop in.
Yeah, but I got some friends at the governing guild.
Yeah. Okay. And you will arrive. Let me. What the fuck is that? Oh, someone that actually matters. Whoopsie.
Whoopsie.
Let me move some other things real quick. Karg. Brelin.
We back.
You guys pop in, and standing there kind of wrapping up their affairs for the night is the governing guild. And you guys appear and they're like, what the fuck? What? Instantly, I mean, second, Radomir, the halfling, is in a full rage. Something just popped in. He has no idea it's there. He looks over at you. There is like foam coming out of his mouth, like sea foam. And he's, what are you? I could have killed you. Calms down. Eliza Deepwell standing by the door. She kind of looks you over. Well, this is unexpected. Nathaniel Mass at the head of the table. I have so many questions. Primarily, what is that thing you've brought? And
that's a dwarf.
More importantly, that's a dwarf. 1 second. I have to.
Can confirm that is indeed a dwarf.
I don't know why people keep asking this question.
You answered the question. Whether they like it or not, it is, in fact, an answer.
Whew.
And put a token out there for Adnelia. And more importantly, he goes, and more importantly, who's the other girl? And he kind of looks past Karg straight to her, and he's like, why didn't you bring her last time?
She was busy at the time.
How can I help the Sons of Plunder? Well, the Brothers of Plunder.
I have someone here that I'm in the process of trying to save. May not have been somebody who is going to try to look for her. I'd like to ask a favor of, can I have some place to hang out while trying to do this?
I am in no position to deny you and your friends any type of place to stay. You are more than welcome in my building. I must ask, we did finish the paperwork, and I believe you've had quite a bit of work done on your own facilities. Why not your own guild compound?
I think that would be traceable. If they didn't find me where I was at just before, they would check one of 2 other places, that being one of them. I don't really want to be found while I'm trying to do this.
Okay. Well.
And Brelin turns, looks to Anelia, hands her the potion I just spit out, and I'm like, drink that, and cast Mage's Private Sanctum.
She's in no position to question it. She drinks it, casts the spell.
Okay. It'll take her 10 minutes to cast it, and it'll cover a number of 30-foot cubes equal to her caster level, which currently is 10.
That lasts for this entire building, probably.
It lasts for 24 hours. It literally just stops any form of scrying. There is no check to overcome it. Everybody within is immune to detect thoughts. Sending and message spells can still come and out. Yeah, the area is in a foggy mass. Dark vision can't penetrate it. No sounds, no matter how loud, can escape the area, so nobody can eavesdrop from outside. Those inside can see out normally.
Okay.
Creatures can move in and out without any problems.
For the sake of saving me time to mark off an area, we will say it gets this entire building.
Okay.
And Stephen Rowe, the one that's been talking, kind of sits there confused. Nathaniel Mattis, the magus closest to you, turns and he's, should we stay, or is it safe to leave?
You're welcome to leave. I'm in no place to force you to stay. If you would like to stay, I won't say no. Just don't interfere with my work with trying to save this dwarf's life. I will tell you that I'm taking as many precautions as I can to prevent whoever this is from following. That doesn't mean that they can't. I want you to know I've just come from River's End, which is a significant ways away. They would have to come by magic, and just know that if they've come by magic and they've found here, this spot, it could be dangerous for you. And any of your staff, so you might ask any staff to leave.
Yes. Trug kind of is like, I'll get the building cleared out, and Elias says, I don't have time for this shit. I've got a tavern to attend to. Good luck. If this building burns down, don't leave until you've rebuilt it. And she leaves. Trug leaves. He goes, and you can hear him just loudly like, all right, we're closing up early. Everybody get the hell out.
Pack your shit. Pack your shit.
Radamir's, with all the respect to the Sons, I'm not in any position to fight somebody who can chase magic over a country's length. So I'm leaving. The remaining 4, don't move. And there, if you believe this is important, you've done a lot for us, and we'll be here if you need us.
I want to make sure you are fully aware of what's going on. And I'm going to explain the situation with the vampires in River's End. I'm going to explain the situation with these things known as the Dead Ones that I've only kind of just heard in passing from everybody else, but I've been told that there's these things called the Dead Ones, and apparently they are very devoted to each other, and they consider her one of them, even though she's been enslaved by them. And I also have one of their vampires. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. There's a vampire in a portable hole in my pocket.
Jezebel, the cleric of Pharasma. kind of perks up, and she's, so you've brought a vampire here. You're being chased by.
No, he's not here. He's in a portable hole, which is technically an extra-dimensional space. So he's not here. I just have him.
I do appreciate your need for technicality. That being said, you could be chased by a potential another vampire.
Yeah.
And you're going to try to fix what I assume was once a dwarf woman.
But she's not a vampire.
She's not. That's, you know what? That is a good distinction to make. It sounds like you will need a cleric of, quite literally a cleric of death more than ever. So I will stay. Stephen Rowe and Nathaniel Mattis, on the other hand, get up in there. If there's that kind of problem chasing you, we may need to secure our buildings. Nathaniel being someone who has a building full of arcane things, and Nathaniel Mattis having a building full of weaponry and armor. And they both leave.
Brelin looks at Cart and goes, all right, I no longer feel responsible. I've given them everything I can, and if they've stayed, not my problem anymore.
Fafadillis gets up, and she's, I couldn't just leave you to do this on your own. You never know. You might come in time to realize that I'm quite useful. And she gets out of the way, though, of the main table and goes over and sits on the other desk. Jezebel, on the other hand, makes her way over and she's like, I think that your abilities may be beyond mine, but whatever abilities I have, I'll help.
They just must operate on their literal.
I was about to ask if there is a different tablecloth I could possibly use out of a rare moment of politeness from Brelin. Should we change the dressings of the table?
And Fafadil's is like, absolutely. And she kind of leaves the room and comes back with this long, like, dining table cloth. And she kind of starts stretching it over it and putting it down. And it's not big enough for this table. This is obviously a table made more for grandeur than use. But it's enough that she can put it in a spot where you could work on a Felda. And hopefully not ruin
Does she
things.
bring any pillows and blankets, things to, like, make a Felda a little comfortable?
No, but if you want them, she'll go get them.
I would like that at least.
Yeah, and she doesn't have, like, traditional pillows and blankets. She does have a lot of, like, things they use to, like, keep nice flooring. So she's got, like, a wool or a fur rug that she's kind of, like, rolled up for a pillow. And she's got another one that she's kind of brought for a blanket. And she's like, we're not a homestead. We are a government building, but I've done the best I can with what I have.
I appreciate everything that you have done and are doing. And I'll have Karg assist Brelin with laying her out on the table in a gentle fashion. And I don't know, I guess we're gonna post up for the night. Hold on, I gotta mark off that potion from my sheet.
Okay, the rest of you, what are the remaining Sons of Plunder going to do?
Pray.
Pray.
I have no idea. I got left behind.
So
Yes,
we're in
get
this
ready.
house with these people's home. Did the scrying man get a pretty good look at this building? What's the odds that he knows that this is the building that we're in? Should we try to fortify this home, or should we go outside of this home and try to, as a group, move back into town, maybe to the guard block where there's more equipped people to potentially handle?
Cordrin nods at that idea. He's like, if we're gonna post up and possibly have to have a fight tonight, I won't have it in somebody's bed and breakfast.
Well, I say we leave now. We leave as a group, and we leave them a message to let them know they should hide.
How far away is the guard block?
From where you're at, about give or take 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's not a long. If you're just walking casually, with you guys like trying to get there, 2 to 3 minutes. You guys could like run there.
I mean, like distance wise.
It's on the other side of town. Well, you guys are kind of like a little off the middle of town. It's over half the town away. Maybe what, mile and a half, 2 miles?
Oh, okay, never mind then.
This isn't a well-populated area. It does take up a good amount of space for how big the dock is. That's really the harbor is. That's really what keeps this place looking
I'll look
big.
around for something to leave a note.
Okay. And yeah, there's paper there. you're writing your note. As you are, Tordran's like, you might not have to do that. And you hear the door open, and 4 children, a very tired-looking man, and a woman walk in. And he's like, I have been informed you're doing things in my home. I'm too tired to care. Children, will you please shut up and go to bed? I'm going to sleep. And he kind of trudges up the stairs, the children following. Obviously not super tired, but they're following nonetheless. She comes in and I see the patient is gone. That's good news. I assume everything went well.
No, it didn't. They teleported her out, and there's a big mean man who scried in on us. And
Shit. Jax puts up his finger. It's like, listen, we have our own problems. You've done your
What
part.
have you brought to my home?
You should
we have
sleep
problems,
with your children in the
you've done
same room, and we're gonna leave. So if you feel safe enough to stay in your own home, you should probably group up together. And we're sorry to have brought this on you, but we really gotta go. And then I'll motion for everyone to
Please leave. You brought nothing but chaos and turmoil to my home. You've made my children have to sleep in a fucking tavern for an hour.
I'll hand her 5 platinum pieces as I walk out and say sorry for the inconvenience.
Well, this would be
grab
great if we
Rylas.
survive the night.
I'll grab Rylas and be like, hey, Rylas. And I'll nudge, I'll give it the drink sign, nudge toward her, you know.
Oh, and then I'll pull out a flask of God's brew and hand it to her as well. And then we will shimmy out.
She is a confused look of just, well, if we survive, I'll spend the platinum on things, and I guess I'll get drunk with my children. And she storms off upstairs. Please shut the door on your way out.
As we walk out, it's good for teething if they need more teething.
These are in the realm of human children, 8 or 6 to 9-year-olds.
It could be teething. We don't know when dwarves get
dwarves. I have no idea when dwarves get teeth.
I'm going to, as soon as I step out the door, I'm going to immediately turn into a falcon.
Okay.
And I will fly up with perception, and I'll stay directly above the party.
Okay.
As we swiftly move towards the guard block, and I will keep active perception.
Is that our plan? We're just gonna we're gonna hunker down.
TG, they might be teething. Who knows?
Yeah, I think they're teething.
When you go up, you roll perception. Is that 46?
Yeah.
Okay. You go up. You don't really see anything. The town's pretty still. Nothing like that. What really stands out to you? One of the things you do notice being up as you went up high is there has been quite a solid breeze has picked up that wasn't there earlier, and it is a little chilly.
I'll add a +4 to that, so it's 50.
50. Let me see there.
Where am I at? I had to go.
Okay. You are currently headed to where are you guys headed? The mayor's estate or the guard block?
I think guard block is probably the best bet.
Which would our dwarven guy?
Swordman's 100% on going to the guard block. He's gonna go back and post up with his brother.
I would say guard block then.
Okay, let me
No one else
move
objects.
you guys to that map. Maybe. Hopefully. For some reason Bellows is kind of fucked in there, and I don't know why. There it is. Jesus. Favron, he's here, but we're just gonna move him to a room off the beacon path. Thanks. The rest of you. Yeah.
Has this been 12 hours or so?
Since when? Since you guys first left?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so this is about 7 o'clock. You guys would have got up and been around and ready to leave town around this time.
Does that mean tea time's over?
So the tea time's over. So is my mage armor.
Tea time's ended. Mage armor is ended.
My energy drain ended?
Every hour since you guys left the mine. So that's a total of 3 plus another hour and a half. So 4 hours. If you have ability drain, 1 point has fallen off.
Yeah, boy.
All right, your lowest one every time.
More than one.
So it's truly a dark time, but yeah, tea time.
That are here. This is the.
So do we rest? Is that what I'm hearing, or what do you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Nobody has rested yet. So those of you that are here,
We're at.
this is the guard main guard room. The one closest to Bella's is Caldris, and this is Tordred. And when you get there, Tordred comes in. He sits down. His brother is sitting there looking over a map of the city, and he looks up to you guys as enter, and he's, I hope you bring better news. I see that some of your companions still haven't returned.
Well, so basically, Brelin and Karg have taken Zelda to a more secure location outside of town. Hopefully, one that won't be traced. We've decided to stay, if only to not leave anyone behind.
Well, okay, cool, you got it. I appreciate that. We will hopefully have a quiet night. If some of you want to try to sleep, feel free to put up your cots wherever. There is a bed in the other room. Could fit 2 people. Tordred and I will probably stay up most of the night.
JD, I do need to sleep to get spells back in the morning, right?
I don't know if it specifically says sleep. You just need rest. You need 8 hours of rest. So, like, if somebody were to cast Keep Watch on you and you didn't sleep, I think you would still count so long as you rested.
Yeah, it has to be a
Keep Watch
rest
would
period.
count, but-
Usually sleep is what's considered that, because not only do people have to sleep to maintain not having like endurance penalties and fortitude saves, but also it has to be you doing nothing.
Yeah. Light activity. So, reading, cleaning, cooking, keeping watch, stuff like that. But no, like, item crafting, no... active battles,
stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so I understand properly, so I know my options. I could theoretically stay up all night, and as long as I make the check to resist fatigue, I could get my spell back.
If you don't have to do anything for a total 8-hour period, so it has to be a total of 8 hours. It can be interrupted. We have guard shifts and things like that, but it has to be a total of 8 hours of doing light activity. And if you do try to stay awake, you will have to make the fortitude save in the morning to try and resist fatigue. But I think early on, it starts like 10 or 12. Early on, it's not hard. It goes up exponentially.
Yes, it does. Then I'll probably just try to stay up all night and keep my activities to a minimal.
Okay.
We could take guard shifts.
Maybe we could, but honestly, the way things are...
Those of you that were here, there are 2 other buildings to the left and right. If you would like to be in those instead of this main building, that's up to you. If you got to see it when you were out here, there was an offshoot road that went to some houses and buildings. Those were storage buildings. One of them has been opened up. It is a jailhouse lockup area. And that is where they've opened it up. If somebody wanted to be in there for whatever reason.
I think our best bet is just to stick together.
Same.
Yeah.
Though I didn't make any windows on this because I made these kind of hastily. These do have windows, and you can definitely see out of them. If you're wanting to make your perception 37, Tordred and Broxon will make, Caldris will make theirs. His perception 30, Caldris 12. Tordred, he sits there for probably like an hour, 2 hours, very quiet, nothing's happened. We're now about 9 o'clock. It's been still, and he's getting kind of fidgety. You can tell this is bothering him to just be kind of waiting for what's coming. And he gets up and he looks out the window and he's kind of watching, and he's every now and then he checks his crossbow and he checks his warhammer, kind of goes through some things. Caldris more or less kind of remains who he always has been, very stoic. Every now and then he does get up and pace, but it's not like a frantic pace. It's more like going and he goes to his room. You hear him do some writing for a minute. He comes back. He's very controlled in these scenarios.
The wizard passage specifically says 8 hours of sleep.
Oh, well, there you go.
So I have to sleep, so I'm going to do that. Obviously.
That's what I thought.
I'm gonna put the banner there, and then I'm going to lay my bed roll out. sleep here. I'm gonna pray.
Okay.
And sleep.
I can stay up all night.
Gotcha. For the first 4 hours, it's 11 o'clock now. Very quiet. Nothing's really happening. Those of you that did make perception checks can re-roll them if you would like.
Okay.
The brothers are going to re-roll theirs. Caldris. Tordrin.
Oh, don't forget, I have goggles. No, arachnid goggles.
Oh, you have all-around vision.
I
Yeah.
have all around vision.
Okay.
I got those things on for sure right now.
We got a
Gotcha.
48.
48. As you're sitting there, Ryalis, you're kind of peering out the window. You see the wind kind of pick up. There are some trees out here along the road that have been planted almost like for scenery. And as the wind picks up and swirls, you catch what looks to be maybe like flakes in the air. It catches your eye. It definitely stands out. And as you watch it, kind of lulls and moves, and then in a sense of urgency comes over these few flakes you see, and they kind of come together. Now they've got this deep red color.
As soon as I see the color red, I'll say to the two dwarfs, red flakes, thick red flakes, kind of seem normal, or maybe we got something happening out here.
Instantly, they're both at the ready. Caldris pulls this steel shield off his back and this warhammer. Tordrin on a knee, he goes straight to the window, props himself up with his crossbow looking out, and you watch this swirl of red ash push and pull for maybe 3 or 4 seconds, right at what the round would be, where you're like, okay, a round is passed in time, in D&D time. A group of creatures appear. And
as soon as I see creatures, I start yelling for everyone to wake up.
Everybody who was asleep, make a perception check.
My 19 was actually for my sleep perception. That's with minus 10.
That's okay. That's fine. Calvin with minus 10 on yours with 26. You both will wake up. You'll be able to act in the surprise round. Or you'll be able to act normally. Only Ryalis will get to act in the surprise round, as he's the only one that spotted them before they formed. The ones in front, Ryalis, you instantly can recognize. You fought a lot of them. These are Bodaks, and they are the ones that permeate that aura of unhallowed. Behind them, beautiful woman. She's got a deep red gown, and she walks and carries herself. When the ash formed, the Bodaks kind of quickly, almost like the ash hit the ground and made them, where she kind of walked out of the ash and strode behind them. She, on her person, let me pull up her. She has a longbow that she's carrying. She's not wearing any armor or anything like that. She's in this dress. She has heels on. Her deep black hair looks almost to be damp as it kind of hangs. She has these bright red lips and these beautiful purple eyes. And she kind of forms, and her hand goes up, and when it does, the line of Bodaks in front of her roar to life. Ryalis, you have a surprise round if you would like. Everybody else, please roll your initiative if you have not already.
One question: these windows, how thick are they? If they're fully glassed, or are they just like barred, slotted windows?
They're barred and slotted windows.
So I can shoot out them?
Yep, you can shoot out them if you'd like.
Alright, so I can't see where the Bodaks are, but closest one to me, I'm gonna fire a full attack on it with cold iron.
If I can fix that.
Do I get a full round action in a surprise?
No,
or
so
just
surprise
a single
action,
attack?
you get a standard or a move action.
Okay, so single attack. That's one attack with damage.
39 will hit the Bodak.
And that's a cold iron damage or arrow.
Cold iron gets their damage reduction. Okay. And this thing squeals in pain. Let me get you an open window. And you might still have trouble seeing them because this is dark.
Right here?
Yep. Say it is dark. I think it's just on the edge of your low light vision. Thankfully, you don't take punishments for concealment, so you're still going to hit him. At that point, everybody's initiative is in, and we will be off. Anybody not got their initiative in? Okay. Top of the initiative, Rallis.
I'll follow up with a full round. Rapid shot.
Okay. 23 misses.
All cold iron.
Misses. 19 misses. 27 will hit. The last one, 25? 25 will hit. Okay, so 2 hits in there. So that's 7. 3 fire, that's 10. 10 minus 20 damage. Okay. And you pop a bunch of shots through the window. It's a little more hard for you to shoot. Some of them kind of go stray, but 2 of them do land home as this thing kind of lurches.
And then
forward.
I'll just I'll scream, exactly what I saw happening to everyone and as I'm releasing those arrows, I'll just yell to let everyone know exactly what I've seen with the woman and the multiple boat axe.
What is your race, Rallis? You're half elven, correct?
Half elf, yep. Half elf, yep.
Okay, so we are going to add none to this. Never mind. Okay, she is going to do a full attack action on you. 37, 31,
Sorry about
37, 36, 36, 15. 24, so that's 1, 2,
Do I get any kind of concealment for being in this window, or
God,
you do not. She seems to be as just as proficient as you are in this
that bitch
combat style. So it looks like all but 1 will hit, so that's going to be 10, 20, 33, 41, 51 points of damage. When you're watching it, Ryalis, how you shoot, you're an efficient marksman. You are combat savvy. You're very direct in your approach. Everything you do is almost muscle memory. When you watch her shoot, though she is efficient like you, she actually shoots more arrows than you do in a round. She doesn't do it off muscle memory. She moves almost elegantly while she shoots. She carries herself in a way that seems to kind of flow with her own rhythm. She doesn't actually have that real martial prowess that you have. Bellows.
Makes it look good, in other words.
She makes it look good. Bellows, you are up. The doorways on this building are here and here. To those that might not have known.
And so he said Bodax. Did he get his account or just mini whelps, or how did that go?
I think he just said there's Bodax and a woman outside.
As many as I could see, which was just.
Let me get this other window open that Tordred's looking out.
Okay.
Which I don't have full visibility. I think what he described to me was 2 Bodax and a woman is what I saw.
Yeah, so it is dark outside. So something to think about as a human is there is not a light source outside of this. This is a city of dwarves. They're okay with no torches.
Yep. Swift action, set Cindric to undead.
Okay.
Pull a potion out. Drink it.
Okay.
I need 60 feet of dark vision, please.
60 feet of dark vision, absolutely. Okay, you now have 60 feet of dark vision.
And then 5, 10. Is this a window or a door right here?
That is a door. Yep, you can go out
Okay.
that.
Team. I'm here.
30. Now you can see this.
Oh,
Post
yeah.
a
Okay, so
Bodax and
I
this woman.
will just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll just look back at TG. Like, there's 8 of them at least, and I'll grip my axe.
Calvin, you've been awoken. You're laying on the ground. Somebody said there's Bodax outside.
Oh, you want a piece of this?
I grab this. I stand up, grab this, start singing.
Okay.
I clicked that earlier on accident. I can click again now. Which is just a +3 for everything.
Hell yeah.
And then that's all I can do because I had to stand up.
Okay.
I
GG.
will say I
Oh, go
did
ahead.
spend 2 rounds of singing, so it's 60 piece for the heads up.
Gotcha. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, the big one.
What do you want to do?
That's Jax.
No, it's your turn.
What?
TG's
I don't see TG on the initiative order.
Oh,
He's
man,
8.
you're on there
Yeah,
twice
he's at
for
8.
me. I'm sorry. Anybody else on there
See
twice
Jax.
before I fuck up?
No, I just
Nope.
see
I-
I just see
wait,
TG at
Jax.
8.
All right,
we
Jax,
didn't
go
even
ahead.
see the double.
Is this a window?
Doorway.
The doorway. Okay. Did you say so? This is a window and this is a window.
Window.
All right. Well, I am going to use a move action to gain improved feint for 10 rounds. And I'm going to use a standard action to cast a spell that improves my shadow spells.
Okay.
It also makes the area dark and gloomy.
All right. Kilgore.
Is the doorway in front of me like closed?
Sorry, it
still,
would be
or-
open now. Let me open that
I
up
walked
for
through
you.
it.
Yeah, Bellows would open it when he went out.
Oh, one last thing on my turn.
And he
I'm
wasn't
gonna
born
say
tomorrow.
I'm going to blast, and so should Kilgore.
You're going
Okay.
to what?
Blast.
Anyway, that was it.
Okay. Kilgore. Doors open, windows are there. What are we doing?
Are the Bodax immune to fire? I don't.
So when you guys have, a couple times now, you guys have been told about Bodax. So I'll go over what you normally know about Bodax. Things that they have. Damage reduction 10, cold iron. They are immune to electricity. They're immune to most things undead are immune to. Petrification, mind control, things like that. They're resistant to acid and fire 10. They are vulnerable to sunlight.
Resistant doesn't mean immune.
That is
Nope,
true.
They resist the first 10.
Well, I'm going to. I guess I'm going to step out here. And I'm going to do the thing.
Okay, do the thing.
And I can only see the first row of them. But I know that
Okay.
Ryalis mentioned somebody else. So probably like right here is where it's going to hit.
So that should hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus her. Okay. Let's start with her. So it's a 19 reflex save. You rolled a 41. For 32 points of damage, halved. Fire seems to ignore her entirely. Now them. There's a little bit worse. One, oh, fail. 2, fail. 3, fail. 4, fail. 5, fail. 6, fail. They all fail. 32 points of damage, 22 to each of them. Good job.
Oh, that's a good job, you Blaine. All right.
You know what, man? I don't roll those ones for me, dude. I roll them for you.
You rolled a 20 on the one that didn't matter.
I mean, literally the one that didn't matter. She gets a plus 21. Their turn. I need fortitude saves from everyone.
What is this for?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, everybody makes one. This is a death effect.
Is this the theme thing? Because I can't see them.
Doesn't matter if you can see them; they can see you.
Okay.
Wait, can they see me? Because
No,
I
I
am
can't see you. Your
literally-
door's closed.
I am completely line of sight broken.
What about me? I can't see any of them.
Well, I don't mean like CC. I mean like
Yeah, I'm just curious.
there's a door here,
Yeah,
right?
Calvin and Jax may not be visible in this.
I can roll it
So
if you want me to.
that
I
would
just-
be. We'll say there's one more on Kilgore and one more on Bellows. So I need 2 from you 2.
Of course, we can't just avoid it. We have to just screw a party member.
Yeah, I'll roll.
Calvin, is Calvin singing or anything like that right now?
Calvin
Yeah,
is
but it
singing.
doesn't affect her.
Inspire courage.
Okay, Inspire Courage. Attack and do damage. Doesn't help me in this case.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay, so first one, 23. Second
Okay.
one, 23.
Okay, those are good. Bellows, your first one. Not Bellows. TG, your first one, 14. Kilgore, your first one, 8. So we'll start with Kilgore. Kilgore, 3 negative levels. Bellows, 3 negative levels. I need.
Hey, you
That
said I
all
was
of them.
good.
Yeah, these are for Kilgore. Oh, not Bellows. I'm sorry, TG. Kilgore's and TG. I apologize. I said Bellows. Then I have to make 2 saves, one for Caldris and one for Tordrin. Tordrin. He's going to take. I almost rolled a d20. Whoops. He gets a negative level. Caldris. Fortitude. He does not.
How do I apply the energy drain? It's not letting me actually add it.
If you go to
You just click the up arrow.
conditions,
Debuffs.
then you just enter conditions. There's energy drain. Just hit the little arrow.
Yep. I already
Does that
did
work? No.
Yeah, just change it to 3 and it'll just do it.
When you go to roll, it'll factor it in. You won't see it on your sheet automatically. Just have a red lightning bolt. But when you actually go to roll, it'll factor it in.
It'll fuck you. Just make sure the number's right.
All right.
Yeah, you got it in there. You're good.
It ultra fucks you.
Oh yeah, you look at your sheet. You see a bunch of lightning
I
bolts
don't
now.
wanna look at
Lightning
it.
bolts.
I don't want to look at it. I'm
No,
just
you
gonna
don't.
step- I'm gonna step back in
Welcome
the
to the
No.
club. Some of
You
us,
didn't
Go
want to
ahead.
confirm.
Don't.
some of us
You
have
don't
had
wanna
those
look
most of the
at that at all,
campaign.
dude.
So.
And then
What's the
they will
campaign?
move. 5, 10.
I've had a
15,
lot of
20,
freaking
25,
energy drains.
30,
I don't know, man.
30. Oh, why I'm moving these all separate. 5, 10, 25, 30. They move forward. TG.
So I can see nothing, and now I feel weaker.
Yeah. You
Okay.
get this familiar tinge in your body, and everything just feels weaker.
I move out to here. I bump into Bellows,
Oh no.
and I probably can tell it's Bellows.
Yeah. He's a pretty distinct size and shape.
And I'll just put my hand on him and be like, I can't see shit, Bellows. And I'll hold my foe shard in one hand, and I'll have my hand on his back with the other hand, and I'm ready to fight.
Okay.
I'll prepare an action to if I can confirm an enemy moves within range, I will attack it. But if I can't tell it's an enemy, I
Okay.
won't do it.
Ryalis.
All right. Well, I guess we're just gonna fire off another
Yeah.
set at homeboy there.
Let's see it, dude. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, 4 hit. Every one of them hit. Now we're talking. That's the damage. 22, 25, 57, 23. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I added in my favorite enemy this time.
and that one crumples. You fill it full of arrows, and as it's marching forward, it kind of just slowly crumples down into red dust and blows away.
Can I take a 5-foot step still?
Yep.
To here.
Sure can. All right. Her turn. She, having seen a great work of magic, you hear her kind of joyfully start to laugh. She steps forward, takes a 5-foot step forward, and she's, I thought Yadri said it would be a lot more interesting than this. And she will do a full attack on the person who did the most damage last round.
Bye.
Kilgore.
Did
How
we hear
loud
her
did she
voice?
say that name?
She said it pretty loud. I mean, she's talking in a place that's basically quiet outside of you guys. Everybody here could probably hear her, minus like maybe Calvin and Caldris.
So Yidri, is that just Y-D-R-I?
I got you. Don't worry.
Can I use a hero point to use a spell I haven't technically learned yet because I haven't rested?
Yeah, you can use a hero point to act out a turn, but you gotta act out a turn or cast a spell you don't know.
Well, cast a spell I
it...
don't know will work, or the one that I haven't technically rested for.
If you wanna, if you wanna act out a turn, I'll let you use your hero point. Go ahead. Okay, where are you going?
Right back inside.
All right, you step inside, and so all those arrows come flying in, and they drill the building, and they don't just hit it, like they embed in the stonework. And she's, well, that was peculiar, quite the trick. And you hear her just lightly clapping in the back.
I'm screwed, guys.
Jax yells out, "Bellows, stay back!"
Bellows!
He ain't staying back. That's cute. Hang on. So it hasn't been, like, technically it hasn't been 24 hours, right, Blaine?
That's
So, like,
correct.
my one-time use per day things have not reset.
Correct.
That is correct.
Yeah. Once per day. Yeah, that's great. Once per day. Yep, that's great. Everything I got is once per day. No, I'm not staying back. I'm just gonna look at TG and be like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's one in front of you, 25 feet away, right in front. Just walk forward, 25 feet, and he'll feel me kind of move forward. Now I'm gonna move to here.
All right, you move
He
to there.
didn't move straight forward after
And
saying
he did
that.
not move straight forward. So he's like, there's 125 feet in front of you, and you feel him go directly to his right.
Okay,
That way
that's
you
good.
don't. That way you don't kill me. Got it. All right. Yeah. No. Chop chop. Oh yeah. That's.
Let's see your swing.
Yeah. This is probably no tea time. No nothing.
There's no tea time.
These are an undead.
27 to hit.
27 hits.
Okay.
I am singing, and you are in the 65.
Yep, you're getting his Inspire Courage +3.
Yes, that's factored in.
Okay.
I just don't get the D6 Sonic stuff.
Is he in it? I can't see you.
I'm right on the edge of it.
He is in it, and the Bodak is technically in it.
Then
So
yes.
I wouldn't get it because the
Yes,
Bodak.
you do
He
get
is
it.
in it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you both have to be in it.
And hold on. Plus.
255 slashing. What the
Okay.
fuck?
95.
95 points of damage. I mean, you decimate this Bodak as it lurches forward and kind of slowly pulls itself back up. Calvin.
Okay, you said we got 4 hours of rest, right?
You got 4 hours of sleep, yep.
Okay, I'm good.
Oh,
We're gonna,
that's all Calvin needs.
We're gonna
Everyone's faces. I just looked at so many people's face with the look of shock. in
This
Discord.
man just said I'm good after 4 hours.
Meth is a hell of a drug, right?
He's a fucking awesome R. I forgot he's not a human. Oh, fuck.
But so we get the
Hell yeah, let's go, dude.
I'm spitting blood up.
Wall of sound. Okay, what do we got here? Oh shit!
20 foot, and the wall deflects arrows, bolts, other shit.
Please, this is
20
awesome.
foot long per level. Draw it where you want to draw it, Calvin.
But it's it's not per cast level, just level.
20
It's
feet
100
long. Oh, it's
feet.
caster level.
Your
yeah, I mean,
range is
it is
100
caster
feet.
level,
Okay.
Plus
but
10
it's just
per
as
level.
per cast level.
Well, that's the range I can cast.
Yeah,
it.
that's why he's saying draw it wherever you want.
No, it's so the
Doesn't it
effect is a
reflect in both
translucent wall of
directions?
sound up to 20 feet long per level. So you're
Does it
getting 20
reflect in
feet.
both directions?
Yes, I mean there's no reason to say it only has one side.
Is that going to
It
also
says
block
somewhere there.
spells?
No.
It quite literally says arrows, bolts, loose debris, smaller flying creatures.
Okay. All right.
It's just physical things. So I'm fucking over Ryals right now. Is what's happening.
To stop an
Okay.
onslaught of murder, though.
So I get 40 feet, right? Is that what?
You know who I just realized didn't get put in the initiative?
What's your caster level?
Caldrus.
Per 20 feet long per level?
Yeah, I was wondering. They didn't really.
Yeah.
Do
So
anything.
it's 20 feet per level. So you get 20 feet. You guys are cast level 12. You get 140 feet.
My God.
Yeah, you.
Build the wall. Build the wall, Trump.
I mean, so
Whenever
you
you
could
draw-
quite. I mean, up to that. You don't have to use all of it, but up to that. So you could put it like a wall between these two buildings. I think would be.
Draw it. Cause can I measure why I draw? I guess that's what I was asking.
No, but it's 85 feet between the buildings.
How come it's not drawing?
You have to be on the actual draw tool. And you have to
Yeah.
be on. I would just pick draw shape for square, and then we just. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, just do it. I've never drawn.
Okay, there we go.
That's where
So
you
that
want it?
is a wall of sound. Is that? So is that where you want it? Where do you want it? That's a better question.
Yeah,
I can move it.
That's. I don't see her or anything. So, wait. Yeah, she has to be outside of my range or something. But yeah, that's good right there. I can't see. What's his name anymore either though. So, is that right on the one that's standing in front of him? Right?
So you.
Or
I
behind
mean,
so
you're
this
definitely
is
going
right
to hit
behind
Bellows.
Bellows.
And he's going to take damage from it. Right
It does
there.
do damage.
You're within
yes.
10 feet of it.
Yes, this is right behind Bellows.
You can use it to cut the woman off from her minions.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
enough range that you could put it out there farther. Can you see the Bodax?
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Okay,
can
he's an
put it
awesome
out there
marker.
behind them.
Or just put it.
I
have the
approve.
Put it right on the line of. Yep. There you go.
Put it on the line. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe they have to make a reflex save for damage. Let's check.
Is that? Am I on the damage side or non-damage side?
You'd be no damage. I think you're 10 feet away from.
It has to be within. Yeah, you have to be within 5 feet for it to matter.
I'm at 10 feet. Well, I don't know. I'm at like 7.5 feet or something.
The damage is already rolled in the description there. It's 17.
Right. I'm trying to see if I get a save or if it just happens.
I don't see any saves. That's what I was reading through here.
It says roll 2d6, but it rolled a 2d4.
Yeah, 'cause it's different depending on where it's at.
Okay.
Wall of sound, Pathfinder. It depends on if you're inside it, I think, or if you're beside it. Let's read it. It's gonna go here. This is better. Saving throw, none. No, if you're fucking within range, you just get it. So the
With
burst of
bump
discordant
spells, man.
noise deals 2d4 points of sonic damage to creatures within 10 feet of the triggering object or creature. Touching or passing through the wall deals 2d6 points of sonic damage, plus 1 point of sonic damage per cast level, maximum of 20. So first thing I would roll is 2d4. That's going to be
Well,
the damage that hits everybody
that-
in 10 feet.
Technically, already. That's at 17.
That's what 17 is.
plus
Okay,
my
so
cast
17 is going to hit everybody within
need-
10 feet. That includes Bellows.
Slash roll 2d6. I
And I
can
need 2d6 plus your caster level, maximum 20. $19. Okay, so the ones in the middle are
And
going
that's-
to take
Yeah, only the ones in the wall.
minus 17 and then minus 19 afterwards. Got it. Okay, this really shuts her down, though. That's a really good play.
MVP.
And then minus 19. Minus 19. minus 19. A good roll for damage too. I mean, it's a 1 and a 6, but that's above average. Hell yeah. Okay, anything else you want to do, Calvin?
That was a move and a cast. I think that's all.
Okay.
I can do.
Jax. That door in front of you is not open. It's hard to see what's going on out there, but there was a loud sound. I mean, like a explosion of sonic energy.
So Jax uses his Rod of the Weighing as a free action to become immune to negative energy death effects for 1 minute.
Okay, hell yeah.
Clicks his heels together to appear here.
Fuck yeah.
And then the shadow invasion he started. It's not just like the area got darker or there's some magical dimness. He literally ripped a hole to the plane of shadow. And shadow energies are just pouring out all over him. And he starts to cast a spell. And from the rift that he tore open, a shadowy dragon's head rears through. And claws come out and envelops Jack, and he breathes an icy breath over all the Bodax. Let me try to draw the shape. It should be
Oh shit! Okay, so it's gonna hit all of them.
It should be a 30-foot cone, so the end of the
cone.
cone.
We just need to see what the bar point is for her. So yeah, so it's gonna hit all of them.
Yeah.
Okay. They get a reflex save?
They get a will save because I used Shadow Evocation
Will
to cast
save.
it, obviously.
Okay.
The DC 25, I'll throw it up just for you.
Okay.
Give me a sec.
Boom. They have an 8. They have to roll very high to get this. There's 8 of them. That's 3 fails, 4 fails, 5 fails, 6 fails, close, 7 fails, 8 fails, close, 9 fails. Okay. So they're all going to take full damage from this?
Yep.
Okay.
And that will be...
So they don't get a reflex, though?
No, they should get a reflex save. They should be able to
Okay.
get a reflex save as well. That's just to disbelieve it. Because it's technically an illusion.
It's also a +8. So this is 1. So 1... Is it the same?
It's save for
DC?
half. And
Okay,
it's
so
the same save
26.
DC.
That's 1 pass. 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 1 success out of all of them. We'll start at the very top. Actually, I rolled 8 and I only needed 7, so... Because one of them's already dead.
Oh, yeah.
We're back. Alright, so they all took that. What was the damage?
Should just be cast level times d6, so slash roll 6.
43. Those that fail, that were in the line, and the one that Bellows hit, all are destroyed. Imagine we're fighting for our lives down in a mine shaft. We're in the lair of our enemies, and it's like, yeah, we'll get out of here on our own time. I'll save the big shit when we try to sleep tonight.
I have,
This motherfucker.
I have a ring of sustenance. That's the only reason I get my shit after 2 hours.
Don't hate the strategy if it works.
This one's minus 43. And minus 43. Holy shit. What a fucking ass beating. Anything else you're doing, Jax?
No, that was it. Move, standard, free action.
Okay.
Go swift action. You got some swift action shit?
I not really, no.
Okay.
It's
Kilgore.
a swift action. He flicks
I
his
guess
cigarette.
that's acceptable.
Kilgore before you
There
start.
you go. He
Oh,
lights a new cigarette right afterwards. After
There
the
you go.
cold washes off of him, he just...
I take Brelin and Karg went to whatever, and I missed all that. Is that all? Because I had to step away for a second.
Yeah, they are currently in quartz.
Okay, that's fine. I can catch up.
We're here holding it the fuck down.
Yeah, I can't do anything. I'm literally just gonna stay right there and just step out of the ethereal plane.
Okay. Bodak's turn. They immediately take 2d4 damage within 10 feet. Roll roll the 2d4, Calvin.
What was that? Sorry.
2d4. For they're within range of the sonic wall on their turn start.
Is it just 2d4 or is 2d4 plus my cantrip?
So if they're inside of it, it's 2d6
It's
plus
2d6
class
plus
level. If
class
they're
level.
outside of it, it's 2d4.
Oh,
-8. Hell yeah.
Ah, shit, boy.
-8 damage. I need TG and Jax. Well, Jax is immune to death effects. TG, make a will save. Or a fort save. Fort save, I apologize. $24. Alright, you're good. So they are going to try to move through this wall. So they're now going to take 2d6 plus 12. They 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to there, 30. 17 points of damage. They are beat to fuck.
Attack of opportunity?
TG's got reach.
I don't think so. TG will get one. Yeah, TG,
Yeah.
can you see 10 feet away?
I can see all of it because I can see what Bellows sees, but my character, I
forgot
don't.
to take you off, Bellows. Let me do that real quick.
Here, I'll move out of the way. Can you
fix
see
that.
now?
I can see now still.
Oh, that's weird.
If you
And
can
there's lots
see,
of bright light coming from over here.
I mean, if you can see without your ownership of Bellows, let me.
I still have it.
I'm fixing it right now. Give me a break.
Still have it.
We'll fight you in the street. How about now?
Yeah, I can see.
You can still
It's
see?
not coming
Okay.
from me.
But you can. It's not about if you can see or not. It's about where it's coming from. It's about as long as you can see,
I can see. Yeah.
then you can swing.
Well, I'm gonna.
You get the hit. Gonna fucking crumple this thing.
37.
Crumples it. Cuts it in half. The one left will take its attack on Jax.
I deserve this.
25 to hit.
Yeah, I'm almost certain that hits. Let me double check. I have an unbuffed armor class right now because of the time that's passed. Yeah, that'll hit.
14 points of damage. 2 ones.
Couldn't ask for better. Yeah.
Right?
TG.
Well, I can see this guy.
Yeah, you absolutely
Okay.
can.
Then I move to here.
$26 hits.
That was a 2.
Crumples it. Okay. Ryalis, your turn.
You can do nothing.
Oh,
The
just muted.
Bodax have all turned to ash and been buffeted by the Sonic as they try to blow away.
I can't occupy the same square as Chris, but could I like lean over to this window to like look out and see what
Yeah.
happened out there? All right, well
Yep.
I'll kind of like lean over then. I'll see everything looks laid down. I can see the lady here. I'll
Yep.
say, hey, there's still a big mean lady out there, and then I will, I guess, drink a potion because I'm not feeling great, and I can't shoot out that. Oh, I guess I wouldn't know that. I'm still just gonna heal myself as a primary here, though. So that's a 3d8 plus 7.
Healing yourself? Okay. Her turn, combat will end. She looks at the wall, kind of smiles to herself, and says, I will say they are creative. And that red ash kind of tears through her body, and she vanishes into gas. And she'll be gone.
Ugh.
That bitch.
That fucking bitch.
All right,
You
what
guys
happened?
are out of combat.
I'll just sit
There
on the
is-
floor here because I'm not feeling great.
Yeah, buddy, hold on one second. I gotta help Finley burp.
How much health are you missing, Matt?
About a quarter, so like 25. Let's see.
There's 19. And
Plus 19.
Don't forget, you do heal from just rest, so you'll get some hit points back in the morning anyway. I'm pretty sure.
I only need two hours of rest to get health back.
All right, I'm topped off with that. I figured she was coming in, so I used the one potion that I had.
All right, I thought the show was about to start.
That was a lot of Bodaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys cleaned them up. I got my.
I was so. Especially since I couldn't 100% see you, I was worried you'd be like standing right in the middle of them all.
Yeah, I couldn't see Bellows or GG.
What is this?
I could see TG because he hung back and I had that corner. But Bella, I was like, oh.
I just hadn't gone yet.
I had big plans.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. I move back inside. Then go to the bathroom.
See, what were you guys worried about?
I wasn't worried at all. I just wanted the people to not be abandoned.
They came ready to fuck, man. Look at that. There's so many.
I can't see anything.
Yeah, I can't either, dude. I'm looking at a nice table.
What, eight Bodaks and a giant vampire bitch who hit me for 51?
And I think I just put down the most damage I've ever put down.
Same.
Combat.
We just
saying
fought
when
8 Bodaks at once. One single encounter, 8 Bodaks.
You trying to say when me and JD don't show up, other people got to step up? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
Steven's a better dragon than you, even if he is a shadow apparition dragon.
Well, if I wouldn't have got 2 hours of rest there, spell. So.
My dragonness is basically capped out. The only thing I get stronger at going forward is fisticuffs. So if Steven keeps upping the magic damages, he's gonna win. We all have to take into the consideration that this character wasn't built to be a dragon. It was just a happy accident.
Yeah, but you're a fucking dragon, and a piss poor excuse of one at that. Can't even fly, can you?
What? I fly like every combat.
Yeah, but is that because you're a dragon or because of some other means?
Got that flight speed, boy. Fabian took the fly spell because he wants to be like
I can fly too, and I'm not a dragon.
Yeah, you're a cheater.
I can fly too, and I'm not a dragon.
I'm an angel.
I'm a bird.
What's the word?
I got angelic blood.
I want to fly away.
Shut up, Nathan.
Got her.
Till you replace Eric, you keep your shitty comments to yourself. Get that kid a comb. Crazy hair.
A comb? You don't want a comb. You want a brush.
Nah, comb it out.
No, you don't comb out. You don't comb out little girls' hairs. That's
that's where
they try to
comb it
fist
out.
fight your ass.
Just comb it out, dude.
It's 2 ponytails, and they're not. It's not hair. Like it's not. It's to keep her hair out of her eyes.
Heard that.
They do now. They can't see you. They can only see me and her. So if you're gonna show your tits off, you better be prepared.
Heard that, Chris.
Yeah. I was telling you guys you should prepare. So.
Oh.
You wanna see my tits?
Yeah. I already saw those chubby little things.
Oh yeah, look at that hairy nipple, dude. Oh shit.
I got like 4 chest hairs now.
Oh, dude, you want some chest hair? Ooh yeah, look at that. Oh shit, boy.
I just got my 4th one like a week or 2 ago.
Look, it's okay to be jealous, Steven. You got the beer gut, but you don't got the fucking dad chest hair yet, alright? You're still working on it.
I'd literally shave my fucking chest if I grew chest hair.
What am I, fucking gay?
I turned off Slick's ear.
I'd fucking shave the
I'm
shit
shave
out of
my
that.
chest and shave my butthole so when my boyfriend fucks me, he can think I'm a boy.
Hell yeah. What are we, role-playing Kate right now?
No, we're role-playing Bob.
Matt's mad because Amber won't lick his pooper.
I don't want Amber to lick my pooper, bro.
Aaron, will you lick my pooper? He said no, guys.
She's not really the one then. Better tell her you're gonna take those 2 kids back.
I mean, she's smelled what's come out of this thing. She just said she's seen what's come out of that thing.
That doesn't matter.
Double dipping on it. Quit putting your little dude on my keyboard.
Why? She's trying to help.
Stop. Stop. Is Blaine back downstairs? Is that what that? Are those things that were downstairs?
Yeah, his dad has a friend that's staying with him for a week while they relocate or whatever, so he got relocated to the basement with the death shooter.
That's
fucking yeah, right, dude. I'd be telling my friend to take his ass the fuck downstairs.
That's even over there where like Charlie had to stay with not hot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I thought
It's like how Jeff's cats just let him just manhandle the fuck
Dude,
out
we have
of
a new cat. We have a cat out. We have an outside cat now.
Oh,
Fighting
they're
each other
fist
now.
fighting each other.
They both need to just fist fight Jeff.
Dang. Did you know if you hover over the tool or the taskbar Discord thing, you can mute and deafen yourself through that?
Yeah.
Kinda neat. You can even end the call or leave the call. Kid, stop.
No, I don't even know where my Discord looks like. No, I don't.
Like
ever
if you
click
hover
on
over it,
that
it pops up that little screen. And you can do
thing.
it
No,
all.
I don't ever click on that thing.
I don't either.
Yeah,
That's,
me neither.
I alt tab everything. So it's,
Stop taking pictures, you fucking weird ass.
yeah.
Fuck, dude, I'm about to pull Fallout back up.
Aiden's over there screenshotting Snapchats.
It's not even true.
You ever get your wife to send you titties? You gotta get them.
Hell yeah.
What? You don't send me titties, Aaron. We get it.
Because she's a boomer.
Yeah, boomers don't send nudes.
She just didn't date when phones were a thing.
What? Send you dick pics? No one wants to see that thing.
I do.
I don't want to see a picture of it, let alone send you one of it.
I want you to pull it out right now. Put your kid in the other room. Show us that lap hog.
Please don't sexually assault me like that.
I'll look
Yeah,
at
you
it.
have to ask consent for that first.
What?
Let me know. Sarah said me. I'll make sure I enlarge it.
Better go.
I do not consent. I do not
Better go
consent.
full screen on this one, Jeff.
Yeah.
Do the bigger screen. No, I'm going to show my dick to them. I gotta get rid of this kid, though. I'm going to sexually assault all my friends.
I don't think it's gonna be all of them. There's a few of us that want to see it.
I'll stream in this on YouTube, so.
Well, I'm going to sexually assault your whole YouTube.
Hey, well, he's not streaming our cams. He's just streaming the DnD.
Yeah,
Hey, I
Sean
figured out you
Mendes.
can drag and drop pictures in the D&D. I got some titties in
If he ever does get a following, he's gonna lose it so quick with this group.
Why no,
What
dude?
do you
Yeah,
mean?
right. That's the
That's why they
that's the
stay around.
gold that they would. Yeah. Why you think Eric was always trying to get in here and get free fucking entertainment off of us until we're like, no, fuck you. We don't give a shit about your stream. Fuck you. We're not here for your free entertainment. When you pay me, bitch.
It got so annoying. Just like 8 days in a row. Alright, guys, I'm gonna stream. It's like, dude, fuck off.
Like, just mute Discord. And he's like, no, dude, you guys are good conversations to listen to for him. I'm like, literally pay me.
See, I don't even know how to mute YouTube, or Discord, so y'all are stuck.
Voice meter?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. I don't know.
Downloaded, never turned it
Does-
on.
does
Using
YouTube-
OBS?
OBS just
Yeah,
recently
you
added
can
it.
change the audio channels and set it so
Oh.
Discord's its own.
OBS added that maybe 2 or 3 months ago. Finally.
Yeah.
William, you coming to this kid's birthday party tomorrow?
Oh,
Say please.
till those things know how to say my name. I ain't
Say
coming
Willie.
over.
Say Willie.
Butthead.
Till they can remember that I came to their birthday party. They don't get me to come to their birthday party.
Say fat sack of shit.
You got to be careful doing that. Kellen likes to copy me the way I talk. He was sitting in class. And he was sitting in class the other day, and the teacher gave him an iPad because he had like done his work, and they didn't want him to be like bored or distracted, so they gave him the iPad with like in-school game apps on it or whatever. And he went to the fucking Play Store on it and was trying to download games, and the tablet died or something. He's like, "Shit, my tablet died!" He screams it in the middle of class. I'm like, "Oh my god, dude."
So I used to have this boss at work where every time he had a kid that his son, he would get in trouble at school for some like random stuff like that, and I used to actually have a tally mark on his whiteboard in his office.
Hey, I was there when that was a thing.
Yeah, every time this kid would like, use profanity or do something, similar to that, like we were just
mark it down.
Yeah,
that dude has no business being a parent.
We have our first parent-teacher conference Monday night, so we'll find out if we're discussing in class.
Put that on the list of things I don't miss.
What really sucks is we have to take her to her 2-year checkup and then make it to her, and then go to the parent-teacher conference all on the same day. So.
Band things, singing things, PTAs, parent-teacher
Dude, teachers are stupid as fuck too, though. Like they did their assessment shit. Look, they did their assessment shit for Kellen.
Hell yeah.
And his fluency, like they give you 3 seconds to pronounce the letter sound or whatever, and he got a 23 out of 26 or whatever because they didn't give him, like, what is this sound? And he didn't answer it immediately. But his reading level is 4th grade. He's in kindergarten and he's reading fucking chapter books, but his word fluency is a problem because he missed 3 fucking letters, and the bitch wrote it down as a negative impact for him. I'm like, are you stupid, lady?
Yeah, but reading and speech is completely separate things.
He's good with words, not sentences.
He reads. He reads the shit out loud. He can.
You
do the fucking sounds. It's
you ever heard Cotton or seen Cotton try to spell something? That guy probably knows how to read.
Or just type something.
I regularly challenge him, like, all right, which thing in this is wrong, Cotton? And he always gets
That's
it.
hilarious. That shit cracks me up.
Yeah, but Cotton is drunk like 60% of his life.
This isn't work.
That's not
I send him like, emails that have been sent to me with misspellings, and I'm like, all right, Cotton, what's wrong with this email?
He's got red squiggly lines on the motherfucker as a default too. Like,
what's the recent one that he did twice? It was something. Borrow. Yeah, I'm gonna borrow. I'm gonna borrow something from you. Jesus Christ. He did it twice. He literally did it 2 different.
Yeah, he did it at work, and I sent Bob that screenshot, and then he did it on Facebook like a week later, even though we told you were the one that corrected him, Nathan. Like, it's...
I was at work.
Because it's Daniel Pilates' email, and he spelled barrow.
You gotta give him a break. He's just spelling it the way Talia sounds it out, okay?
Oh, God.
We need to have someone call him here in a little bit after we get ready to leave this town and ask him what.
I told him I was going to get his character killed.
No, we just need to call him and say, all right, we're getting ready to leave the town, Favron. What are you going to do? Wait for him to answer and just hang up on him.
He'll just yell. He'll be at a bar somewhere, and he's going to yell into the phone.
All right, I'm back.
Blaine, I gotta ask. Did you do the basement or what's going on?
Yeah. So we had my dad had a buddy
garage.
here over the week, and he stayed. I gave him my room, and I put an air mattress in the basement. And I think I'm gonna leave my desk down here because this is a little more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Blaine, you and Finley coming tomorrow?
I don't think so. I have to go to Springfield, and I think Finley has to go to one of Raylan's siblings' birthday parties.
That's fine. Aaron was just asking.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to.
You said you have a lumpy butt, and you
that
smell.
Makes sense.
So.
I get that.
She said you have always said she got a lumpy butt. So
That's 100% true. So we have to move some things around.
I believe.
I'll just get a rolling pin and just roll it out, dude.
That'll help.
I was about to sneak attack that bitch with an acid arrow. Before you think I can't sneak attack, I can.
Yep.
I can always sneak attack. A few times
What's
per
the
day.
TLDR? Did she disappear or what? I was gone. Sorry.
Yep, she went into
Combat's
like a
over.
red ashy form and she left.
She said maybe you were interesting after all, or something along the lines. And
She said we are handy or sneaky.
Back
or...
at the farm, the boys in court.
Meanwhile, back at the farm.
The first 4 hours, what do you guys want to do?
Sleeping.
I mean, for the first part of that time, I'm gonna be probably just making sure she's comfortable and nothing crazy happens with her.
Okay.
I will.
Do I
have a whole lot. As far as that stuff goes.
Still
I go over
have
here and just
character
face
sheet
plant
for
this desk.
Jezebel. That's good.
I will.
UG's okay with the spells.
What I'll probably do is I'll probably have Adnelia use her last teleport for the day, take herself home.
Okay. I clicked the wrong one.
Bro, it's gone. Goodbye.
Trying to think. Not a whole lot else I can think of to do really. With just the 4 hours, I mean, needing rest and stuff like that. So.
Okay. Jezebel's basically taken up post near the main door to this room. While you guys are setting up, you see here she's casted a few different spells. One of the ones she's casted, you guys will have Bless on you. If anything were to cop off, she'll have a readied spell to cast Bless. It's not much, but she's not a high adventurer either.
Yeah.
So, is anybody taking watch? Anybody doing like that?
Yeah, I mean, Brelin will be on watch for the first 4 hours, so.
Okay, roll me your perception check.
Why is my window look?
41. With that perception, you'll start to hear outside movement that you haven't been accustomed to hearing while you're timing ports. Admittedly, they have more guards now than they did when you were here last due to recent events. It doesn't sound like measured steps.
You're gonna need more after these recent events.
This sounds like you hear some slight groaning. It all seems to be coming and emanating from that main entrance.
Okay. Brelin's gonna.
What is it? It's Mage's Sanctum, right? You said that certain spells can still come in it. Mage's Private Sanctum.
Sending in message, and yeah, it's Mage's Private Sanctum.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to know.
I'm gonna pick up a random item, like a makeshift pillow or something like that nearby, or something rag. I'm gonna pitch it over at Karg, and turn to the other two in the room and be like, I think we've got company.
Karg, this random fluffy item crashes into your head as you awake.
What?
Saying that.
And I'll move to the door. As I go to the door, I'm gonna drink an extract for this, I guess, round or whatever.
Right. Clearly startled, I'll get up and start making my way over to the door. Grogged out of my mind.
Brelin, check your messages.
Okay.
They say you're a bitch.
I said, bitch.
And I said, bitch.
Back Stacy.
I think you get a response in that, don't you?
Yeah, you can respond if it says something about being able to respond.
Yeah. So you have 25 words.
You should say, no, you.
Yeah.
That's what Zach always says.
No, you.
Haven't heard from that dickhead since he made a spawn.
Yeah, JD. 25 words.
Okay.
But you won't just say the
Are you
alphabet
watching
back to him.
Clockwork Orange right now?
When you say that, you hear I mean, it echoes to the place. The front doors of the building open.
Okay. Do I hear anything coming inside?
It is very soft, very measured steps. But yeah, there is a single person walking in.
Brown will step out into the hall.
I didn't get my rest.
As I'm going to
I don't like this.
I'm going to cast one of my extracts, and I drink a potion and spit it back out.
How many hours of sleep did I get before this asshole
4.
pillowed me? Okay.
4 hours. And you hear it stop somewhere out in this open area.
Okay. Brelin's
When
gonna
you start
look back
moving,
in.
Jezebel is following you about 15 feet behind.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow him. Hold on. My character sheet's broken.
And she has, when you started moving, she cast Bless. You do have a Bless.
Okay. Brelin's gonna look back to both of you guys and say, hang back for a moment. Stay here at the doorway, and watch her. And I point at the lady on the table.
He's on the floor.
Jezebel agrees. I'll move her to the table, sorry. Jezebel agrees. She also, but on the round that she agrees, she casts another spell on you. She casts Status.
Okay. And I will walk down to the front.
And there you see a very tall, athletically lean man. Pale skin, deep, long black hair, vibrant red eyes. And when he talks, he makes no attempt to hide these very large incisors.
Don't know.
Brelin, I have wondered what you looked like.
I am unimpressive.
Well, that is to be determined.
I fear I'm at a disadvantage. I do not know your name.
Show me your tallywhacker.
That is a disadvantage, is it not? But that is an advantage that I prefer.
Doesn't seem like much of a parlay if we do not know how to address one another.
Lord will do fine.
My name's Lord.
If it is a title, I do not mind.
It is. It is a title that I hold very dear. If you want the full, Lord of Blood is commonly used.
Do I, knowledge history check, do I know of any accounts of a Lord of Blood?
Go ahead and make one.
Lots of 12-year-olds. So many. 12 to 14-year-olds.
Blaine, anywhere between the ages of 11
Hell yeah, dude.
and 17.
Not even a question, dog.
41.
So the 41, in your time studying the Blood Sanctum, there was every now and then a mention of a Lord of Blood, but it was never never the same reoccurring person. It was a title that changed quite a few times throughout the Sanctum's life.
Okay. Did it specify if, like, that was the person who was tied to it, like...
This was definitely not the Blood Shaper.
Okay.
Pleasantries are over. I do wish to speed this along. We are far away from home. You have 2 things of mine. I only want one of them back. You can keep the dwarven woman. She's ran her course. But I do need the good doctor. I still need him.
What doctor?
Okay. Brun's going to
I'm
say.
gonna attempt to listen to this.
What doctor? Yeah, make a perception check. Yeah, I mean, you can hear this. I mean, the figure that's talking with Brelin is not trying to be quiet. He's talking in a way that you would consider a king would talk in his courtroom, even though he's really not.
I can also just not even on purpose see the guy. It's right here. So
yeah. So I mean, you can see him with relative ease. He is definitely here.
Well, is there any sort of bargain we could strike?
Oh, absolutely. I'm willing to offer no retaliation for your incursion into my home. In fact, I will let you and your adventurers leave River's End in peace.
So that was your home that we entered?
It was definitely a place that I hold near and dear.
Were you there whenever we entered it last?
That makes no measured reason to our conversation currently.
I was just simply curious as to why you didn't step forward to defend your possessions sooner.
You can make a diplomacy check if you'd like. Or intimidate, if that's better.
No, it's diplomacy. I'm not trying to be threatening.
Okay. 29. Let me check the rules of diplomacy, but I think you have enough. Let me see. Skills. So he is currently 15 plus creature's charisma modifier. I think it's actually decently high. Oh, you still make it though. And he's fair enough. It really won't have any weight on this. Yes, when you came, I was in my study.
Okay. Your bargain doesn't seem to really help me out a whole lot here. Is there... Because all you've stated is your intent of what you want and what you won't do in response. I was hoping to bargain more in the terms of, I offer you something, I get to keep the good doctor.
I guess, what are you offering in place of the doctor?
What could it be that one such as you would seek? Again, I am at a disadvantage. I know very little of one such as you, so I do not know what I can offer first. So I will give you yet the next upper hand and ask you, what interests one such as you, Lord?
As you keep a doctor, I would need a doctor in its stead. Would you know anyone that's good at medical procedure? And he has a very knowing look.
As it so happens, I have knowledge of such individual. What is it you would require of this doctor?
Well, they would come and finish Dr. Rasputin's work. We need to finish what we've started and wrap up that project, and then honestly, I would have no more need of them.
I would like some clarification on the I would have no more need of them. In some circles that I have been privy to, that entails the individual's existence is brought to a very abrupt end.
Make a diplomacy check. 29.
I'm nothing but consistent tonight.
There's nothing but consistent, dude. They may be low rolls, but they're good enough. That is a fair worry. That is a good bit of responsible paranoia. I assure you that assuming you were to accept the gift I'd be willing to give, and when he does that, he kind of runs his tongue over one of his incisors, you would be free to stay as long as you would like, and if you chose not to accept that gift, it would be something where we would have to work out your exit plan, and I am not going to lie, some people do not bargain well, and I have no more need of them, and much like people you've dealt with in the past, they become a liability and they must be handled. Now, that isn't common. Throughout my life, that's only happened a few times. So I won't worry you with the thought that I would just outright kill you. But it would be disingenuous to tell you that there's no possibility of that.
I must admit to you one other thing. Unless you have means, should I turn over the doctor to your possession, he is not in a state suitable for the work he was conducting before. He's been reduced to somewhat of a animalistic mind.
He is going to roll sense motive. At a 50, he puts together kind of what you're saying. Well, if he's no longer a doctor, I guess that kind of ends our need to parlay. Well, Mr. Toddard, we are to leave. And he turns and begins walking out.
Brelin watches him go.
As he does, you notice a familiar dwarf fall in line behind him. Clearly, make a perception check, or a sense motive, whichever's higher.
Nope, my perception's higher.
This is not a lackey following their boss. This is a drone just following.
And it's a dwarf I'm familiar with?
Yes.
Tottered. Where do I recall that?
Make a wisdom check. Or intelligence, whichever's higher.
That's the mayor.
Well, he...
27, that is Mayor Adrian Toddard.
Yes, I see.
And they, they continue on if not stopped.
Brelin will actually walk to the door. After he's exited, I'll walk down and watch where they go.
When he gets outside, you'll hear the sound of undead. They have a very knowing sound of groaning and moaning. And he will... If you make a perception check.
Another roll below 10 tonight. Hell yeah. Wait, that's the wrong roll. That was supposed to be... Plus, add 21 to that. So it'd be a 35.
35. With 35, you make out the familiar voice of this lord speaking in Spira. And he says to someone... My love, once I've gone, level the building.
Oh no.
And you don't hear an answer. You do hear the sound of like rushing wind, and the undead around later, the sound is gone.
Do I see anybody else? I'm looking. Do I see anybody else?
When you look outside, there is a single woman. Hold on.
Hell yeah, she's single.
Oh, I'm gonna be so busy putting these bricks back together.
She's gonna be single after I fuck
She's not
start that
standing right
vampire
there,
man.
so you can see what she looks like.
Yeah.
She's about 100 feet off, standing in the middle of the street. She's wearing a deep black gown. She has long white hair, deep red lips, and soft green eyes. And she nods, and you kind of, as you step out, you kind of see, or as you look out the door, you see this ash kind of pick up as this man's walking, and he turns into it and goes into the wind, and all these horde, probably like 20 Bodaks with him, kind of go into ash and go up, and she begins casting a spell.
Can I spellcraft it?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me pull up her spell list before I tell you, like, oh, I don't know what the fuck that is.
Okay, I got a 30 on it.
She is casting Limited Wish.
Okay. How long do I have? What?
You make another spellcraft check. With the level of spell that she's trying to conjure, you figure you have about 10 minutes.
Oh, shit. I'm bolting inside. Get out, get out, get out. The building's coming down. I am running to Karg. I am running to the two that stayed behind.
Pathfinder, Jezebel, Felda?
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna come over here and pick up fucking Tubby.
And I am, as I'm going, I'm pulling out a potion, popping the cork, and I'm stuffing a tablet down in it, and I'm putting the cork back on, and I'm shaking it. I'm just holding it in my hand just in case. And I'm saying, we move as a group, let's go.
They all get on top of you. Fafadilis and Jezebel have no reason not to. They are immediately on top of you. I assume Karg, Carrie, and Afelda is as well.
And if there's a back way, we should take that.
Every game JD has the chicks all over him.
And
Jezebel goes, I hate to break your heart, Brelin, but there is no back door.
Okay, we go out the front. I've got an action ready.
Okay.
If someone takes an aggressive
make a
action
back
at
door?
us, or if the building starts to come down, I'm throwing this potion bottle at our feet to get all of us.
Okay. It takes you probably 3 minutes in total to get everybody gathered up, understood, and running out the front door. When you get out the front door, you can now see this girl whose eyes have rolled back into her head. Her hair is standing on end as she's casting this spell. And in front of her, this sigil of a maiden blood in the air is forming, of a rope hanging down and going through a coin as she's making it with her hands, and she's speaking in Spira, but she's not speaking like words in Spira. It's almost like listen to like a fucking Assembly of God speak in tongues, and she's speaking this slow hum, and you being you and actually everybody here can cast spells. All of these spellcasters can feel the power radiating off of this woman as she's pulling in this energy, and this normally calm edge of the desert town, a loud thunder hits and lightning crashes behind her as the spell starts to form. You guys still have about 5 minutes.
I'm going
more of JD's businesses.
I'm going to hand over the potion that I've had in hand to Jezebel, and I'm gonna say, the three of you plus dwarf make for the Sons of Plunder guild house.
What is this?
If something comes at you, throw it on the ground and mystify somewhere that's not where the bad things are. That's all I got for you.
Okay, and she locks arm with Fafadilis, and she kind of looks at Karg and just starts running towards the guild house. Now, mind you, she is a gnome. Her full run is not quick.
William,
And then-
just pick him up and fly in there.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna bum rush this chick.
Okay.
Punch her in the lady dick.
You take off towards her. You're running. I need you to make a reflex save.
Oh no. Oh,
21.
it's not a fail instantly.
As you're running full speed, and your feet leave the ground, and all of a sudden you're running on air, and you're going straight up at 120 feet. And when she sees that, she turns her head up at you and begins to draw a little faster. you now have 5 rounds and you're in reverse gravity.
Woo! Hold on.
Now, mind you, you're out of the building.
I have a potion for this. I'm going to. As a swift action, I'll drink a potion of fly.
Okay. You drink a potion of fly. Your gravity is reversed, but you're flying free, baby.
I'm zooming in her direction.
And you zoom straight down. You're within 5 feet of her.
The round I get the chance. I'm swinging.
Next round, you get the chance. You go to swing. You roll your attacks. Boom, boom, boom. You've hit a resilient sphere.
I'm just gonna look in and in spirit say, "Clever girl," and I'm gonna fly away.
You go to fly away, and the last thing you see of her is she completes the spell. She winks and blows you a kiss, and the blood finally, fully charged, courses with electricity, and you see the ground below the building begin to shift as it gets swallowed into the sand. And then she points to you, nods, curtsies, and vanishes.
Brelin will do a aerial bow. Well played.
Is he upside down?
Yes.
Probably.
He does tries to do a bow and instead he does a somersault. Front flip thing.
Make a fly check.
You guys get to the Sons of Plunder Guild compound. Nobody has stopped to bother you. The streets have been basically empty, minus the normal guards, who did, once the sound of a building going underground, go, "What the fuck?" And they are now moving towards that sound. And you can hear Jezebel as she's running like, "No, no, 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 don't go that way. Please, no." And like people that are hearing her are stopping, but like she's running one street. She can't stop everybody.
Right. I'll catch up to Karg with my newly discovered fly speed.
Nah, you're gonna catch up to this
I have
gnome.
a potion for this.
You caught up to the gnome. All right, let's make
Karg
that
was
clear.
flying with his. So you guys are at the same speed, flying away.
Oh, well. I'll tell Jezebel when you get to Karg at the compound. Tell him I'll meet him in the morning. I was told not to leave until the building's been rebuilt, so I need to go negotiate those terms. But I can't leave that building until I've done that. So I'm going back to what's left of the building, and I'm going to post up there for the rest of the night.
Okay.
And spend the next 4 hours meditating there if anybody will let me.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's going to bother you. Some of the guards come up, but once they see what you're doing, they're just kind of like, "That guy's kind of fucking weird. I'm not bothering him." Karg, Jezebel gets to you, and she's like, "Your friend said he was going back. She's still holding this potion. She's like, "I don't know if I'm supposed to keep this or if I'm supposed to give it to you." She kind of looks you over, and she's like, I think I'm going to keep it.
I was going to say, if Brelin gave it to you, then you're meant to have it. Go ahead and keep it.
Okay. Well, we're gonna stay here for the night. And when you guys like get to the guild compound, like Aldrin's there, Cass is there, and they're like, "Tell me you guys weren't involved with that giant noise." And it's just like Jezebel's like, "They killed the whole building. It's gone. It's gone." Fafadillis is upset. She's crying. Jezebel's in a panic. She's like, "And now I've got this fucking potion. I don't even know what it does. I gotta hold it forever, apparently, for fear of it fizzes out. I die." It's all
fucked.
I have to go sit down. I'm gonna go sit down. And she kind of walks up to the bunkhouse, and Fafadillis is just defeated, just stays beside her, walking and sobbing, and Cass is just like, "Karg, what the fuck happened?"
I'm gonna basically give him the look. I'd love to explain, but I'm all sorts of beat right now, so I'm gonna need you guys to be on high alert just long enough for me to take a little nappy nap, and I'll explain everything in the morning.
Okay. And
The
so
immediate danger. seems to be gone, but it's been a hell of a day. We'll just say that.
So Aldrin, Cass, and Ezekiel post up for the night, and back at River's End, you guys sleeping at the guardhouse for the night? What are you guys doing? You're muted.
Yeah, I was going
Yeah,
to.
I'm definitely sleeping
Okay.
here.
You guys will sleep there. We'll go straight back to Quartz and finish up what we're gonna do in the morning. Morning comes Karg. I assume you're gonna go meet up with Brelin.
Yeah, I'm gonna basically tell. Well, I'm gonna explain this dwarf, as Brelin has called it, to the best of my ability. Let them know that they're gonna have to
The dwarf.
just keep it in the infirmary and just have someone on watch while I go get Brelin.
I mean,
And
Ezekiel offers up to be on watch. He has no problem with that.
well, may Saren Ray guide you, brother. And I'm gonna just head on. I'm gonna head on back to ye old building. Well, first I'm gonna go get
There's
my.
not a building anymore.
There is a
My,
strong absence of building.
No, there's a building there. You have to believe. I'm gonna go wake up my little gnome friend and the other one and say, "All right, let's go check out the damage."
And they look like they've barely slept. Like whatever slept they got wasn't restful. They're clearly upset. And they're okay. And you guys make your way there. Brelin, right around dawn, you see Radomir Furyborn walking by, smoking and stoking. He's walking by like he's walking to work, and he walks right past where the building should be because it's not there, and keeps walking. And he's like, he stops about a block down. And he goes,
Brelin is probably sitting there, like cross-legged in the middle of where it should be, thumbing through his formula book, preparing what he should be preparing for today, and just looks up and waves.
looks around for a little bit. What the fuck are you? Hold on. And he comes over. He's like, you know what the fuck happened here? I think we literally gave one rule. Don't. I technically we said if it burns down, but
It's not burnt. It's actually
who
still
thought it
here.
would vanish?
I know it's still here.
What do you mean it's still here? He looks around, stomps his feet. Where are you
Brelin-
hiding it?
Brelin just kind of like picks up a handful of sand and says, "Under all that," and like lets it like drain out of his hand.
Did you put it down there for safekeeping?
No, I wasn't me who did it.
Well, this is a story that I'll love to hear. And he kind of just sits down beside you and puts his cigarette out or his fucking stogie out in the sand and fucking starts just chewing on it. Go on. About this time, riding up on a very beautiful amber reddish horse is Trug. And Trug rides up, goes to where he normally hooks his horse up, hooks it up, looks up, looks back at his horse, looks at you two, and Radomir just is like, "Yeah, man, it's fucking gone," and waves him over. And Trug just comes reluctantly walking over and sits down. He kind of like, he walks the area where like his muscle memory tells him the room for the governing guild would be, and he sits down in his place where it would be and just like, well, it's where I normally sit anyway. He sits down, kind of leans back. A little bit after that, Nathaniel, Madison, Stephen Rowe come up. They're talking to each other. They're walking up, and as they're walking, Nathaniel notices it. Quickly puts a hand on Stephen's chest. He's like, "Something happened here." Stephen looks, sees it, and goes, "Yeah, something fucking happened, all right." He's, "What do you think, Madison?" Nathaniel's, "I don't. That is a grave amount of magic. But I bet that elf knows." And they come walking up. And the last one to show up is Eliza, who is scarfing down what looks to be a breakfast sandwich when she gets there. And she has a mug. And she's, "Where the fuck to go?"
Now, JD, this is where you go on the offensive, and you go, "Hey, I wanted a place I'd be left alone, and I obviously wasn't."
She goes walking up, and she's, "Well, So,
Brother's just gonna like point to where one of the chairs should have been, like, have a seat. As we're all like sitting on the ground.
Sits down and like puts her mug snugly in the sand. So, about this time, Karg, Jezebel, and Fafadilis will roll up. Karg, the building's fucking gone. And I mean, like, not like you see rubble in places, but like there's just shifted sand where it was, and in the middle is sitting the governing guild, those minus what you have, and Brelin.
You know, Brelin, when you told me to run, I left you the building.
You did. And now I think there's a really firm foundation for a new building with a pre-built basement.
Well, don't worry. Your dwarf is safe.
And when you say I left you at the building, Radomir looks up and goes, so we can rule him out. Wasn't his fault. He came with those two, not their fault. Just seeing you, elf. You took my building. I'm thankful for what you did for my town, but I feel like this was not the cost we agreed to.
I apologize for this. The exchange does not seem equal, and I can assure you it was not me who caused this destruction. There was another party involved. There was a third party. But, as I've stated, there is a silver lining. You have a very solid foundation here, and there is a pre-built basement for whatever you build here. That consists mostly of what you had before.
And Stefan's like, we'll send off to the harbor master and see if we can get some people down here to excavate what we can. And we need the records that are in that building, even if they have had a little bit of sand in them.
The harbor master in a place where he can send people to courts right now?
And Brelin's gonna say,
why would he
I'll
not
speak.
be?
I thought Jack said something that made them think time of troubles. They need to make a bunch of stuff because the harbor's under attack.
Oh yeah, I think they probably have an inclination.
Sure, but like enough that he can't send a couple people to some high level wizards he might have on hand to help bring this building out of the ground.
They might be under siege by some devils. And Brelin looks around to make sure nobody's gonna be like, demons? And when nobody says anything about demons, he's gonna nod his head like triumphantly, like I finally taught them. Even though none of the people that I've had to correct are here.
Some of the people clearly are like upset. Jezebel, Nathaniel Mattis, like these people are upset. Radomir kind of is like, oh, takes his fucking stove out, lights it, puts it back in. We're gonna fucking need this. It's been a long day.
It's gonna be a long day at the office, if there was an office.
Hey, Liza, you wouldn't happen to have actual booze in that mug, would you? And she's not at fucking 7 a.m. It's honey mead.
Have you? Is this a bad time to see if you guys have looked into work from home?
Well, I believe we've been forced into it. Stefan's like, I appreciate Radomir and Liza's need to joke, but we did just lose an entire government building.
You didn't lose it. It's still there, as Brelin said.
In all seriousness, I will speak to the rest of the guild leadership, but I don't see in any way why they wouldn't be opposed to the concept of, obviously as a start of recompense, some of our people at the guild assisting with whatever needs to be done here, whether it's to help with excavation of what was lost or the reconstruction
I
of
volunteer,
the government
Cass.
building.
Yeah, and they absolutely are like, yeah, we, not to sound crass, but we did expect at this point there would be some blowback from the guild on getting this fixed, and it sounds like you have the same idea, so we're in a good headspace there.
100%. If anything, I am a businessman through and through. I didn't uphold an end of my contract, and thus there is some sort of responsibility that falls on me here.
We will,
so.
we may end up building a whole new building, but we still have to get into the old one and get any records that are in there. It will take time. We'll have to stop a lot of production for the war effort, since apparently it's far worse than we thought. But
oops, may have let that one slip.
As much as I think the harbor is important for y'all, this is Stefan talking. The harbor is important for y'all. I have to protect quartz first, and we need the records that are in there. So this will slow down our production quite a bit, but I'd say within a month we'll have this place at least to where we can get in and get everything out. This is maybe a pedantic or technical question, it doesn't need to be answered, but did it crumble into the dust, or did it just kind of sink?
It sank. Whatever effect they
news.
used, the caster of the effect basically just had the sand swallow it.
Oh, that's great news.
There's obviously going to be some structural damage from the pressure and weight of the sand, but I believe most of what you had is going to be intact. The building itself was a stone building, correct?
Correct. This is a large limestone building.
So, whatever structural damage there is, it'll probably be minimal.
That's actually, of all the horrible news of this morning, and I assure you, and he kind of like motions around him, there's a lot. That's a glimpse of hope.
The walls, the roof might be in decent shape. The floor maybe not so much, depending on how the spell. I don't know the specifics of how the spell actually worked, but shifting foundation is not good on floors, especially if it was a stone floor. So, there might be some worry there.
And it sounds like you have much bigger problems if this is the kind of stuff you're dealing with. So, by all means, we will send word to your guild, and I'm sure they can get word to you of what it will take going forward, and we will get to work on this. I hope whatever you're dealing with, you are able to be triumphant over, for all of our sake. And
I hope so too, because from what I understand from your histories, vampire covens are not a problem that stay localized for very long.
And you got any good fucking news? Huh? Did you find maybe a million gold laying around? I don't know, the secret to life. What is it your people need? Did you discover I don't know, a way to get the soot off your skin? What do you need? What do you have any good fucking news out of you, or are you just all well, first there's the fucking building, now it's gone. Second, there's a vampire coven. Who knew?
You missed the part where the devils were raiding the harbor.
Oh, excuse me for being about the fucking harbor master and his problems. We're missing a whole building.
Tell them about
I mean,
evil deities coming back. Like,
good news is I have way better control over my emotions compared to the last time you saw me. So,
well, that is great news. You're chilled out. You fucking figured out how to, I don't know, be at peace and be calm. Must be fucking nice. And at this point, you can kind of see like little bits of foam starting to kind of appear at the side of his mouth, and he's just must be goddamn nice.
Brelin's gonna
he
say...
gets up and kind of just like starts walking a circle angrily. This motherfucker. Every goddamn time these guys come around, there's shit going wrong.
Brelin's gonna say, I mean, there is some good news. I have denied the Coven a seemingly important piece to whatever they have planned, which will set them back, hopefully long enough to thwart whatever's going on.
Radomir turns, and it's like, clearly not their city planner.
No.
And goes back to chewing and stomping.
That being said, if we can save whatever's going on at River's End. I don't know what your current relationship with is the dwarfs of River's End, but maybe I could put in a word to see if they will be able to send people to help with your situation here with the building.
And Stefan nods. He's kind of, at this point, he's kind of ignoring Radomir, who is still angrily stomping around, but is kind of minding his own business now, trying to calm down. We have a good working relationship with them for trade and things like that. If you can get if this is where you're at and that's where the problem is, you can learn to control. It would be nice to have the help of some dwarves, especially the coastal dwarves of River's End. They are a very unique breed.
I'm aware. I believe their skills would be useful here, and I believe that they would owe me and my company a favor that I could be able to call in this regard. And I look at Karg and say, provided there's been no other favors demanded, this one might take precedence, don't you think?
We can talk about that later.
You say, they might owe me a favor, and this, for the final time, Radomir stops. He goes, well, we know what favors for you get. You lose your whole goddamn government building.
Could be worse.
Son of a bitch. He's walked over now, and he's like grabbed a person. He's got a shovel, and he's like, might as well fucking get to work. And he's just angrily shoveling where the fucking room for the governing guild used to sit. Just, motherfucker. Every goddamn time that fucking dragon and his shithead group of friends come around, it falls apart. I thought we'd solve that fucking... And he's just angry.
Sounds like this man needs to evolve further in his dragonage.
Trug leans over to the closest person to him, Karg, and goes, you think he knows that I can cast spells to move sand?
I'm just gonna say, I think he needs to burn it off a little bit. Give him a little bit more time.
Good call, brother. Good call.
Well, I mean, if that's everybody here and the situation's been explained,
been handled.
Okay, Brelin can walk away now that I've spoken with them about it, and there's a plan of action for how to, make amends.
All right, let's go save a dwarf.
So with the rooms and teams, we normally generate a profit. Can that just go towards this effort or something?
Yeah, so what's going to happen with the guild is, for the next month, while place is being dug out, the guild hall itself will make no income. All funds will be diverted to that.
Okay.
Look what you did, JD. We find a way to make money and you fuck it all up.
Brelin's going to stand up, bid everybody a good day, and beckon for Karg to follow, and we're gonna go back to the guild hall.
You're leaving? Radomir goes, stay the fuck away from my trade house. Please. That's all I ask. That's all I got left.
It's all I got left. I'm making a visit there tonight. When we get back to the guild hall, I'm gonna ask Karg if he's already prayed for his spells today.
Yes.
You remembered to take...
Yes.
Okay. I don't suppose you took the ability to send a message to our companions.
I actually did.
Brelin smiles and is like, proud of you. You took just the one?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair.
I have and sending.
And sending. Use yours to reach out to the party. I will leave it up to you to determine who. And find out if they're still alive. Find out their condition. And let them know that we received a visit, but we're fine.
We'll cut off right there, and we'll do the morning for the people that are still in River's End. Those of you in River's End, wake up the next morning in the guard shack. Everything has went by peacefully for the rest of the night. The Broxton twins stayed up the whole night. Anybody else who stayed up, please make a fortitude save. DC 12.
Can't fail.
This has been another 4 hours now, so if you have energy drain, like that three would be gone.
Nice.
I had to sleep. There was no option for my spells.
No worries. So, Next morning, you guys get up. Broxton's have set their time
Oh, you
up.
do get hit points for rest, right? Like 1 per level?
I think I think it's 1 per level. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They,
Cool.
Tordran seeing you
told
guys
me
all
to.
get up, goes into the bedroom, immediately just collapses. He's had a absolutely horrendous 48 hours, and he is asleep. Within minutes of you guys waking up, you can hear him snoring in the room. Caldrus sits there and he goes, we should check on the other places.
I was about to say the same thing.
I don't know. I mean, it seemed like they sent a lot of the force here, right? We had Our Lady and a bunch of Bodaks. How much power could they really have?
That was not a lot compared to what we faced inside the mine. But who knows how much we actually took out of them, so. I don't know how much invasion of privacy it is, but it might be worthwhile to do some sort of head count of the citizenry. And not important people first, obviously. Probably the homestead hospital we stopped by, make sure that they're okay, do a wellness check. But if we can get some sort of idea on like the state of the town, particularly like maybe instead of checking the whole town, but checking like a sample, like kind of the edges of the town that might be easy to prey on, and sample a couple of the high population places and see if people are missing, you get a pretty good idea if there was other victims.
Yeah, understood. I will. I'll dispatch some guards to do a quick head count of the city. Well, quick. They'll probably spend most of the morning doing a head count of the city, major populous areas, and people of importance. I'll leave it up to you to check on our major areas, mainly, I would say Madeline and probably Adrian Toddard.
Right. So the mayor was going to talk with Madeline in the morning, so I'll go there and intercept him because he had to break the news about her wife.
Okay.
And then we can
sounds
move
good.
on to the other location.
And he gets up, makes his way out, knocks on the 2 guard doors. Some guards come out. He kind of starts issuing commands, and as you guys are like getting yourself around and putting your stuff away, you see those 8 guards that ended up being here last night all leave and spread out to the town. When you guys wake up, anybody else want to do anything here with Caldrus Broxton before you leave?
I just travel with Jax.
Okay.
Unless Jax doesn't want me to.
No, please. I feel much better. I can cast False Vision as a 40-foot radius emanation that lasts 12 hours.
Okay.
We check the Bodak's bodies.
And what's it do?
I can create an illusion causing any scrying spell used within my area to instead receive the false image.
Okay. What would you like your false image to be?
So I'm gonna wait until noon.
Okay.
Right? And I can use concentration to change it. But I'm just gonna basically, as I walk and do concentration, I will change it so that wherever we're standing is an empty area.
Okay. So you're not gonna cast that till noon though.
Yeah, not till the afternoon. This morning I'm gonna stay as we are, but then in the afternoon, because I want it to bleed into the evening. I want it to bleed in the evening, so I'm gonna wait until the afternoon to cast it.
Gotcha.
But when I do, it's gonna be an illusion that prevents any divination, scrying spell to view anything within the area as the image that I choose. And it can be any image. It doesn't have to make sense or match my surroundings. And it does sound, smell, thermal. It's all included.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so you guys, where is the group heading first?
Did we search the Bodak bodies?
They're
no.
dust.
So they turned to dust. They kind of just blew away.
Right.
Yep.
I'm gonna just step outside the door and get a nice whiff of fresh air. Freedom and life.
It's after the hellscape that was last night, it's a good place. This place looks far more calm than it was. Definitely feel like you've weathered a hell of a storm. Where's the party going first?
Mention he mentioned 2 places. We'll go to see Madeline first.
Okay. Party makes their way to the smithy. It hasn't been. You guys will get there probably right after morning. It takes about 10 minutes to get there, so it's like 7:15ish. With after your conversation with Caldrus. Smithy's the smelter hasn't been lit yet. The door is shut. It's all quiet.
I'll knock.
I was gonna peek in the windows and see if she was in there.
No answer. Peek in the window. Make me a perception check.
47.
47. There's no one in the building.
Keep in mind we can't do tea time without Relin, so don't add that to your sheet.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. With a 47 though, some of the things you do notice. There's definitely been a sign of struggle. There's some books off the shelves. The desk in the corner is ripped apart. The bed has been torn up like someone had a fight in it.
Okay, I'll stop you real quick. As soon as I see a sign of struggle, I'll check the door. Is it unlocked?
It is unlocked.
Okay, I go in and I'm going to cast replay tracks. Let me know what was going on.
Past events.
And I just follow him in.
Calvin,
magic.
Stay out of his way.
There is some lingering enchantment magic, Calvin, in the area. And replay tracks. We're going to spell. We're being left. We're relaying the events in the order they happened. So what happened was, the first couple of tracks you watch are just Madeline kind of moving through her normal paces. She's in here. She's reading books. She's at her desk. She's laying in bed. And then tracks kind of form in the middle of the room. They aren't walked up to. There's just 2 solid light footprints, and you can kind of see the outline of a female figure.
Does it kind of look like the same female figure that I saw from last night?
No, it does not.
And I'll be relaying as all this is unfolding. I'll be relaying it to everyone who's in the building.
It's like the Princess Bride moment when they're like, "There's a great battle." He's hopping around the rocks.
Yeah, this is she seems to stand there and stand still for probably 10 minutes. Madeline at this point is in bed. Then she walks over to the bed, reaches down, touches her. A fight ensues. Madeline wakes up in a fury. She's throwing fists. She's throwing punches. You now can start to see there's some ripped up sheets here. You see bits of blood here and there as you're looking through these now, under the blankets that you're moving. And then her and this female figure fight around in this room. One of the things you'll notice as you replay these tracks is the female figure's not even remotely trying to hurt or kill Madeline. She's actually trying to just subdue her. And then after maybe 5-10 minutes of fighting, the female stands to her full height, a little bit taller than probably TG, and Madeline's fighting. She freezes in place, and then she walks and follows the woman out.
Yeah, so not looking good.
Bad. Yep, that's bad.
Is this the new mother? Is this a replacement for the one we took?
You know, there were supposed to be guards posted here, but you didn't mention a struggle with guards.
There were supposed to be guards posted here. If you go replay the tracks outside, it lasts for a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. 3 rounds. So you're able to walk outside during this time. The guards outside, they seem to have been standing by the door, and then their feet just vanished, and they are pulled up.
I think we have to make a stop back to the guard shack.
We need to go back to reality.
We had another place to stop by. Let's go there next, but we'll meet up with Caldrus later.
Mayor's office.
Yeah. When you start walking away, everybody make me a perception check. Everybody will see it. On the top of the building, as you guys get out of the way, you can finally see the top of the building. There are 2 dead dwarves laying up there.
I go back and start climbing up the building.
And you get up there with relative ease. you're able to get them down. I mean, it's the 2 guards. Look like they've been brought up here and they've been fully drained of their life force. They have puncture wounds along their neck.
I'll catch the bodies. Throw them down, TG.
Can they
I'll
turn
toss
into
them down.
vampires?
As I throw them down, I'll yell at Jask, "Hey, are these guys gonna turn into vampires?" And I'll throw them upside.
Let me do a knowledge religion. That's what that would take. I think rumors say that they could. I don't know for certain.
Yeah, I mean, from that knowledge 15, that's kind of what you get. You're like, well, I mean, if we follow like the children's story, there's a chance, but I mean, I have no reason to believe it at this time. Like, I have no backing on it. Calvin, on the other hand, Calvin the 26, you know that a vampire can choose to change someone it bites, and they can choose to make another vampire or a vampire spawn, or they can just drain them and kill them. And it looks like that's what happened here.
Yeah, both of them were drained. Is that yeah?
Can you be Calvin? Can you be turned into a vampire if you're still alive?
Would I know that? Do I need to do something about that?
With the knowledge 26 religion, you would know that when someone's bit by a vampire, if they want to be turned, there's usually still, like any other disease, an indigestion period where it has to sit on them. And usually after about 24 hours, they will start showing signs, and they'll start getting pale. Usually their nails will get longer. They'll get a very strong thirst.
Didn't one of us get bit yesterday? Wasn't it Bellows or?
Someone definitely got bit in the neck.
Bellows, check your messages.
As soon as someone says didn't Bellows get bit, I'm perceiving him to see if any of those things that if Calvin
the doctor didn't he jump on his chest, or am I remembering the wrong person?
Somebody got grappled, right? Like
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, Blaine, you have to cut me some slack. It was 2 weeks ago.
No, I got you. I'm in the middle of messaging.
Chris, did you relay that information?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I immediately look at Bellows. I'm eyeballing him to see if any of those things are.
He was grappled from behind and bit on the neck, but not in the main fight. It was before that. Or am I?
Oh, when you look at him. So first off, whoever said Bellows was bit 100% remembers correctly. Dr. Rasputin grappled Bellows and bit Bellows. Perception from Ryalis. I mean, Bellows looks tired. He was up all night. He's definitely what you consider gaunt from being tired, running on lack of sleep. You might call him paler. You would have to make a heal check if you really wanted to get to the nitty gritty of it.
Okay.
Anybody have a good heal check?
I do, but I can't.
23 heal. So 23 heal. Well, the 23 heal, I mean, there's definitely some things that stand out from what you're talking. Like, you could make yourself believe there's something off here. First off, the wounds on his neck aren't healing well. One of the things you guys, while you're doing this, Bellows does, is he immediately pulls out his water skin and begins drinking it. Like, heavily drinking it. Bellows, it's not enough. You need more. You guys are doing this. This large man, almost frantic, pushes you away. Calvin, with your heal check before you're shoved away, you can definitely see his nails have gotten longer. And as he moves, he's starting to get blotches of pale skin. There is Bellows. Let me move you guys to this map because it's a little easier to see what you're dealing with.
Perceive a 7. I got a 7. I'm looking for a well.
You will perceive a thing of water. Let me grab you guys real quick.
It's daytime, so shouldn't we see all this now?
Yeah, these maps were made to be at night. I actually didn't mean them to be at the day. I'll have to change it. First things first. You're at the map. Next.
Oh gosh, I was blinded.
Daylight mode, save settings. So, she's not there. I don't know why she's still there for some. Sorry. So you're standing outside, Bellows. There is a whole trough of water right here that's used for quenching.
Go drink that blacksmith water.
I mean, you said it's uncontrollable thirst?
Oh, you need water now.
Yeah, well, I guess. I mean, 5, 10, 20, 25, yeah, boom.
Bellows, as you're talking to him, he shoves you off, runs over, plunges his head in this trough, and begins taking giant drinks of water.
Hey man, don't drink so quick. You're gonna swallow air.
And after about 2 minutes of drinking, Bellows, you think you might be okay. I don't know. You don't know what came over you, but for a moment, you were very thirsty.
I'll just fill my skin up again while I'm here. If the water doesn't taste terrible.
There's a little bit left in there. Water tastes like pure crystal spring water to you, as thirsty as you were.
Okay.
I'll ask Calvin if he knows any way to prevent this kind of transformation with vampires, because it's looking a little suspicious and unfortunate for our.
I don't feel like I'm turning to a
Can
vampire,
I
right?
cast Disrupt Undead on him? And if it doesn't damage him, he's good?
First off, you absolutely can. Bellows, I mean, you never turned into a vampire before.
I mean,
Doesn't feel like that.
Did I feel off or anything like that? I mean, like
You were really thirsty. Like that was it was off to you because like you've been thirsty before.
Yeah, I've been through deserts and stuff.
You've never like been thirsty to the point of shove my head into a blacksmith's trough and drink. So there would probably be a little off.
Okay.
I just have been hit by this man several times, and now that I hear the
moved all the way over there.
I'm just gonna step away.
Every time I follow this man into battle, he punches me in the face. Disrupt Undead, Kilgore!
I'm gonna do it.
Nothing happens to him.
Alright, so, hey, we're good for now at least.
I'm still skeptical. His nails are long. He's very thirsty. This is what Calvin said. I mean, I'm not anti-Bellows here, but I'm very skeptical Bellows here.
Let me get that door open for you.
He's like, man, I'm thirsty. I don't know. I feel fine-ish. I was thirsty. Okay?
It's just TG, you need to be the closest one to him, bud. You look like you can take a hit.
I'll stand
I'm the resident Bellows smack expert in this party. All right, just call me up.
I don't know if you've met fucking Ryalis, but he's been smacked like 3 times by Bellows.
Bellows has clobbered the piss out of me.
He has been almost one hit by that fucking animal.
Yeah, well, I'm not a
like
priest.
96 for his 120 hit points.
I'm not.
I would easily
so
be
he didn't one hit me.
I would easily be one hit. Like, no chance.
My average roll is 72, so I think that's around your hit points.
That is my hit points.
Yeah.
That is my hit points. Oh god.
What's your if you don't roll
Or
a crit,
no, it should be
the highest
77 actually. My token's wrong.
You're to hit.
My hit base is 23 by itself.
With Chris's knowledge of religion, does he know how to prevent vampirism from being fully contracted, if there's a way at all, or?
Once contracted, it's just don't get bit. Like that's the meme.
Can we like break enchantment or cure disease or?
So if you make me an Aldrin 27, you know it takes a battery of spells to get rid of vampirism, much like what you're doing with the Felda. It would take a remove curse, break enchantment, cure disease in that order.
Somebody write that down.
Our guy for that is gone.
But can anyone
I mean,
here do?
He wasn't
curse
undead.
Enchantment?
No.
He's now fully returned to control of his body. I mean, his wounds aren't healing. That's something to note. The wound on his neck is not healing. But for all intents and purposes, he's fine.
No light sensitivity, nothing. I'm good.
No light sensitivity. You're walking around in the middle of the daytime, perfectly normal.
Normal.
You guys want to do anything here at the blacksmith shop still? Or are you wanting to go ahead and head to the mayor's house?
Does anyone want to take these bodies for cremation or whatever they do with them?
No, I think what we should do is drag him inside to keep him out of public sight, and then we'll let the guard captain know when we get back to the guard shack that the bodies are inside the blacksmith, and we'll close the door so that the public doesn't get set into a panic.
Jax will go ahead and rummage through and drag out some bed sheets to throw over the bodies.
Okay. You get them pulled inside. You get them covered up. It's not perfect, but with the doors shut, no one should notice them, at least until they start.
And if no one in my party is observing me while I do that, I'm gonna break off a couple chair legs and just ram them right under the rib cage, straight into the heart. Put that bed sheet over them and come out like nothing happened.
No, my intent is focused on Bellows still. I'm not watching
Okay.
what you're doing in the building.
I mean, yeah, you're for whatever reason you also maim these bodies, but yeah.
I shoved chunks of wood straight into those hearts.
Okay, this guy's worried, but all right. You said guard captain's house, mayor's house. What's the plan now?
I think Mayor's.
Mayor's house. Okay. We can
I'll move myself over here.
put up, and I will move you to that map.
Has anybody said, like, I'm hearing people, I guess, I don't know what's being said actually as characters or what players are saying. Can Bellows tell that there's concern that he may be a vampire because he got bit?
Has anybody said anything directly to Bellows? I mean, you've been kind of searched over and poked and prodded while you were thirsty. I don't know if anybody said anything out loud. Anybody say anything to Bellows?
Calvin let us know all the warning signs out loud, and that's when
yeah, but I was like,
kind of began
focused
to
on my
inspect
thirst,
you.
right? I don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, you might have heard it, but you were definitely focused on other things. Party moving the map over. Mayor's estate.
Whoa. Why are they
So-
like off center? Oh, there we go.
I don't know why. That was weird.
No, you're good.
Sorry, I just kind of copied and pasted them.
I will do the old perception check for in here.
So, things that you guys know about this place. Up these stairs and through this doorway is his bedroom that you guys have been in before when you were drinking. This is his office. Just the open area. These two dwarves here, they were posted up guards. They have been killed. They have no bite marks. They have been drained. They have black lines running from their eye sockets, and their muscles are very shriveled. They look like they're almost like a husk inside of their armor. Hecked magic. There is definitely some necromancy in here, Calvin. There was some enchantment magic. With a 38 perception, there was a bit of a struggle in here, Ryalis, but it wasn't like the smith. It looks like something kind of shambled in. If you make a survival check, I can tell you kind of those tracks. 27 survival. Some undead. You're well versed in undead. Shambled in. They turned on the guards,
add,
and the guards crumpled.
I think I get a bonus for favorite enemy.
Yeah, I think so. For tracking them, I think it's 3 or +4.
You know, depending on the undead, if they just drained these guys of their life force, these guys could turn into undead as well.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of the cremation technique.
31 then for that.
Did I cut their heads off?
That can work. It's a little brutal and they might not approve, but I don't mind personally.
These guys are
I
dead.
mean, I can burn them.
Take off your bra.
Don't waste a spell on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do all that. Is there a fireplace in this house? Like,
No, it's
You're gonna
more-
need a furnace to cremate someone. You can't just throw them into a fire and it does the job.
look, dude, I got some God's brew. We can stoke it up.
That's true. You can just stoke it really hot.
No, there's no furnace in here.
Is there a big trash can?
There's a couple little waste baskets
Well,
here and there, but no
Matt's
massive
in there.
trash can. Well,
So we
Matt's
can
in
just
there.
take their limbs off and put them in the trash cans.
Yeah,
and
you
then...
can melt them down with acid if you wanted to. It would take
I have
a
some
while.
We don't got Brell in here to cut them up, so.
It would take a while.
Well, if you're gonna cut them up, just let them cut their head off.
Look, this
One
is
of the
pretty,
things in your
grotesque,
search
but I'm
is
about it.
you do not find Mayor Adrian Toddard. You did not see him on your way over here. He said he was going to Madeline's first thing in the morning.
Do I see his tracks though?
Yeah,
Do I see...
I look for the diary. I assume he had it on him because he was gonna show
Well,
Madeline.
let's burn another spell for the day, boys.
You definitely don't find the diary with your replay tracks. You see that. Sorry, you grabbed the wrong person. Ryalis in the bedroom. Adrian Toddard woke up. He got up. He came to the door. He opened the door. When he got to the balcony, standing between you and Jax, he froze. He then changed his walk from his actual hurried, measured step walk to a drone-like sludge.
Drone-like sludge.
So with this change in tracks, is this similar movements to anything I've seen before?
Oh yeah, I mean you've watched someone get droned out by a vampire before. Like you know what it would look like.
Get turned
Also,
out every Saturday night.
you know what the undead look like. You see the Bodaks down here. You were playing the tracks that came in. They moved just like the Bodaks you've seen before. You see that they came in. They were on the guards before the guards knew it, and then the guards didn't even get time to attack. They drew their weapons and then they crumpled to the ground. The Bodaks came in and they went to the sides, almost like letting someone else in. That's when Toddard came out. Something came in. It doesn't leave footprints. It leaves moved air like it almost floated in. Toddard looked at it, and then he droned and walked down. He walked out, the Bodaks walked out, and they were gone.
Alright, I relay all that information to the more intelligent people in the party. I just have the skills to see it.
Thank you for letting me know.
And then I come over here and I give Bellows just another look over.
He's Bellows. He's a tired Bellows, but he's Bellows.
You good, man? You feeling all right? Just a
Feel
little
great,
nervous.
Thirsty. I feel good, man.
Still
Feel better
thirsty,
now.
huh?
No, I was.
Okay.
I feel better now.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's something maybe that lady did to me or what.
Well, you just let us know if you start feeling a little off. You know,
Well,
you
while
know
you've been
what you feel
traveling, like that thirst kind of comes and goes. Never as intense as it was, though. But you do find yourself drinking your water skin a little more than you normally would.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's the altitude or change here around this area, Riverbend. I don't know.
like.
Is there any
If you
other
turn into
places
a
we were?
vampire. Oh, go ahead.
Part do anything else here in the mayor's house?
Why are we at the mayor's house?
He had an assistant, right?
Yeah, he had an assistant. Let's see, you guys are getting here probably about 7:30. So she would be coming in probably here in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna wait for the assistant. Do you guys want to move on to whatever next destination, or even report to Caldris? Also, we need to burn these bodies. The other dwarfs, we were kind of on the fence. These ones is a yes.
Okay. I'm.
Take
How
them
much
with
time
you
do we-
to do it, but it needs to happen sooner rather than later.
Okay, well, I'll look at TG and I'll look at Bellows and say, you guys want to carry some heavy-ass dwarfs, or...
And you guys start to
Should I?
hear the jostling of keys at the door. And the door opens, and this older dwarf woman walks in. She's like, "Oh,
You're
Sons
promoted.
of Promoted? I
Mhm.
do not accept." And she kind of jokes. I have plenty of work already. I have no time for more, thank you. What can I help you all with?
Yeah, your boss
Jax
is
looks
gone.
at her with a Jax looks at her with a dead stare. You're gonna need to learn to do mayor duties real quick.
I'm sorry, your elven friend said my boss was gone, and you said mayor duties. Where? Adrian, this isn't funny. Come out. Come on, Mr. Toddard. I have no time today. And she kind of like anxiously kind of walks past you guys and starts trying to set up her desk. I have what? Come on now. Come out. After a couple minutes, no one comes, and she, Mr. Toddard, and she like gets angry. She's, "No, I've had enough. These jokes are not funny. Come out of your office." And she stomps over, unlocks this door.
I'm just gonna tell her, hey, he's not here.
48 diplomacy. Okay. And she goes to unlock it, and she turns and looks, and she's, is he dead?
far as we can tell, he's not dead. He changed his whole demeanor and everything about what he was doing, and walked out of this building after 2 Bodaks killed these 2 guards here. We're gonna.
We've used some divinations to assess the situation.
She's just noticed the dead guards, and it's. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no! Please, can we get them out of here? Can we call some guards? Oh, we can't call guards. They're dead. Can you guys do something? Can you do anything?
Here.
I
go over this with you. We're gonna get him out of here and get him to the guard captain, and you're free to either come with us or stay here and talk with Jax.
Well, it sounds like things will have to be done here. People have to be informed. We'll have to get. Well, I'll get Mrs. Kludge. She's the festival organizer. She's great with a group of people. She can be the one to do this. I'm in no. Please, just get them out of the building. Oh, please, just get them out of the building.
I'll come with you. My companions, like Ryals just said, they'll handle the guards. They'll get with Calpris.
About this time, Karg,
Hello?
your sending spell.
Yes.
Who are you picking? What are you saying?
I'm awake. I'm messaging my friend Third God.
Okay. 25 words or less, you bitch.
It's like 14 words. Can you see my DMs?
I see what you sent me. Yeah.
Not you, Blaine.
No, I cannot.
You sent me like 3 paragraphs.
Cool. Turd God, a familiar voice rings into your ears and says whatever he said.
Am I allowed to reply?
You can. You can reply with 25 words.
Okay.
Killed 8 Bodaks. Now they're killing guards.
Shit's lit. Mayor gone.
Crazy.
Blacksmith gone. It's popping off.
Bellows vampire.
Bellows
writing you, but you still ain't calling.
Bellows started the day saying, "I'm a vampire."
1, 2,
The
3,
Rudo
4,
running
5,
down the road.
6.
Bellows,
Kyle
full
said,
twilight.
I'm your fire starter.
That's only 14 words.
There you go.
You guys have anything else? What else would Turd God say?
Yeah,
What
we
else
don't
would
know that he
Turd God
whispered
say?
you.
How's your dwarf charge that you've swore to protect doing? So I mean, obviously less words, but
Yeah.
I can't
How's she
respond.
dwarf?
So no matter what he says.
Can't reply. I know, but I'm gonna ask.
Thanks for writing. Dwarf
you go.
pussy, all a wreck. Hopefully yours is better.
Did William's message be like, "We buried a building"?
No,
So
I don't-
after I like receive a message, you guys can tell something like happens to me, and I'll be like, "Hey, Brillin and Karg are okay." That's all I know, because he was not. That's literally all he told me.
all right,
you-
fair enough.
you
Let's get
respond?
these bodies back.
Yeah, you're son. Okay,
I
now what?
asked him
Is it
that.
me?
Um,
Is it me and JD or them still?
So you guys are going to take the bodies back. You guys are going to go find Victoria Kludge. We will go back to Brellin and Karg.
All right, I'm gonna
Back at the farm.
do this ending. I'm gonna say, Brellin, situation isn't very good in River's End either.
Okay.
We're supposed to say blacksmith gone, not guard.
So yeah, I mean, I'm basically gonna say, I'm just gonna say what TG said. So they got attacked by some Bodaks. A lot of the guards seem to be dead. The mayor's gone. Now, note, I never saw the mayor, so you can fill me in on that one if you
I will
want.
after
But,
you tell me.
The mayor's gone. Yeah, no shit, guy.
I only saw fucking Mr. 8-Pack. I didn't see the mayor.
It's Mr. Anime 16 pack.
Yeah. And
He's a very pretty man.
the blacksmith's gone, and their Bellows might be a vampire, apparently.
Nope.
What?
That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Good news. I know where the mayor is.
Yeah, but
Anyone-
I know what happened to the mayor.
Oh, what's that? How do you know that?
He is Lord 16 Pack's lackey currently. I believe he's been put under some sort of domination effect.
Was he here with him?
Do what?
Was he here?
Yeah, he was here.
Oh, I must have missed it. I couldn't see him from out the
he was
door.
in tow. He was waiting outside.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great. Great news. Great all around. Well, with that being said, I don't think we have time to dilly-dally, as you will. So let's
I have a
go
lot of
pull
things
an
on my list to do
amalgamation
today.
out
a
of this
lot
thing.
of things on my list to do today.
So, we need to first set to work on the female dwarf. So you said you did prepare the necessary spell I asked of you,
I have all
which I
three.
believe I needed you to do either break enchantment or remove curse, or
I
maybe
can
both.
do curse, disease, and enchantment.
Okay.
My man came ready, dude. He got sending every possible removal spell.
I also am useless in everything but
Everything but
SOAs.
crack cocaine in your
Well,
cock.
you're gonna need to rest and get those spells again when you get back. So.
That's. I think we all agreed to that already.
So, all right, Blaine, we're gonna break into this. I'm gonna set up a room, and I'm gonna start working on this
Crack
lady.
straight into it.
Okay. There was the old communications room in the guild compound that's kind of just its own windowless room. Perfectly.
This isn't the same room I performed the surgery on the angel, is it?
This is not. This is a totally different room.
That would have been irony.
Same building though. Same absolutely horrendous building.
Oh, I should have done
Actually,
this. I should have done this operation.
It's my office now.
I was about to say I should have done this operation. That would have been funny too, though, because if you're past, it would have been funny to do the operation in your office. But I should have done it in Cotton's office.
There's still chance. There's still hope.
No, I never. Like, I wiped off the blood, but I didn't clean off the stain. The angel blood stain is still on the table that I used.
All right, so, do I recall the process, or do I need to re-roll a heal check on what will need to be done for all of this?
So you know the process. I mean, it's now been repeated a couple times. Remove curse, break enchantment, cure disease. In that order. If one fails, you have to start over.
Okay.
And there's not a guarantee. Like, while you're doing this, you know her body will be going through it. So there's not a guarantee she survives either.
Okay.
Let me move you guys.
Man, my rolls have not been awesome tonight. I haven't rolled above 10, I don't think.
It's been a rough night. So you guys should now be at the guild compound. Top left corner is the room you guys are in. There is a big fucking statue in there. It's not there anymore, obviously.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Who's going to cast Remove Curse?
It'll be Remove Disease first. So, Karg, you said you have one of those ready?
Hold on.
Is
He told us-
disease the last
No.
one?
Remove Curse, break enchantment, remove disease.
Yes.
I thought you switched it.
No.
Okay.
Remove Curse, break enchantment, remove disease.
Okay, so remove curse, Bob. That's you.
Remove curse.
Actually, I think I prepared.
Nope. Clicked it.
Okay.
First thing, William, I need you to do is you need to make a castle check 19. Okay.
Well,
You.
That's the save DC.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
then I
roll
need
19
you to
equals
make...
19.
Oh, okay.
Yep. All right.
20 plus
He's extra
12.
roll.
Go.
He's
D20
extra
plus
roll.
12.
I need you, William, to describe to me what you are doing when you cast this spell.
Whatever Brelin tells me to do.
Hell yeah.
There's a verbal and a somatic component. What's your verbal component?
I'm taking instructions from Captain Kevorkian over here.
All right. Blaine, so I know what I know about this creature is that it is a outer being, right?
You believe it comes from an outer plane, yeah.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll try to walk Karg through a remove curse as if it had been put on somebody by a evil outsider.
That's
Okay.
save DC. That's not the roll.
Yeah, so you need to make. I need Karg to roll a d20 plus his caster level.
Don't be a bitch.
And we'll use maybe for the as we're doing it for like sigils and stuff like that. Use like similar sigils to what you would use in like a protection from evil spell or a circle against evil. Obviously, it's not the same effect, but like, RP wise, something along that effect, something to ward something that's evil out of the body.
Brelin, are you going to be assisting?
100%.
I need you to roll a cast level check. Okay, between the two of you, Karg is making his sigils. He's casting this spell. This outer being, this mouth on her upper chest, opens and begins to squirm and hiss and lash out in an unknown language. Something compels Karg. He begins speaking in Spira. He begins chanting out these things. Karg.
Will save. Fort save?
There are three images that are going to appear before you. I need you to tell me which one you wish to follow as your mind kind of gets pulled into this planerscape. There will be the image of what looks to be an adolescent girl sitting in a sun. There will be the image of a woman clad in armor with a white veil over her head and blood running from her hands. And then there will be the image of a large golden dragon.
Damn it.
Don't do it, it's a trap.
Which would you like follow?
So, blood running from her hands, is that like stigmata-y, or like she slit her wrists and it's like just running down her arm?
I'll let you make a healer perception, whichever's higher.
Nice.
The only way to get blood would be to break the skin, dude. The skin seems to be broken.
Going after the golden dragon.
Golden dragon. So you begin to wind down this path. This golden dragon soars. And you are now standing on a planerscape. Below you is this great tendrilled beast. And inside of it is this frantic dwarven woman. The dragon flies up beside you, and in Spira, she says, "Harbinger of my husband, I need your help, and you need mine. But I will not walk with someone who has been scorched like you. You must prove you will not sow chaos. I need you to make a spellcraft check, a diplomacy, or an intimidate, whichever's higher."
Well, we just happen to have one of them there. Intimidate.
45 intimidate. You don't know what comes over you. This dragon broils around you. This great scorched red and black scales come reaching over you like it normally does when you do an intimidate, where it's going to roar, and you reach your hand up, and for the first time ever, you pinch its mouth shut. And she nods and offers you a spot on her back.
Oh, I'll get on, obviously. Sorry, I'm typing notes to myself here.
When you get on, she ascends and then begins a very quick descent into a spiral towards those tendrils. The tendrils are lashing out. They are trying their best to get at you. I need a reflex save.
That's my best one.
We shouldn't have been paired up tonight. This is not the night.
You take 48 points of damage as 4 of these tentacles slam into you, and she, though, continues to descend faster and faster. Now you are face to face with this tendrilled, faceless creature as it pulls its head up through the body of the female dwarf, and this multi-eyed, large, gaped-mouth monster screeches at you. I need a will save.
Hey, I got one of those, maybe.
Roll another one.
Something in you is terrified, but you don't look away. You meet the gaze of this multi-eyed creature, and you hear in Spira from the dragon you ride, "I'm glad you have chosen me," as she plunges into these tendrils, and it explodes in divine light. You slam back into your body, and the mouth on this dwarf now slain below you shimmers and then goes away, and the tendrils on her body squirm and writhe like they're in pain. Who wants to cast Break Enchantment?
I can't. That's got to be on him.
Enchantment.
Okay. I need a d20 plus your caster level. 29. Again, you are pulled to this planerscape, and again, those 3 figures stand in front of you. This time, the dragon, a little more full in the way she looks. But, make a perception check.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry. I'm eyes of a hawk.
21. As the dragon stands there and it kind of moves its feet, you notice under its paws, ankhs are breaking. And as it stands to its full height, bloody dove feathers kind of rain down around it.
What was
Which
the
one
first image?
Ankhs
Girl? No,
breaking. The first one was
girl?
the
Little
girl
girl?
with the bloody hands. I was say the first one was
No.
an adolescent
Maybe
girl
sunlight.
in a sun. The next one was the girl with bloody hands. This is the dragon. The dragon is now crushing ankhs
Yep, I got
and
that.
raining with these bloody dove wings or dove feathers.
Okay,
Double
can I
blooded
do
dildos.
can I do another heal check to see the blood on Bloody McGee?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Hell yeah, doing it live.
These do not look self-inflicted, at least.
Well, let's follow a small child.
Adolescent.
A gleeful laugh of a small girl chimes into your ears as you feel the warmth of fire, something that you've known for a while, envelop you. As you look down, some of your scales fall away. You can see the orc skin underneath. For the first time in a very long time. When she spins to where she's looking at you, and she stares at you for a moment, she goes, "You know, for being a baron, you don't look that powerful. But maybe you're tricking. How do I know that you want to do a good thing?
Intimidate the crap
I
out
need
of
you to make diplomacy, intimidate, or spellcraft."
I mean, can't.
Child.
You must scare the small children, like, of course.
47. You go to speak, to say that you're a friend. Spira rolls out of your mouth with smoke billowing, and the dragon forms in front of you. When you reach out and grasp it by its neck, and it perishes to soot and ash in your fingers. And she looks you over curiously and goes, "Well, that was pretty cool." And takes off, and you are pulled behind her. And as you're pulled, you can see this dwarven woman coming into light, and she's held against a wall with these mighty tentacles wrapped around her legs and feet. And she's screaming out for help, and the little girl's like, "Whoa. I didn't expect this. I hope you know what you're doing." And she reaches a hand out to hold yours through the sun.
I'll grab it, obviously.
Your hand dwarfs her hand. I mean, she is tiny. And when you touch her hand, though, your mind surges with brilliance. You are having thoughts you've never had before. You're thinking about how you, by hand, could do the structure of a temple to a temple to a deity you revere. And you can see this, the inner workings, the math, everything forming together in your mind's eye in this 3D image in front of you. And she's like, "I hope that was a bright idea," and rushes you towards this woman. The tendrils again lash out at you. I need a reflex save.
Hi.
Go.
55 points of damage as they batter into you, and she's dodging through them, and you're just, as she's dragging you, just being beat. And when you come to a stop in front of this crying dwarf woman, she looks back and she goes, "Ooh, that might have been my fault. I'm so sorry. Okay, well, I guess we'll see if this works." And she throws you towards the dwarf woman. You feel tendrils reach out and grab you and try to rip you away from her as your body surges with this divine energy. I need you to make a will save. The divine heat of this stun burns away these tentacles, and you step slowly in front of the dwarf and reach your hands out, and the tentacles fall away from around her, and you're able to grab her, and then you snap back to your body, and the tentacles that were growing from under her skirt retreat, and you see ash kind of fill the ground. Not red ash, true ash and soot as they burn away. And for the first time, though she is still in pain, she breathes a normal breath of relief.
I'm gonna cough some blood on the floor and look over at Brelin and ask him if he
Brelin,
might.
while you're standing there, he's getting beat to hell. Things are hitting him. He's getting marks and bruises. Blood is pouring out of him as he's doing these things.
See if maybe you might be able to take it on home with a remove disease.
Yep, I'll give it a whirl.
Okay. Cast remove disease. I need a spellcraft or a castle check.
Okay.
I'm gonna just, as he's doing that, I'm gonna just tell him, expect some weird mind vision stuff to happen.
Hell yeah.
Brelin, you are a man of science.
Yeah.
You don't have some greater understanding of the world that's somehow flawed in some belief of a higher power. There are facts, and the facts are this woman is diseased and you're going to fix it. And as you begin working and you're using the knowledge you have and pouring your liquids here and there for your formulae, the girl falls away and you're standing in a familiar plane of existence.
This bitch.
And standing before you
Is this bitch.
is a woman. She looks half crazed, but like it's all under control. For the first time, you can see her face, and it's rather pretty at first, and the more you watch it, the more it kind of twists and contorts, and then one of her eyes, it looks like glass, kind of breaks away, and then behind it there is this wild and crazy eye, and you can see some cog work in there. And then her hands, when they reach out to you, they twist and contort in these odd directions, and they spin full 360s before she stops, and she goes, "Who else would come for you but me? And it looks like you finally need my help." She holds her hand out.
This time, I'll reach out and take her hand.
When you take it, I immediately need a will save. And you feel a pull like you felt multiple times at your wrists and at your neck. You push it aside and it falls away. And you are truly brilliant for all of your stubbornness. We could do so much if you would just let me. And she rips at you. And when she rips you, you are now standing in a pretty nice looking little hospital ward. And there before you on the table is the dwarf woman, and there's beakers set up beside you, there's some vials of some unknown substances, and beside you is your assistant, this odd woman. And she's in a full gown and get up. She's got gloves on, these linen gloves on, and she goes, "Well, go on."
Okay.
And I need you to make a heal check.
Okay. I'll start working. Heal is
35. God damn. And when you begin to work, and it's almost like your hands know what they're doing, but you kind of are still guiding them. It's a weird feeling as you begin to cut and sew and nip and tuck. And part of you thinks, like, I'm stopping a major disease. Why am I doing plastic surgery? And you keep making these little movements, and then from one of the holes you're cutting right above her chest where that mouth would have been, you get a little slit, and then I need you to make a reflex save as a tendril shoots up out of there and swipes at you.
And before natural one, go. Oh,
That's
hey,
pretty
32.
nice.
So you will take half of this.
Must be nice.
61 as it slaps you across the face, and you hear a chuckle from the woman standing beside you.
Oh, half of that.
And I thought you were a professional. Clearly not, though. I will go on, finish up. I need you to make another heal check.
Okay.
42. And you finish your cutting and your nipping and your tucking. And you're looking at her, and you're like, I've done it. And as you finally get a real good look at the dwarf before you, she is a monstrosity. You have pieced together what looks to be a disgusting abomination. And the nurse standing beside you happily, she goes, "Well, she'll live. That's what you wanted, right?" And you feel something in the back of your head twinge. I need a will save.
Okay.
Oh.
And I did this. I created this beautiful creature. And she puts this very cold, almost metallic hand on your shoulder and goes, "We did." And you snap back. Spell has succeeded, but what it has costed is still to be seen.
Hell yeah.
So now I'm going to make 3 straight D20 rolls. First DC, with what you guys did, is 6. 3. Felda's body, after what Karg did, racked with pain. She will take 36 points of damage. You see that she's bloodied and battered, but she's still there. The next one is 10. And she fights through as the tentacles fall away, and it singes, and you kind of hear her muffle of pain, but once it's gone, she breathes that sigh, and she's okay. And the last one, with all those high rolls, but that one, is 15. And the last one, it eats at her, and she's struggles. She takes 57 points of damage, and when she does, her body, for a moment, lays there, and you see she's breathing, but just faintly, as she goes unconscious, and blood begins to pour out of her mouth.
Well, I mean, can't have any of that. Too bad I can't prepare that, so we're just gonna spam.
33, and you take her right back to 0, and she's... her eyes open up, and she's... I can see you, and you're here. You're really here, and I'm here, and there's nothing. And she immediately reaches for her groin, and there's nothing, and she feels her neck right above her chest, and I think I'm free. And she just begins to sob uncontrollably.
Well, since Brelin won't hug her, I'll give her a hug. And
She collapses into you.
after she cries it out a little bit, I'll give her one of those too.
And she, at that point, she's able to stand. I don't know who you are, but I owe you so much. You've done great things.
Was there anything of that abomination that could be salvaged, the remnants of it?
The thing you saw?
No, the creature that was attached.
No.
Okay.
No, it seems to have gone. And she sits up, she goes, my name is Afelda Lolo. I'm from River's End. I don't know who you are, but can I go home?
That's up to Brelin. He's the one that brought you here.
Oh.
And I look over
looks
at
to Brelin
my
and
dark-skinned friend.
reaches out to grab his hand, and she's...
What's her name?
I'd love to go home. Afelda Lolo.
Of the jar?
Of the jar? Yeah. And she reaches out to grab at your hand if you let her. That's your business. She doesn't have the ability to actually stop you.
I'm not pulling back.
She grabs it and she goes, please, I just want to go home.
Yeah.
Let's get out of this place. She kind of gets up and looks around. She's, I don't even recognize this place. Am I still in the... Oh, we can't still be down here?
No. Card, take her out into the sun with some clothes. Brelin leaves the room.
Okay. Card, you take her outside in the sun?
Yep.
She gets outside, and she just, when the sun hits her the first time, she hits her knees. And it's like she's washing in it. She washes her hands over her face, her arms. She goes over her whole body. I've been in the dark for so long. I forgot there even was light. You... And she just hangs her head and begins to sob again.
Blaine.
Yep.
I'm going to... When I leave the room, I will go and cast one of my spells. I will drink a potion, spit the potion back out, use the hero point that gives me. I will cast Ascending to Adnelia, summon her to me again.
Okay, and she pops up beside you, whatever room you're in.
Okay.
Whatever place you are. She's what do you need?
I will say, attend to Karg and the dwarf, the female dwarf with him. Of course, when they are ready, teleport the two of them back to River's End, and then return to me here.
Okay. And Karg, you're outside, and shortly after, this woman comes out and she goes, Karg, Master Searskin, I'm supposed to take you and the dwarf woman back to River's End as soon as I can. And she produces some things from a pouch on her hip and hands them to the dwarf woman. She said, eat these, they'll make you feel better. And the woman kind of looks at Karg, the dwarf does, while holding them.
I say, yeah, she can be trusted.
She hesitantly nods and like eats a small bite, waits a couple seconds, nothing happens, and then she just barfs it down. And she's like, "So are you ready to go? You and the dwarf?"
So I'm just gonna say, did Brelin say anything about why he's not coming with?
Didn't ask. It's not my place to question Brelin.
Well, at this point, this man does what he wants. Tap your shoes, Dorothy. We're going home.
Good. And she starts to cast a spell, touches you both, and you vanish. And she takes you straight back to where she got you from before, the Hearth Home hospital. And you pop up in the middle of this room with a family of 6 sitting in the hearth to your left, eating, and she's like, "Oh, people do live here." And then she vanishes and goes back to Brelin.
And if they give me the look, I'm just gonna kind of just give them the, hey, here's a Felda.
The woman, though confused, is, "Oh, that is a Feldalolo. They may have been very strange and demanding people, but they get results." And she quickly comes over and pulls out her own medical kit and begins examining a Felda. They bring her food and water. And after probably 10 minutes, she's like, "You need to take her to wherever you need to go. But you've done great work." And the dwarven woman kind of shakes your hand very quickly before excusing herself back to the hearth and moving her children upstairs. So you and her husband and her upstairs. We have free space.
Is Karg about to do surgery on this woman after she's been saved?
No, that was on me. Trying to get to where I'm not dead. Do you mind?
Oh,
No, I meant
yeah.
they gave you free space, so there you go.
Oh.
Operating on a perfectly healthy, already safe woman, or what?
No?
Brelin, we'll go back to you. Do you want to do whatever you want to do in private, or do you want to do it here?
We can do it here. Doesn't matter to me. Unless they're wanting to RP while we're doing stuff, we can go to another chat so as not to disrupt that.
I mean, yeah, because I'm going to go find these dipshits, so...
Okay, we can go to another chat then, Blaine.
Cool. We'll be back.
Okay, well...
Just follow the racket.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna...
Trail of dead dwarf guards.
I'm just gonna open the door and say, I'm just gonna tell Dwarf Lady that I'm gonna go find my friends. And, sorry, they're just dead bodies in the streets? Or was it just at the couple places you guys went?
Where do you think you would look for us at first?
Well, I'd probably go to the guard shack where we made friends with, whatever his name.
You would likely run into us because we're on our way there.
Yeah.
I wasn't listening to anything you guys were doing, so I mean,
we've been all around town, but if you go to the guard shack, you'll probably just get there when we get there.
I've been trying not to pay attention to anything that I'm not actually there for.
Yeah, Jax won't be there. Jax won't be there, but everybody else is heading that way.
I mean, if there's like literal corpses in the streets, or like if I walk past the blacksmith or the mayor house,
corpses in the streets, but we don't know that information.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
we didn't see anything like that, so there's no reason you would.
If the blacksmith or the mayor's house is on the way to the guard shack, like, you know, straight on the road, and like the door's kicked in, or there's dead bodies outside, I'm probably gonna give a look-see. But besides that, I'm just gonna beeline it straight to the guard shack and, you know, get a sit rep from Mr. Guard Captain Man.
No, Jax hit all the dead bodies.
No, we have 2 of them with us.
Except for the 2 we have with us.
Just hope we're not planning on going in that mine today. That's all
Probably
I have
not.
to say.
I'm gonna get ready for round 2 of the electric boogaloo with these guys.
Literally all I have right now is a level 4 spell, my domain spells, and all my SLAs. And that's it. So, probably not ideal. You know, I'd like to have Death Ward prepared before I go back into that fucking place.
I have all my spells. I'm ready to do.
I mean, we can do it. It's just,
Think.
all I'm ready
Wish
to
I could
do
make
is
a
fire
wand
and
of
fire
Death Ward.
accessories.
Wand of
I
Death
don't-
Ward would be nice.
I don't have any
Takes
fucking
21 days
money.
to make.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah, it
either.
takes
I'm
21
literally
days
poor.
to make a Wand of Death Ward.
I
So-
have,
Where's it?
where's it at?
Maybe
I have 250 gold, and that's just because they gave it to me for showing them the fucking tomb, and then I gave half of it to Matt, so I didn't even.
Could you put permanent death ward on an item? Is that a thing, or is that?
Yeah, you could. Obviously, it's a lot more costly than 21 days.
Sounds
It would be.
right.
Let me see. What's the duration? That's what matters the most. Pathfinder Death Ward.
I think it's a minute per level.
You can get it on
It
Armor
is.
Game.
It is a minute per level, so I think it's right. It's like double cost.
Well, right now I have a dark leaf studded leather +1, so I could aim to turn that into a death warded dark leaf studded leather.
It's like one of the things you literally have to get in DDO. Like, if you don't get a fucking death ward item, you're just asking to get fist fucked.
I mean, if we don't figure out some fucking death wards, we're all asking to get fist fucked.
I got restoration 3 times a day. I'm good.
So.
Yeah, what's that? A D4 or
4
two D4?
7.
It's either
So, yeah,
all temp or 1.
Oh yeah, it's all temp. Okay, nice.
A permanent Death Ward item is 112,000 gold, which will take 112 days to make.
No fucking way, 112,000 gold. What?
Yes, it's 112,000 gold. Technically, you can, with Pathfinder rules, you can speed up the time, but you can't lower the cost.
I got
You can do it in
248 gold.
248.
I got 250.
How are you
That's
guys
why-
broke?
Platinum.
I have
what do
a
you mean?
I
spell
bought some
page of
bought
restoration.
Yeah, I bought some Giga Chad. I got a +4 con and a +4 wisdom item, and a fucking +3 weapon.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't have as much shit as you do, but I'm still broke.
I put that belt on and gained fucking 22 HP. It was nice. Oh, JD's in initiative.
Yeah.
He's trying to fight. He's trying to fight whatever fucking amalgamation he fucking pulled off of that thing or whatever. I'm sure.
Where are my items at? Equipped. Oh, I didn't ever put them on my sheet, but they're in my buffs.
Dr. Rasputin.
I got a headband of mental
Oh,
prowess.
he
and,
let the fucker out of the hole. The hole.
Oh,
my
Dr.
last big-
Rasputin.
My last big purchases were the headband of mental prowess and the belt of physical might.
Mine were the page of spell knowledge restoration.
And then
Mine
I just
was-
give away money.
Mine was a +4 adamantine full plate and a +2 adamantine shocking burst. For sure.
I made the best purchase because I bought a Wand of Enervation, which would not only not hurt all of our enemies, but would in fact strengthen them if I attacked them with it.
Nice.
Gotta get that old sad time.
I bought a thing that pretty much stops me from dying, guys.
Good job.
I made a good investment.
More of those.
Spent 10,000 gold to have an item that I haven't been able to use once since this adventure started.
I spent infinity money on our account. I pretty much spent every bit of gold outside of those 2 items got dumped into our guild compound. Like everything, all of it.
I haven't bought a single item.
Yeah, well, you got a Jesus item that's worth,
We tried to do some work on
Heavens.
that Jesus item. Turns out things are not as they appear.
I thought he was done. Like, I brushed his teeth. I did that. I washed his mouth and I ushered him out.
Yep, I got the money to do it now, but I gotta put some of it someplace else, and then it's the time.
Yeah, I don't have the money. I was really just waiting until we could get some money from our guild compound because I invested every dime I had into it, and then JD fucked us for his vampire.
Well, JD's got a bunch of items that we still have to sell from like the last 3 times that he hasn't done yet.
We actually got like some +3 items and stuff, like some good things recently that people can probably wear and use.
He hasn't sold party in a while.
We're gonna make some dank money, for sure.
Mark, no, that is a cat tree. It's not a Marcus tree.
Says
you. Yeah. That's just like your opinion, Dad. All right.
About to have a dwarf army.
I mean, we definitely recruiting these dwarfs. We're gonna say, look, you ain't got a home.
We got a guild compound, and I'm getting ready to upgrade it next time we get paid too. I'm building a fucking treehouse base right outside of the walls as an Overwatch point to train my fucking ranger bounty hunters in.
Build it into the wall on the inside.
That
way you can.
I could.
Just build it into one of the corners. That way we have just incredible wall defense on that side.
It's not
build
fighting,
into
it's
an awakened tree.
JD's fighting the vampire.
I think the vampire's fighting JD.
Yeah, I don't think that thing has a chance. It's just.
I think JD's trying
resisting him as best as he can.
Yeah, I think JD's trying to fucking become his own vampire thrall. Have his own fucking Giga Chad.
Go to bed.
Probably just gonna. It's probably gonna just sit in his base in the harbor and just defend it for him.
Yeah, that'd be a good use of it.
Blaine's gonna fight that with everything he can, though.
Oh, he's mad about this.
No, that was like literally one of his bosses. JD just fucking abducted it. Kyle bamboozled it, and then JD abducted it.
I guess a 6 fortitude save's not gonna help with whatever JD did to this thing.
That'd be a good guess.
You think
Looks
JD's
like
using that healer kit on him?
That'd be hilarious.
I mean, what else would call for fortitude saving on undead?
I don't know. I mean, it's JD. I'm sure he has some fucking janky ass way that his poisons can affect some
that's
undead.
what I was about to say. Some weird poisons.
Got some magic item that just allows his poisons to affect non-poisonable.
Well, he rolled a 20 fortitude and then rolled a something +2. Because he gets +17 to his fortitude.
Hey, Karg.
What's up, dude?
How's my dwarven lady?
I don't know. Are we meeting? Did we get to meet each other?
Yeah, we're sitting over here so we can RP while they do whatever they're doing.
Shiguchi.
Either we got there before you got there before us. By the way, we both beat Brown there, so.
We done did saved her.
She's alive?
She's alive and healthy.
You spoke to her?
Yeah. She's of
Talk
her
about
mind.
Probably not. That's okay. Do you inform her about her husband?
I did not.
Okay, that's fine. I will do that.
I kind of wanted to get back to you from the response of your message, and then I'll just fill the party in, obviously, of everything that happened. Some guy named Lord came for this idiot kobold. Brelin convinced him that we didn't want to. You didn't want him back, and then they leveled the Governor's Guild. And by leveled, I mean it's gone. Gone.
That's
gone. All the way gone.
Sure, they're not happy about that.
Yeah. They weren't. It could have been worse.
So what they have to say about their building being gone?
They took it rather well. Well, you know, long story short, Brelin offered everyone at the Sons of Plunder to help them excavate said building and construct a new one. So I'm sure we're going to take a financial hit for that one.
Sweet, sweet. How was the Chaldrons?
Everyone's good. Cass is good. Seems to be less moody. Ezekiel's good. Aldrin's good.
Excellent.
Chaldrons are Chaldron.
Jeff, did we determine how long it would take to put impact on my other axe?
We handed it off to the pocket elves, and they're like, "You need to take this back."
No, not Sundrinker. My other axe.
Oh, what is there already?
It's just a large butchering axe.
Not magical.
Mm-mm.
This plus 2 cost.
Is it masterwork? It's just a large butcher.
It says large butchering axe.
Okay, so we have to pay to make it masterwork.
It's just 300 gold.
Just 300 gold.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Thinking shush.
impact is a +2 ability, so it has to be at least a +1 and then that, so +3, which is 18,000. You can half that for my rate.
So 9 grand in how long?
18 days. Well, 19 for the 300.
9.15.
And throw in some kind of tip there for me.
So then it'd be a +2 impact large butchering axe.
It would be a +1.
+1. Okay. So that would make it 16d6 base.
Okay, Marcus, go potty.
Dude, that's what our 3-year-old, she just gets out of bed and she uses the excuse, I'm gonna go use the potty 10 times a night before she actually stays in bed.
I think just for the week.
Yeah, he'll be.
No, it's
he'll
a
be
+1
crying about
already. Sorry, it's a
nightmares
large
in the
butchering
bed
axe
and all
+1.
that.
It's a +1 already, then 16,000 base.
How old is he now?
So it'll take 16 days and cost 8,000.
Marcus will be 5 in January.
Plus 800 for me.
Really cool. Really
800 is
soon.
my tip. So it'll cost you 8,800 in 16 days.
Right. So that takes it to 8d6 base. So it'd be 24d6 is what it'd be when it's all said and done.
Blaine still has all the dead people in our guild from when we killed them originally. There's just corpses out in the fucking... just dragging my token around. Corpse on corpse on corpse. Oh, the bitch that wouldn't let us into the vault's still dead behind her counter. Okay.
He leaves the bodies tucked away. What? Marcus, what is it?
The tree's still there.
What?
Oh.
Hey guys, Cotton texted me back. I'm gonna text him.
What did you text him?
I just asked if they were coming tomorrow.
Did he say no?
He says,
Oh shit, I forgot.
Says that's the plan.
Okay.
God damn, no one expected that response.
Yeah.
There's not a single person in here who would have fucking picked that on a multiple choice.
Can't wait till we get to the library and discover Favor on Dead Underground train.
I mean, if Blaine doesn't like RP him getting attacked, he's an asshole. Cotton, that should be the first thing next session is we come back and Cotton gets fucking ambushed by somebody for just being in there.
Cotton will seduce the vampire.
Cotton's gonna get seduced by a vampire, and we're gonna have 2 vampires in our party. So what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
We're not gonna be able to keep enough sustenance to keep them both fed. We're never gonna be able to go outside again. Ha 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 ha.
Turn to Edward Cullen.
Hey Jeff, you and Sarah down from another disc golf thing in a few weeks if it's not cold?
Sarah will be too cold, but I could probably come.
Okay. Well, it's supposed to be 81 tomorrow. But, yeah, the last time we got back, and I know we talked about a day, but then we got back from vacation and then had to do birthday shopping and shit, so I just didn't set one up.
Do you have a day in mind?
No, I was gonna message you guys and stuff. I don't know. Let me look at my calendar. My phone has everything in there.
Okay, I'd come. Sarah might come. She might sit in the car.
I don't know how long they're gonna be until Blaine. I'm gonna be knocking off here in a couple of minutes.
Birthday, Halloween. I don't have
Sure,
anything.
we don't
in
got much more. So I'm sure we don't have much more.
Yeah. Might catch up. Hey Jeff.
What?
I'm really sad that Austin started back up. I really wanted to not play on Tuesday.
No, you don't have to play.
Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna leave you with Stacy and Dingleberry.
I just like how Riker had a D&D game with all of his boys, and now we have a D&D game with Riker's friends, and Riker doesn't play in it.
He was supposed to come back and play with us on Tuesdays, but he didn't.
Yeah, his girlfriend's got a tumor. Even though she just probably lays in bed all day, he's got to tend to her.
Even though they literally moved into her parents' house.
He's getting married. That's a fiance now. It's not girlfriend.
Whatever. Till it happens, it's his girlfriend. I didn't see her wearing the ring, I just saw the ring.
Bob, all your friends are gonna be married except for you.
Good for them. Sounds like a lot of work.
And once you get to 3 and you start playing the campaign.
What are you saying about 3? Don't you mean 2?
2, whatever. The 2.
Close enough.
Like the 3rd in Price's storyline. That's where it kind of jacks with my brain.
I will hopefully get there, but it's
Well, you
gonna be
need to do it
close.
so you get the unlocks.
I don't give a fuck about the operators, John. I'm just gonna shoot
Not
people.
operators. It's not just operators.
I'm gonna pick the fucking ugliest, blackest dude, and that's who I'm gonna play every fucking time.
I unlock them all.
Playing Rainbow Six Siege, dude.
Oh, dude, last Rainbow Six I played was Vegas 2. And Graw, whichever one came out first.
I played
last.
Rainbow Six and never played again.
Rainbow Six Vegas was fun. Vegas 2 was alright, and then Graw was actually really fun. It was just a meme. Vegas 1 was the first game I ever played that had the AA-12 in it, and that game you could like create your own lobbies on on console, which is like something that they never did, and everyone always turned off the AA-12 because it was so fucking stupid that it's just there's no reason to have it in the game.
How are you getting your RAM installed?
He sure didn't.
Jeff, we're gonna start a pirate group in space. Or Star
You mean Medeek's Marauders?
Yes, we're gonna do the Marauder thing. We'll get these 2 knuckleheads to join us. We'll go do some space stuff.
I'll make sure I get him invited to Medeek's Marauders, and we'll fucking do it.
Did you So you did your upgrade, right? So you're black. You get the black whatever.
Yeah, Kylo's black. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do mine before the next patch. That way we'll have 2 blacks that we can run.
Okay.
I have some shitty starter ship that costs like $45 or something.
That's fine.
It's fine. Which one did you do? The Avenger or the Aurora?
You know, I don't know.
It's not the Mustang. Is all that matters.
As
Yeah,
long
I
as
think
you
it's
do
the
the
Aurora.
Okay, well, the Aurora's actually a good ship. It's not bad actually for a starter ship. It's actually pretty good.
Had a conversation with Jeffy about it.
Yeah, I told him that'd be fine. Just don't get the
Not a
fucking Mustang.
That thing's a piece of crap.
Yeah, I got the
Crap.
Aurora MR.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good ship. I think you actually get a bed with it, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but they only work half the time because I
Yeah.
logged out in the bed and I ended up in a fucking hangar on a stupid
Use the
fucking
beds.
space station.
The beds will fuck shit up.
Last time
I don't know.
A couple times I've logged out my bed, it's been fine. I just don't like the fact
Remember
that
when
Senator Stanton.
me, you, and Trevor logged out in the beds in my rental ship, and then
Yeah, and you kept it.
You had one, and then Trevor had one, and then I had one, and then it was in my
kept that
fucking.
thing all the way through the patch, dude. I had it the
It was
whole
on my
time.
fucking ship log for the whole rest of the patch. Like I couldn't claim it. I had negative time left on my rental.
I was able to claim it. That cast. What was it? The Constellation. I was driving the piss out of that thing. It was fine.
Out of mine that you somehow had.
Mhm.
Whatever. I couldn't get it. I could see it, but I couldn't get it.
I actually flew it. I had Trevor with me one time, and I was flying. We were going to do a mission or whatever, and I can't remember what happened. I think the USB came unplugged to my controller. We were heading in, and I couldn't stop it, so I just ejected and crashed it and killed him and reclaimed it. Worked fine.
My favorite thing about that ship was when
Trevor took the pod.
What?
When Trevor took the little.
Yeah, when Trevor took the little fucking ship, and like, all right, we're like, dock that thing so we can get out of here. And he just max speed flew into the side of it, and I happened to be in third person, so I saw it. He's like, oh shit. I'm like, all right, John, you and I are gonna go, I guess.
I've probably watched a combined total of 5 hours between you and Cotton play that game, and in 5 hours, neither one of you did a single fucking thing.
Is that the one Cotton ran around getting presents?
Yeah, he ran around picking up presents. Cotton to this day has never actually played the game.
He fucking ran around, picked up presents, and then he went and did like a mission on a fucking like a ground mission where he was shooting people, and he wasn't smart enough to loot them. Like he couldn't figure out how to loot their corpses.
Looting in that game used to be fairly freaking bugged.
It's supposed to be really good in the next patch.
It's not bad. I tried it on this new machine. I tried it, and I didn't actually have any problems whatsoever this last time. And like I can actually, I think I was able to actually do a chest swap from them and not have to like drop every, you know what I mean, go through all the bull crap and everything. He was running around picking presents. Are we talking about he was picking up all the med gowns?
No,
there's
during
a
Christmas time.
present. The Christmas present sold for 1,000 credits or whatever, and he literally spent like 4 hours in the main city running around and looting the Christmas presents and selling them.
Yep. They were worth 2,500 each, and he picked up over 100 of them because he had like $3 grand or 300,000.
Buy a ship?
He could, but he didn't. He just ran around picking up presents. That's all he did. That was like last December or January. This January.
Yes, I'm either going to do the Black Cutlass, or maybe because you have one, I won't do that, and I'll do the, what was the one that you were going to get, that you could switch out the hull for like the soldiers or for the med, or, you know what I mean, blah, blah, blah.
Something I wanted?
Yeah, you were going to get the one where the hull could be swapped out. It could be med bay, it could be a soldier transport unit, it could be a cargo bay.
I don't know. Was it the Redeemer or Reclaimer or whatever? Redeemer is the big ass torpedo ship that is modular.
I wanted to get the Caterpillar. I thought that would have been cool.
I want fucking every ship. Have you seen the new ships? I want every fucking one of those.
I didn't know they had new ones.
There's the one that's going out to the next patch is the Corsair. And they're already saying like this is going to be the most popular ship.
Really?
Yeah. Well, made by the same company that makes the Cutlass.
Oh, nice.
And it looks like a pirate ship. It's supposed to be an exploration ship. But
I like all the Drake, the Drakes.
yeah, it's a Drake.
ships.
It looks pretty fucking cool. And it's got big boy guns on it.
We were looking at, I think me and you were talking about it. You're like, yeah, I may get that. It was, hang on, I'll tell you.
Yeah, this is it. I'll link it in meme doc. Browse too big. I'll link the link for it in meme doc.
Let me see this.
It's probably really expensive because it's got like class 5 guns on it.
$100, like $200-$300 ship.
I think I looked at that and it was like 175.
So 2 gimbals on the right and the mid, 2 gimbals on the front, and 2 gimbals underneath the bottom. What? It's a 6 gun?
That's like all pilot controlled. The only thing that's a turret is that ass turret on there you can see.
Yeah. That would be awesome. 6 gimbals. I'd take that.
I would play good. Matt was slandering my good name, telling Bob that I conned him into buying it.
That's like the freelancer. That's the one we had talked
Y'all
about.
almost conned me into buying D2.
Oh, I was conning you into buying what?
Diablo 2.
Oh, you should buy it. I'm buying it.
Freelancer MIS. That's what you were gonna get.
Oh yeah, freelancer. Yeah.
So it's
That'd
like
be a good one.
fucking $20.
It is 20 bucks.
You're,
Oh, it was
you're
on sale for
literally
20.
you're playing a game called fucking Brotato.
Dude, that's a great game. I don't care what anyone says.
Fuck off.
I haven't spent more than $4 on a game. Right?
Yeah, you play like the shittiest, freest roguelikes you can find every time I
What are you
fucking
talking
see.
about? They're all great. Brotato, hours. I actually.
You have 98
Not
hours in that game.
What?
You have 98 hours in a game called Brotato.
It's a great game.
You have 98 hours in it. That's
How much do I have in Tiny Rogues?
158.
Even better game. Even like it's the next Isaac if they actually have someone.
Yeah, I have to beat Isaac. I still haven't beat it.
I thought you did beat it.
And then they added fucking double the characters.
Oh, John, look up the Crusader Spirit. That's the new ones that are coming out. I don't know when they're coming out.
So fucking dumb.
What?
This game.
Which one?
Looks Brotato.
Dude, it's so
I'm
much fun.
watching the fucking intro video. It just looks so retarded.
Dick Hammer was playing it, and
So it's a bomber.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it has bomb bays, which is but no other ship has
Does it?
bomb bays yet.
There's like 20-some characters, and then there's 0 through 5 difficulties. You know.
Kind of like a stealth bomber.
Yeah, so the pilot gets 2 S3 gimbals and 2 S2s. Well, there's 2 S3 fixes and 2 S2 fixes.
You see Vampire Survivors is out of
S2
early
and then
access?
10 S5 bombs. But it's only 2
I haven't
crew.
opened that in so long. Like I'm dreading it because there's gonna be so much.
It's $1.75.
And I can't believe I've never heard of the game Streets of Rogue. Been out since like 2019. Such a good it's very Hotline Miami-ish, but roguelike.
I
It's an
remember
RPG.
watching Eric unable to beat Hotline Miami on stream.
But it's like an RPG version of it. Because there's classes and it just randomly generated areas and it gives you like 2.
We back,
2
boys.
Welcome back.
That was a lot. We will pick up with 25 words to Karg.
Karg. You get a sending from Brelin that says, I have acquired more information. I will be back tomorrow morning.
Okay. I'm just gonna literally say okay. I mean,
Okay.
he can't respond to me, so it's like I'm just
Okay.
gonna let the party know Brelin's coming in hot tomorrow morning. We need to hold down the fort.
All right. Back at the group, Karg and Felda Lolo came back. I assume you guys already did the role play of Karg coming back and the talking through that.
Yeah, I left her
for like
there.
20 minutes.
I left. You were gone for longer than 20 minutes.
Sorry.
I left her there, and I went and found my boys at the guard shack. Just so happened to be that's where they were headed. TG asked if I told her about her dead husband or him, and I said no. And then I informed them of how Brelin killed Quartz.
Okay. Anything this party wants to do? It is midnight. I know this is probably a pretty good stopping point. Just wrapping up what everybody wants to do for this day before we pick it up next time and Brelin rejoins the party.
Yeah, I told them that I'm pretty fucked, so if they send me into the mine right now, they're gonna have a bad time. So I think we're gonna just fuck off for the day.
I've been up all night.
I've been up all night. Been partying, drinking, fucking bitches. I'm ready, dude.
I
I
killed
don't
the
think
Yeah,
he,
need
he
to-
can fail
I'm
a
him.
fort save just like me. I don't think he can fail.
He ran into the party on their way back to the guard shack, and I was gonna go with the assistant to the mayor to talk to the event organizer.
Okay,
We need
yeah.
to have the bodies burned.
And they
You
need to
guys-
burn the bodies. Yeah.
You guys can for sure burn the bodies, no problem with that. Jax, you and the assistant will go meet up with Victoria Kludge, who is a town busybody. Though the festival has been officially canceled, she's kind of still in everybody's shit. She's going door to door, letting people know like it's gonna be okay. The festival's canceled, but she still has a lot of stuff that they were gonna hand out as like prizes and things throughout the day. She still plans to raffle off and things like that. And you guys kind of run into her as she's in between buildings, and she's like, "Oh, you were Jacob, Jasper. It's a J name. I'm so sorry. I don't know everybody else's name. Jax. You were Jax. Jax with the Sons of Plunder.
Plunder, yes.
Jax with the Sons of Plunder. Good to see you, assistant.
Jax looks
What is-
around since we're apparently outside, and he's like, "Do we have anywhere a little bit more private to speak?"
She leans in. She's like, "I already know the festival's canceled. I've been telling everybody. Everybody's heartbroken. We don't have to hide that fact. I know it's hard."
Jax uses his level 0 message spell so that he can communicate in whisper. He says, and he puts up his hand like she did, but he'll still point at her as he talks. And he'll be like, "The mayor's been kidnapped."
And she goes, "What?" And the assistant just hangs her head and like kind of nods, and she's, okay, you said somewhere quiet. Yes, we can. And she kind of like grabs your hand, grabs the assistant, and she shovels you through some roadways over to a building. She throws it open, walk inside, and it looks to be, I mean, it's a building that's probably in use, but not like commonly. And she's like, this is my personal little event area / home. I know, I'm always working. We can talk here.
We need some organizational structure to this town since the head was effectively cut off.
You found just the dwarf woman for the job. I've been trying to take over this town for a while. Not maliciously, of course. I just wanna help out. I don't. That sounds
so
dude.
Aspirations aside, the issue really comes down to we are going to continue to need a day or two to rest, recuperate, recover before we can finish off the problem that's plaguing this town. Are you familiar with what's going on?
Well, I am a bit of a gossip, I've been called. So I've got a pretty good idea that there is some possessed dwarves that have been eating some of the mithril, and it's caused some problems in the mine. I know, I'm a little too informed, but I try to keep my nose up, my ear to the ground, my finger on the pulse, my nose, and the assistant kind of chimes in, everybody's business.
Jax turns to the assistant and says, "I completely believe you when you say that she is very good at organizing a large number of people at once."
I am.
And he continues to ignore her. But can she be trusted with people's lives on the line, especially not causing a panic and spreading misinformation?
And the assistant kind of just, Miss Kludge, I want no offense to you. She is a bit of an idiot sometimes. But
Jax will look her dead in the eye, diplomacy, and say, "Listen." And he'll put out a cigarette. He'll get rid of it. He'll take off his hat.
We're talking serious.
He'll take off his coat, fold it up, put it aside. My armor class drops from doing that, but whatever. And he gets down to her level and he says, "Listen.
Yeah.
I know that we all have habits, quirks, proclivities. You need to bury those because these decisions that you're going to be making within the next 48 hours are going to affect the rest of this town's livelihood. This is not the time to spread gossip. This is not the time to make friends or try to get favors. All of the dwarves in the mine are dead. All of them. The mayor is kidnapped. There is an enemy plotting to destroy this town and everyone in it. I don't believe that it is necessarily wise to evacuate. The mayor thought it might have been, but that might just leave you vulnerable during the travel.
He kind of stiffens up a bit and she goes, You're right. We're in a time period that requires hard decisions, and people's feelings might get hurt. Respectfully, again, Mrs. Cludge, there's no fucking way you should lead this city. You are great at keeping spirits up. You should be involved in whatever community work we do, because you are lovely despite your many flaws. But when it comes to decision making, you're not the person. And to you, Jax, respectfully, neither am I. I am good at paperwork. I am good at keeping data. I am good at keeping track of things. I am not good under pressure of decision making. But if the mayor is gone, the person that would be next in line that would be good at handling pressure and making decisions is Caldus Broxon. He's the guard captain. He knows the safety of the people. He doesn't run off emotion.
Some level of martial law might be in order. I know you guys have had adversity in your past and had to deal with fleeing from oppression and the greater enemy. It might be good to dredge up some of those notes if you're really that good at record keeping and start organizing yourselves in that manner.
Yes, I can do that. I can go through our records there at the estate. I can work with the guard captain. I know they keep some of the stuff around some of our decent watchman excursions and our scouts and things like that. Tordrin's returned, I've heard, which is very good. He's also excellent. The Caldus Broxton especially, but the Broxton twins are probably who we should have. If we have to pick one, we pick Caldus, but that's just because I think Tordrin would shoot the place up if he could.
If you're going to do that, you should do it in some formal manner with a paperwork trail. Make it official, make it recognizable, not just everyone knows him and trusts him. There needs to be a chain of leadership.
Okay, I will get on that. I will get paperwork. We will get a stewardship wrote up for Caldus Broxon until the return of Mayor Adrian Toddard. I will get something wrote up with community leadership and outreach for Victoria Cludge. Again, you are good at spirits. I will handle that. And I will get these things wrote up, and by tomorrow we will have a formal presentation at the Dock Square to make sure that everybody in town is fully aware who our leaders currently are, who they can look to if they have any questions, if they have any concerns, and hopefully they can see our triumphant heroes leave one last time before they return victorious.
Sounds great. And Jax turns to the event organizer and says, "Does that sound okay to you?"
She's hurt, but it's a compliment sandwich. Like, she's been told that she was good at things and then given power. She looks hurt, but I believe in being very helpful in your community. I think this is a great idea. I have a lot of respect for everybody involved. I will do my absolute best. I will make sure everybody's at the square tomorrow. That's what I can do. I'll make sure everybody's at the Dock Square tomorrow, and that no one's late or doesn't know what's going on. Everybody will be aware. We'll do it at 9 a.m. First thing in the morning. 8 a.m. 8 a.m.
Understood. Yep. Work together. We can get through this.
And so, Victoria Cludge, like, after you say it, she's like, and work starts now. And she kind of like leaves the building, and she head back in. She goes, please lock up when you leave. She kind of like runs off.
Okay. I'll go catch up with the party then.
Okay. Back at the guard compound. Anybody doing anything there? You guys are able to burn the body successfully. No issues there. Anybody else doing anything that they need to do today.
Do we make sure somebody sent for the other 2 bodies?
Yeah, you can have some guards can go pick up the other 2 bodies that were at the smithy and bring them, and they are able to be disposed of. They will be found with pieces of wood impaled into their hearts.
And no one here knows anything about that.
From what the guards that show up are like, I don't know who killed these guys, but they were thorough. They bled them dry and they stabbed them in the heart, so I guess they really didn't want them to live. And they just bring them in and put them on the pile.
Burn, baby, burn.
Who did that?
Yeah, that's an unknown for me. I didn't see
Sounds
anything about that.
The
When I saw
guards
them,
are
they were...
stoking, and they're like, probably whoever fucking killed them. Duh.
No,
Just
I
keep
mean
stoking fires.
when we first found them, there was no wood in them. That's a new one for me.
Good news is they were dead before they got stabbed. Then they didn't feel a thing.
I will, if we're not doing anything really today, which it doesn't sound like we're. Sounds like we're waiting on Brelin.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find what's her name?
Lolo.
Felda?
Felda's son.
I'll cast that on literally everyone here.
Okay.
Take it to him. Take him to her.
And he's reluctant, but I mean, he's been through enough. He's, look, whatever you want to show me, I'll just go. We're going to the hospital, of course. Another dead body, I'm sure. And you open the door, and there's his mom, standing, beaten and bruised, but alive and well. And he looks at you. Huh. Well, you took one and gave me back another. We'll call it even. He walks in and he's crying as they come in, and she's been a fucking emotional mess for 24 hours now. She's barely able to fucking keep her head up. She's crying and she's hugging him and she's thanking you profusely. I don't know what I did to deserve all of this. And her son looks up at her and he goes, not to pile on to bad news, but it is just me. During a brawl, father was mind controlled and killed. But our hero here brought me back you. So that's something. And she just accepts it. I mean, she's 24 hours removed from thinking her life was over anyway. They sit down together at someone else's table because they're in that fucking other person's house still. And they just kind of cry on each other for a good 10 minutes. And after that, they kind of collect themselves and they get up and look around. And they're like, well, we could probably do this at our own home. Yeah, we better go. And they get up and leave. And they walk out and they walk past you and they're like, I feel like I owe you. The son says, it's a weird feeling because I felt like you owed me. And now I feel like you've given me something I can't repay.
No. We're not even now. No, I'll give him... I will give him... How much money would it take for them to go wherever, move anywhere they want? I know, 300 gold's a lot for...
Yeah, so if you gave them 300 gold or 10, 20 platinum, though the platinum, 20 platinum's less than 300 gold. It's just the idea of what they're carrying will probably get them more on through their bartership and things like that. They'll be set off somewhere in the 300 gold margin.
I'll give them 300 gold and 10 platinum, and say,
and they're
start over new somewhere.
And they just look at each other and they're like, no, this is. They immediately attempt to give it back.
Nope, you can take it. And if you ever catch yourself at courts, look up the Sons of Plunder. You'll always have a place to stay. Or if you want to seek out training or New beginning. We could put you to work there. Give you a career.
Okay.
Yeah, take the money or I will kill someone.
I'll literally kill him before. You take this money or I'll take your mom back where I found her.
You see this solid adamantine faux shirt? I will beat your house down.
It'll
You
break
have
too.
to go somewhere.
These wood roofs and these stone walls. It's not good construction. And I mean, it's a moment of disbelief, and then it kind of washes over them how much money they now have and the freedom they have to do what they want. And they're just, we have to pack, we have to plan, we have to go, and they like giddily run off towards their house
Before nightfall, before we end up finding you dead.
Be gone before sun sets.
The woman of the house is kind of standing at like the landing of her stairs, and she's like, "Well, aren't you a good fucking person? Now, can you please leave my home before you attract more death?"
Crotchety old
I'll look
bitch.
around. Do I see like a roll or anything?
Yeah, I mean, there's food and water and stuff that were down when they were eating before everybody barged into their home.
I'll just grab like a handful of food or whatever off the table and walk out.
That's pretty par of the course for the Sons of Plunder. Oh, God damn it. When you walk out, you hear like the bolts locking on her door.
Whatever makes her feel safe.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the last people just literally popped into her living room, so who fucking knows, right?
Yeah. like that could keep me out. Like,
yeah. Keep me out. I've made doors way stronger than this.
I killed that woman's husband with a non-lethal attack. Give me a break.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything today before we call it for the session? Okay. I hope you guys had a good session. I know it was a lot of role playing and people kind of scattered about, but a lot got accomplished, I feel like.
Just glad no one died.
We might want to do a little bit. Well, somebody already left. I was going to mention party loot to an extent. I think we found straight gold, right?
Yeah, I think we've only
At least
found
be
gold so far. Yeah.
No, we found some magic items. The vampire had like a +3 ring protection and stuff, but since somebody already left, we can do that.
As long as we do it for favor and gets back, I don't care.
Yeah, we gotta do it for Cotton gets here and fucking takes it all. Yeah, he had let's look.
He had braces of armor +3, amulet.